Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. We bring you 2 daily uploads, ensuring you never miss a moment of the action. Stay tuned, subscribe, and let's dive into today's story. 201 All the audience are ministers. Occasionally pretending to be a big devil is also very good. 4. First, Fudo Ming Zun. Inside your head, the roulette spins. The seemingly invisible pointer turns, and the will of the 3 masters moves quickly. When the invisible pointer landed on Ming Zun's will, Liu Sheng's whole body immediately exuded an aura of immobility like a mountain. Breath of earth. Liu Sheng's feet were rooted to the ground, and there seemed to be an invisible force quickly climbing up from the ground along the 3-story small building, as if holding on to the body of a saint. At this moment, Liu Sheng's whole body seemed to be integrated with the 3-story villa below him, giving people a sense of indestructibility. The illusory figure of Ming Zun loomed behind Liu Sheng's back, and his face could not be seen clearly, but those eyes were very similar to Liu Sheng's. The figures of the two overlapped, and Liu Sheng shot violently. Boom! The rockery in the small courtyard below directly flew into the air, and large swaths of rolled bricks and stones were thrown up. The entire small courtyard was in a mess all over the place, as if it had been plowed by someone. And when the rockery flew high into the sky, Liu Sheng's temperament changed again. Cold Sparrow Prison. In my mind, the roulette turned again, and the invisible pointer landed on the little Cold Sparrow. Call. Liu Sheng exhaled slowly, blowing a large piece of piercing cold air visible to the naked eye. Ice and snowflakes emerged in the air. Breath of ice. Using his arm as a gun, he aimed at the rockery and punched 050 in the air. An icy blue airflow rushes out. As if, Liu Sheng punched out a river of drainage abruptly. The rockery was frozen instantly. Large swaths of frost condensed on the rockery, and the volume of the rockery expanded several times in a few seconds. The roulette spins again. The unruly golden red sun rose from behind Liu Sheng's eyes. At this moment he was almost more dazzling than the scorching sun at noon in the sky. Liu Sheng looked calm, his eyes were shining like gold, and there seemed to be endless rays of light emitting from every gesture. This golden radiance is extremely domineering. He didn't have to do anything at all, the ice attached to the rockery began to melt rapidly and disintegrate. Boom! The rockery that had been tortured fell heavily on the ground. Liu Sheng looked at his right hand, which had star patterns on the palm. Now I use the star grip again, hit 10 days and the same day, can I punch the Grand Master? Liu Sheng didn't know. But he was eager to try. The invincible momentum developed by pushing the 7 saints horizontally fits best with the will of the stars. The two are fused together to form a powerful trend that is extremely domineering and self-respecting. Under the pressure of this aura, Liu Sheng felt that it was just a look in his eyes. Can't tolerate others' rejection. Too domineering, too insolent. Liu Sheng slowly dissipated the power of the star's will. In this state, it's almost like a halo of ridicule. I guess people with some strength can't help but want to come up and beat me up. But it's definitely good for those who don't have the strength. No need to move, just a look is enough to scare them paralyzed. The true and complete version of Star Will is more than 10 times stronger than Shi Shenning's Grandmaster Will. The latter is really just imitating a little bit of superficiality. Shi Shenning's 10 days same sky is only better than appearance, not even Fudo Ming Zun. But the will of the star is different. Its power comes from its physique, strength, and blood that surpass its peers. Trees have roots, water has sources, that's why they are so strong and unscrupulous. Liu Sheng summed it up, after the rudimentary formation of Master Shiquan Dao's will, all 3 wills have become much stronger. And the commanding role of Shiquan Grandmaster Taoism is just like Liu Sheng's original idea. Switch at any time, all roads coexist. There is no need to worry about losing your balance at all. Because their current situation is completely different from when they were in the golden obsidian figure. In the past, it was like a separatist regime. Once one powerful party grew ambitious and tried to swallow the others, the balance was immediately broken. Liu Sheng knew this very well, so he thought of setting up a king, a supreme monarch, on top of them. All the ministers under the stage. Courtiers can be strong or weak, and they will not attack each other. And once the power of that subject is needed, the monarch can issue an order. As it turned out, Liu Sheng's idea was perfect. The courtiers are so powerful, how powerful should the monarch be? Liu Sheng took a deep breath, his burning eyes filled with anticipation. Shiquan martial arts will is truly his master's will. If you directly invoke the power of Shiquan Grandmaster Dao, what will happen? The roulette wheel is frozen in my mind, and the three invisible pointers refer to each other. The grey disc trembled, and an indescribably strange aura emanated from Liu Sheng. His eyes. It seems to be quietly turning grey. Grunt. Outside the door, two youths run by students looked at each other and swallowed with difficulty. Do you want to go in? One of them asked slowly in a difficult tone. The young man next to him changed his face and shook his head. Wait a little longer. Good. The two quickly reached a consensus, and they both secretly regretted stopping this matter from the bottom of their hearts. Originally, he wanted to take this opportunity to have a close contact with the Demon King Liu Sheng. Who would have thought? Just in time for someone to demolish the house. The rockery flying in the air, the bricks and stones splashing everywhere. There is also a terrifying aura that is sometimes majestic and heavy, sometimes icy cold, and sometimes fierce and domineering like the midday Sunday. It made the two of them tremble with fear, and their calves became weak. God knows what Liu Sheng is doing in there. It's like several grandmasters fighting in it. Grandmaster. One of the youths run by the student suddenly thought of something, and said to his companion with a shocked expression, "Do you think Liu Sheng has reached the level of a master?" The companion frowned, thinking. Estimate. Before he could tell his guess, the door of the small courtyard opened suddenly. Liu Sheng's figure appeared in front of them. Shua. The two student-run youths stood up straight, their hands and arms hanging down to the midline of their trousers, just like being caught lazy by the instructor during military training. What's up? Liu Sheng asked calmly. The deputy principal asked you to come over and tell you something. The two youths from the student office fixed their eyes on the toes of their shoes and answered quickly. I see. Just as Liu Sheng was about to close the door, he suddenly turned his head and glanced behind him, and said, "Let's get someone to repair the courtyard later." Okay. 1. The courtyard door was closed. Seeing the courtyard door closed, the two young men turned around and left without saying a word. The footsteps became faster and faster, and in the end it almost became a trot. After running out of the dormitory area completely, the two of them the chief let out a sigh of relief. I won't come if you beat me to death in the future, whoever wants to come will come. A young man patted his chest with his hands, with an exaggerated expression. Nima, I'm still a 5th-level martial artist. In front of Liu Sheng, I didn't even dare to take a breath, that's outrageous. Who isn't? The companion sighed, you are nicknamed the Devil King for nothing. Even if Liu Sheng is not a Grandmaster, his strength has definitely reached the real Grandmaster level. Note that it is the Master level strength, not the battle history. Fuck, do you think I'm a novice in martial arts? Grandmaster level combat power only needs a combat power index of over 1 million. There are many people in the top 10, top 20, and even top 30 of the 7 Saints list. But a million level combat power is just the beginning. It's not a concept at all with true master level strength. The weakest 7th level Grandmaster can easily reach 2 to 3 million combat power. The two chatted, exclaiming from time to time. Really? Damn it! It's too exaggerated. Gradually go away. Why can't it work? Liu Sheng frowned tightly, feeling very bad. Shiquan Grandmaster Dao could not be used alone, which was completely unexpected to him. When trying to use it, the grey roulette had a faint tendency to collapse, which scared Liu Sheng back. There seems to be something missing. Liu Sheng stared silently at the three master wheels on the grey roulette for a while. Suddenly, he realized what was missing. A very important cornerstone is missing. Liu Sheng took a deep breath and exited the consciousness space. Whether it is the cornerstone he envisioned or not can only be known after trying it. Anyway, the will of the stars is strong enough, and the will of a Grand Master at the 11th level is almost invincible in 300 years of martial arts. Oh no, it's not almost, it's invincible. Take your time, Shiquan Grandmaster Dao's master skills are completely clueless. Liu Sheng shook his head and tidied up a little. Grab your phone and go out to the vice principal's office. Strolling on the campus road of the 7th Sheng University, looking at the 3.8 hibiscus flowers blooming on both sides, Liu Sheng felt more relaxed than ever. The problem of the master's will is solved, and he can be regarded as 1 foot into the master level. When the second stage of the immortal golden body is completed and the blood is transformed, you can fully enter the 7th level. Liu Sheng thought. Devil King Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng suddenly heard someone shouting at him. Looking up, he saw 2 girls standing more than 10 meters away from him. One of them was full of excitement, staring at him jumping and jumping. The other looked nervous, desperately pulling the former's arm. The 2 of them didn't seem to be students of the 7th Saint Martial Arts University. Liu Sheng thought for a while, and suddenly his face darkened, and his calm eyes quickly turned cold. In an instant, it seemed as if a large black shadow rose rapidly from behind him, the light within tens of meters of Fang Yuan dimmed, and the temperature dropped sharply. Well! Run! The devil is going to kill someone! The girl who had seen Liu Sheng nervous before screamed wildly, grabbed her companion's hand, turned around and ran away. Looking at the backs of the 2 fleeing girls, Liu Sheng's expression returned to normal, his feet were light, and his mood became even better. Occasionally pretend to be a big devil to scare people. Seems pretty interesting too. 202 A large number of credits, the test of the martial arts, the reason for killing the master of tea. Come in. Liu Sheng walked into the vice principal's office and saw Zhao Kangtai standing by the wall tinkering with a calligraphy and painting. Liu Sheng, you are here. Zhao Kangtai glanced at Liu Sheng and waved at him. Come on, help me see if this calligraphy is hung correctly. Liu Sheng looked at the words that Zhao Kangtai was fiddling with. Only mind. Correct. It's good to be right, it's good to be right. Zhao Kangtai picked up the towel on the coffee table and wiped his hands, walked to the desk, and took out a tea set from the cabinet behind the desk. What to drink? Zhao Kangtai asked him with a smile. Liu Sheng was a little surprised, anything is fine. Then puer, the best one here is puer. Zhao Kangtai made a decision for Liu Sheng, then went to the water dispenser to get a pot of water, and put it on the small clay stove on the coffee table to burn slowly. Sit. Zhao Kangtai sat down on the sofa and greeted Liu Sheng. Compared with last time, Zhao Kangtai's attitude towards Liu Sheng was much more casual this time. Liu Sheng was not polite to him either, and got straight to the point after sitting down. What did the vice principal ask me for? That's what's on your mind. Zhao Kangtai smiled, and while fiddling with the teapot on the clay stove, he said to Liu Sheng, your credit reward for breaking the record for breaking the tower has come down, a total of 75,000, and you should be able to find it with your student ID. Liu Sheng listened intently, but after Zhao Kangtai finished speaking, he stopped and didn't speak anymore. Is it gone? Liu Sheng couldn't help asking. He pushed the 7 Great 02 horizontally, broke the record of the 7 Martial Saint Pagodas, and awarded some credits in the end? What about tonic? What about heteromyelin? What about cold weapons? This is too far from what he expected. What else do you want? Zhao Kangtai froze for a moment, then frowned and said, do you not know what 75,000 credits really is? Lu Sheng nodded. He really doesn't know. I didn't pay attention, and I didn't understand. That's right, after all, you've only been in school for more than 2 months. Zhao Kangtai was stunned, and his expression suddenly became complicated again. More than 2 months. He himself felt uncomfortable when he said this. If it weren't for Lu Sheng standing in front of him alive, who would have believed that a freshman who has only been enrolled for more than 2 months can do so many feats? 7 Chenggu University, each school is the same. As long as you accumulate 500 credits, you can graduate from school. These more than 70,000 credits are enough for you to graduate 150 times from any Chenggu University. Lu Sheng shook his head. Why have I graduated so many times when I have nothing to do? Why? Zhao Kangtai looked at him a little speechlessly. In addition to the credits required for graduation, the extra credits can be exchanged for things. You don't know this? Different blood, different marrow, tonics, weapons, skills, and even pointers. As long as you can think of it, you can almost redeem it with credits. These campuses are available online, you can check them yourself. Lu Sheng blinked, took out his mobile phone and started to log into the campus network. Zhao Kangtai glanced at it, and quickly said, wrong, it's not the campus network, it's made by the students. You log on to the official website of our Chenggu University, the one when recruiting. It was only then that Lu Sheng understood, no wonder he had never seen any explanation about this on the campus website. According to Zhao Kangtai's guidance, log into the official website of the Chenggu University campus. Sure enough, he found the entrance to the credit exchange mall. After clicking on it, Lu Sheng flipped through it casually. As Zhao Kangtai said, almost everything is available in the credit mall. And the value of the credits far exceeded Lu Sheng's estimate. The 4th level alien blood only needs 5 credits, and the 4th and 5th level cold weapons only cost a few tens to more than 100 credits. A martial arts instructor at the pinnacle of the 6th level guides alone for a week, and only 10 credits. The master level tutor, that is, the vice principal level, earns 100 credits 3 times a day. Lu Sheng pulled down all the way to the bottom. 6th grade different marrow liquid, 1000 credits. Lu Sheng's eyes flickered. 75,000 credits are enough to exchange for a full 75 copies of the 6th level special marrow. In this way, this reward is really enough. Do you still have any previous thoughts? Zhao Kangtai looked at him amusedly, reached out and poured him a cup of tea. Lu Sheng shook his head. Gone. And then asked, is there any special myeloid liquid? Now that Lu Sheng's master's will has been fulfilled, he is just one step away from being a master. Once the 2nd stage of the immortal golden body is completed, he will immediately become a young master. Thinking back to the time when he completed the 1st stage, Lu Sheng felt that it might be better to use a higher amount of different myeloid fluid when breaking through. Do you need to use the 7th grade different myeloid fluid? Zhao Kangtai gave him a strange look, frowned and said, let's not talk about the Chenggu University, even the Wuxi Association can hardly buy the 7th level different marrow liquid. If you really want to buy it, the procedures are very complicated, and you need to go through the verification of your strength. Why? Lu Sheng was curious. Zhao Kangtai explained, because there are too many negative factors contained in the flesh and blood cells of the 7th level alien beasts, which cannot be completely eliminated by the current level of technology. If you want to buy and consume the different marrow liquid above level 7, unless you have the strength to prove that you have the martial arts will to easily kill the remaining consciousness of level 7 beasts. That is, the guru. Moreover, the general masters rarely take level 7, which is too depressing. Although the effect of the 6th level is almost there, it is better than there are no side effects. Lu Sheng understood. Zhao Kangtai said out of nowhere, have you already condensed your master's will? How far is it from being a true master? Liu Sheng nodded, enough qi and blood is probably about the same. In fact, he felt that his blood value was almost enough, but in order to pursue the ultimate perfection, he wanted to wait until the second stage of the immortal golden body was completely completed, and then use his martial arts will to transform his blood and physique. The qi and blood of a 7th level grandmaster is like lead and mercury, and there is a huge gap between them and ordinary warriors, and they are not at the same level at all. The reason is that the qi and blood of the 7th level masters have been tempered through the will of martial arts. Liu Sheng has always understood, so he knows that he is only a step away from the real master. As long as the stars will temper the flesh and blood that has been tempered in the first stage of the immortal golden body, it will be able to formally step into the Grand Master state. It's just that he doesn't want to. Zhao Kangtai's eyes were full of complexities. Even though he had expected it in his heart, seeing Liu Sheng admit it himself was still shocking. Just almost bloody. Qi and blood. It is really the easiest problem to solve. Grandmasters can't be piled up by relying on resources. From level 6 to level 7, how many people get stuck in the level of martial arts will? As for Liu Sheng, he was only 18 years old, and his master's will had already been fully formed. Simply a monster. Young master, my young master. Zhao Kangtai recalled that the Kyoto TV station had filmed a TV series based on martial artists called Youth Grandmaster. It was always played on TV, and now he can see it for real. Then level 6 is level 6. Liu Sheng didn't care anymore. However, 75 bottles of 6th grade heteromyelin. Liu Sheng imagined the total amount and guessed in his heart that it was not enough. Maybe he needs to earn some more credits. Things like credits are easy for you. In fact, you don't need to rush to graduate so quickly. Zhao Kangtai rambled a few words, then stood up and took out 2 large craft paper envelopes from the desk drawer, and handed them to Liu Sheng. This is the second thing I want to tell you today. Liu Sheng looked serious and listened attentively. Master Tan's Hongaiu, the martial sage, has already learned about your situation, and has agreed to accept you as a disciple. As for whether you can become the true disciple of martial sage, you still need to pass a test. Zhao Kangtai pointed to the 2 envelopes in Liu Sheng's hand. Open to take a look. Liu Sheng opened the first envelope. There is only a piece of paper inside, and there is a line of words on the paper, the first in the National Martial Arts Conference for college students. Liu Sheng froze for a moment. It is for you to compete for the first place in the National College Student Martial Arts Conference. Zhao Kangtai explained. I know. Liu Sheng calmly said, but is this a test? Zhao Kangtai was breathless in 057, and then smiled wryly, I know what you're thinking. It's true that no one in the 7 sages is your opponent, but this martial arts conference doesn't count like that. This national college student, in addition to including all Wuhan University college students across the country. It also includes all martial arts disciples under the age of 30 across the country. Do you understand what I mean? Liu Sheng was thoughtful, extreme Dao and transcendence? Heir to the martial saint? Right. Zhao Kangtai nodded, Dao and transcendence are both martial arts handed down by 9th level martial arts masters. Among them, those with outstanding talents were taught by martial masters from a young age, and they are far better than those educated in martial arts at school. Martial arts geniuses are much more terrifying. The range under the age of 30 is not small. Many of them can even be regarded as fighters of your previous generation, so it is very difficult to get the first place. Very difficult. Zhao Kangtai emphasized his tone. Liu Sheng's expression remained unchanged. In addition to his absolute confidence in his own martial arts strength, it is clearly stated in his martial arts resume. He can indeed get the first place in this martial arts conference. So Liu Sheng is not worried. Oh, by the way, I forgot to explain one thing. Zhao Kangtai suddenly added, there is only one test, so you only need to pick one of the two envelopes to complete. The other one, won't you open it and have a look? It turned out to be an alternative. Is it necessary to look at the second envelope? Judging from the recent future trajectory, he finally chose the first one. Liu Sheng even got a little clue. The relevant information showed the reason why he killed the Ji-Dao master at the National Martial Arts Conference. It may be because of this meeting that there was a conflict with Ji-Dao martial arts, so there will be bloodshed. Liu Sheng thought silently in his heart. But wait until he opened the second envelope and read the contents of the envelope. Liu Sheng found out that he was wrong. Very wrong. Ask for some rewards for monthly tickets for flowers or something. Recently, I have been writing about cultivation, which is a bit qualitative. 203 SSS level credit task, the most passionate thing I have done in my life, too. In the second envelope is a credit task. SSS level task, kill a level 5 warrior overnight, with a murder case, with weapons, with a cruel personality, and merciless. Mission requirements, none. Mission rewards, none. If it wasn't for the information about the mission target overnight attached to the mission note, Liu Sheng even thought that Zhao Kangtai had put the note in the wrong pocket of the envelope. The task of killing a mere level 5 martial artist will be marked as a level 5 credit task for the king. The point is, the mission doesn't have any rewards yet. Afterwards, Liu Sheng read the description at the back of the task bar, and finally realized why this task was rated as 3S. The focus of the mission is not the mission target Lian Yat, but the people behind Lian Yat. Lian Yi's father Lian Jiabei. Lian Jiabei is one of the 7th level masters of the Ji-Dao Martial Arts Academy, and has a close relationship with the founder of the Ji-Dao Martial Arts Academy, Zhao Ji. His younger sister, Lian Su, was the 5th wife of Wu Sheng Zhao Ji. This makes him a very high status in the Ji-Dao Martial Arts School, almost equivalent to some great Ji-Dao masters. No wonder it is recognized as an SSS level credit task. Lian Ye is easy to kill, but the consequences of killing Lian Ye are not something ordinary people can afford. The great master of the extreme way, the uncle of the 9th level martial arts saint. Once involved, it will be endless trouble. Liu Sheng glanced at other materials. Almost all of them were crimes committed by Lian Lian Jiabei and his son. According to a rough count, according to the laws of the Dragon Kingdom, these two people could have been shot hundreds of times. This task is the first and only 3S level credit task since the establishment of our 7th Saint Martial Arts University. Zhao Kangtai picked up a pot of boiling hot water and slowly poured it on top of his purple sand teapot, and there was a faint white steam. The cause was an ordinary worker in a service factory whose 2 daughters were killed by Lian Ye and his son. There was no way to ask for help, so I knelt outside the gate of our 7th Saint Martial Great Martial Saint Pagoda for more than half a month. Master Wu Sheng couldn't bear it, so he decided to include the task of killing Lian Ye in the credit task of Kishan University. In order to prevent students from taking it by mistake, the task was rated as a 3S level, and the task reward was cancelled. Then why didn't the martial saint directly make a move? Or let you vice principals who are also 7th level masters make a move, but let the students do it, and there is no benefit but trouble. Liu Sheng flipped through the mission information and spoke lightly. Zhao Kangtai's expression became serious. Liu Sheng, speak carefully. Do you know how much turmoil will be caused in the country once a martial saint level powerhouse makes a move? The things involved in this are too deep, and Master Wu Sheng naturally has deep meaning in doing so. To kill a 5th level martial artist who is full of evil, but you need to risk the possible revenge of the 7th level master. It depends on which of you young people have the courage to do it. Liu Sheng calmly said, it's not possible, it's certain. You will mark this task as a 3S level, which already represents everything. And it's not just the revenge of the 7th level master, but also the revenge of the extreme martial arts forces. And it does no good. Zhao Tai served Liu Sheng another cup of tea with a sullen face, and said, Liu Sheng, the pros and cons of things are not calculated in this way. Behind Lian Yi and his son are the Jidao Martial Arts Museum and the Jidao Wushan, and behind you are the Seven Sages and the Wushan Tianren. Do you know what it means to be a close disciple of the martial saint? It means that your future martial arts will be smooth, whether it is resources, guidance, or any aspect. I see. Liu Sheng looked calm, thought for a while, and said, what you said just now, do you have the address of the chemical factory worker who knelt in front of Wushan Pagoda for more than half a month? Give me one. Zhao Tai was stunned for a moment, and then said, I will send someone to your student mailbox later. Liu Sheng nodded and stood up from the sofa. Then if there is nothing wrong, I will go back first, the vice principal. Good. When Liu Sheng was about to walk out of the office door, Zhao Tai suddenly stood up again. Liu Sheng Lian. Liu Sheng stopped and looked back at him. Zhao Tai quickly walked to the wall, took off the words that asked Liu Sheng if he was upright, rolled it up and handed it to Liu Sheng, and said seriously, two choices, don't rush to make a decision, think carefully after you go back one time. This letter is for you. Liu Sheng, your talent is very good, and you may surpass me and most people in the future. Zhao Tai patted Liu Sheng on the shoulder, hesitated for a moment, and said, this is a personal test for you by Mr. Wu Sheng. It's just an ideal. Hope you can understand what I'm talking about. After speaking, he shook his head and walked back. Liu Sheng's eyes flickered, he turned and left without saying a word. Not long after Liu Sheng left, a middle-aged man dressed like Zhao Tai strode into the office. Old Zhao, you said too much to Liu Sheng today. The man sat at the coffee table and poured himself a cup of hot tea. Zhao Tai looked complicated, and whispered, I know, I just don't want to miss such a good seed. Those who can pass the test of Lord Martial Saint are the real good seedlings, and those who can't. The man shook his head and drank the hot tea in his hand. Young master, there is no better talent. Zhao Tai remained silent. Liu Sheng was walking back to the dormitory. Holding two craft paper bags and a pair of calligraphy and painting in his hand, he was still thinking about what Zhao Tai said to him in the office just now. It looks like there are two choices, but in fact there should be only one choice. Zhao Tai almost wrote the words choose the second one. The second is the correct choice written on his face. If I still can't see it, I'm an idiot. But it's one thing to see it, it's another thing to do it after seeing it. Liu Sheng looked at the words that Zhao Tai sent him. Only mind. Liu Sheng whispered these four words. If it's really just idealism, then I will definitely choose the first one. Why are you looking for trouble when you are so good, and insist on making enemies with martial arts forces? Those who were killed by Lian Ye and his son, as well as their families, were indeed miserable. Lian Ye and his son are really damned. But it doesn't mean that Liu Sheng has to go all out to help them get ahead. One of the most passionate things Liu Sheng has ever done in his life is to take the responsibility of saving me on himself like a serious illness. It is also the savior of people who will be more than 10,000 years after martial arts in the future. It's a pity that it's too late to regret it now. This responsibility has long been deeply baked into his flesh and blood, and he can't get rid of it even if he wants to. This test seems to be testing my character, courage, in fact, it is also forcing me to join Tan's Hongaihu's camp. Once this thing is done, it will definitely offend the Jidao Martial Saint, and if he doesn't want to be retaliated by the Jidao Martial Saint, the only way is to find another strong martial saint to seek refuge. Liu Sheng saw it very clearly, and couldn't help sighing, Wu Sheng is worthy of being a Wu Sheng, this is an upright conspiracy, just forcing me to jump into the pit. Either kill him and become his disciple, or get out of here. These are the two choices Tan's Hongaihu gave me. Liu Sheng wondered if Tan's Hongaihu could see his performance in breaking through the level in the Wushan Pagoda, and now he is revenge for the hatred that he used to crush his will clone to death in the Wushan pagoda. So, how should I choose? Liu Sheng sighed lightly, the answer seemed to be very clear. The phone vibrated, and Liu Sheng took it out to check. It's an email. Liu Sheng stared at the phone screen and read the address displayed in the email softly. Workers' Community, number 213, Pingzheng Road, West District, Feng City. The first thing Liu Sheng did after returning to the dormitory was to count all the credits on him. There are more than 76,300 points in total. Among them, more than 1,000 points were obtained from his previous AA level mission. There are hundreds of millions of bonuses that have already arrived. Liu Sheng kept 500 credits for graduation, and exchanged all the rest into the 6th level different myeloid fluid. If it is not enough, it will be replaced by level 5, if it is not enough, it will be changed to level 4, and so on, there is nothing left. The efficiency of the school affairs office was very high, and all the 4th and 5th grade different marrow fluids exchanged by Liu Sheng were delivered the next afternoon. Only 30 copies were sent to the 6th level, and the rest had to be coordinated with Wu. The main reason is that Liu Sheng exchanged too much in one go, and directly emptied the deed spinal fluid inventory in the school. On weekdays, there is no student who can afford a 6th level different myeloid fluid. If you can afford it, don't change it. A credit of 1,000 points is not as good as level 5. A total of 40 or 50 copies of different marrow liquid were placed in front of Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng originally wanted to pour it into the bathtub and use it like he did last time in the Eastern Military Region. But after looking at it, I feel that this amount is too small, and it is estimated that it is not even 5 to 1% of the bathtub. He simply took an oversized ice bucket and poured 40 or 50 servings of different grades of different myeloid fluids into it. The dark gold, and light gold different marrow liquids were mixed together, almost filling the ice bucket. Anyway, it's all different marrow fluid, you have to drink it into your stomach, it doesn't matter. Liu Sheng took out the 4 sticks of golden dragon saliva that had been chilled in the refrigerator. In fact, the best way to use these different marrow liquids is to make golden dragon saliva. However, Liu Sheng has recently been stuck with resources, and he really can't wait for the process of making the potion. If these are not enough, the 36 level different marrow liquids in the back will be used to make golden dragon saliva. Liu Sheng made up his mind, picked up the ice bucket filled with different marrow fluid, and lowered his head to get close to it. Take a deep breath. Then, stunt launch, dragon absorbs water. Here are some Huahua monthly tickets, thank you all. 204 The coagulation of blood into beads, tens of millions of fighting power, the final cornerstone. The golden heteromyelin in the oversized ice bucket was pulled by an extremely strong suction, forming a 2-finger-thick water column, which poured continuously into Liu Sheng's mouth. This is not comparable to Mentos plus Coke, it is entirely due to Liu Sheng's unparalleled chest and lung function. It can be regarded as a little bit of extra fun for myself in the process of cultivation. The heteromyeloid fluid in the oversized ice bucket decreased rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally there was no drop left, which was absorbed by Liu Sheng in one gulp. Liu Sheng's lower abdomen swelled visible to the naked eye, and then quickly calmed down. A terrifying torrent of energy erupted within his body. Under the well-proportioned and perfect, streamlined muscles like a cheetah, there seemed to be dragons swimming, bulging, and sunken. Liu Sheng did not delay, and began to practice according to the second stage of the immortal golden body. The dragons were tamed, and under the guidance of their spiritual power, they washed and tempered their flesh and bones, every inch of their skin. Wowha_W. Like a big wave hitting a river bank, Liu Sheng could clearly perceive the sound of his blood value soaring. But the sound soon weakened, not because the waves became smaller, but because the river became thicker and thicker, rolling silently. Call. Long exhalation sound. Liu Sheng opened his eyes, and spit out a breath of white air, visible to the naked eye. Thick but not loose, scorching hot. Like a sword, it flew for a distance of 4 or 5 meters, and it took more than half a minute before it gradually dispersed. Liu Sheng stood up, his perfect muscle lines floating like flowing water, and just doing stretching movements gave people a thrilling feeling. Liu Sheng tried an empty punch. The fist swung out and turned into a phantom. Liu Sheng felt that his fist seemed to touch an invisible film, and resistance appeared. But with a little force, the film is punctured and the resistance disappears. Snapped. A circle of 487 white air waves visible to the naked eye erupted at the punch. Then the second lap, the third lap. One circle is smaller than the other, and it looks really embarrassing. Fist breaks the speed of sound. Liu Sheng thought silently in his heart. He was able to hit the punch speed that broke through the sound barrier before, but it was not as easy as it is now, and the punch just now broke more than double the speed of sound. Although it is said that the chances of using pure power will be less and less in the future, and they all fight with stellar energy, but with this effect. Liu Sheng sighed sincerely. It's really handsome. It reminded him of the battle scenes in some comics he had read in his previous life. If it is not practical, put it aside first, and force the grid to be full. Unfortunately, the second phase of the immortal golden body has not yet been completed. Liu Sheng thinks this is even better. The immortal golden body is left with the last bit of finishing touches, but the energy of the different marrow fluid is not enough, so it is better not to charge hard. Wait until the next time to make all 30 parts of the 6th level different marrow fluid into golden dragon saliva, and then break through in one go. In order to achieve perfection and perfect promotion. It's been a long time since I tested it, check it out. Liu Sheng's eyes fell on the test equipment placed in the corner of the martial arts training room. These 2 master-level test instruments were placed in his dormitory, and they had never been used once, and they were almost rusted. Liu Sheng walked over and took out a pack of pale gold blood-taking needles from a small box next to the gas and blood value testing instrument. Tear it open, pinch it with your right hand and stick it towards the tip of your left index finger. Feeling a little bit of resistance, like pricking old cowhide with a needle. When the second stage of refining the immortal golden body is completed, it is estimated that this master-level blood-taking needle will not be able to pierce my flesh. But at that time, Akbi, the qi and blood value will also be reduced to a number, and it will no longer matter whether it is unpredictable or not. A drop of bright red blood came out of the fingertip. Under the irradiance of the light, a trace of golden color faintly appeared. Liu Sheng picked up the blood collection needle and threw it on the ground. Pata! It sounded like marbles falling. The bright red blood rolled on the floor for a certain distance, and stopped when it touched the edge of the cushion, like a red bean or a small red pearl. Liu Sheng's eyes flickered slightly, and the blood beads hung in the air, flying to his eyes on their own initiative. He stretched out his hand and gently pinched it, feeling as if he had pinched a very elastic pellet. Qi and blood are like mercury, fall into pearls. This is a sign that the blood value has exceeded 10,000 and has reached the master level. Liu Sheng sighed, and put this blood bead into the groove of the blood value test. Blue light falls to scan. Drop. This is probably the longest wait since Liu Sheng used the blood test equipment. He almost thought that the instrument was broken. Finally, the beep sound stopped, and a value jumped out from the display. 3,892.31. Nearly 4,000 blood points. Compared with the progress of cultivation during this period, Liu Sheng is not surprised by this result. As I imagined, because of practicing the immortal golden body, my blood quality has reached the Grandmaster level, but it's still a little short. To use an analogy, Liu Sheng is now like a martial arts master who is depleted of energy and blood. The quality has been achieved, but it has not yet come up. It's too easy to make up for this. The second stage of the immortal golden body is completed, and then tempered with the meaning of reverence. Each of the two steps can make the blood value skyrocket once. Liu Sheng reckoned that after 2 rounds, his blood value could reach 10,000 or even more. In terms of combat power, Liu Sheng casually punched the combat effectiveness tester next to him. No stellar energy was used, just pure physical strength. A little simple trick. Liu Sheng's fist was punched out and retracted quickly, so fast that the naked eye couldn't catch it, as if he hadn't punched at all. However, the combat effectiveness testing instrument shook violently and made a loud boom. A white air wave exploded from the fist groove. The value on the display screen jumped 10 million and soared upwards. Finally, 9840303.2. 984,000. Nearly tens of millions of fighting power. The power of the stars has made a breakthrough, almost reaching 25 times the power, plus a variety of miscellaneous factors. Liu Sheng did a rough calculation, and it was almost this value. The main reason is that the quality of his qi and blood is too high, and the general algorithm of qi and blood corresponding to combat power is no longer accurate. And he didn't use the stellar energy, star grip, master's will or anything. The upper limit of this Grand Master level combat effectiveness testing instrument is only 20 million. If I go all out, I'm afraid I'll blow up the entire instrument. This kind of thing happened once during the college entrance examination, and Liu Sheng didn't want it to happen again. The School Affairs Office of the 7th Saint Martial Arts University is already busy enough. If you don't cause trouble to the organization, you will never cause trouble to the organization. The minimum combat power standard for a Grand Master is 20 million. Liu Sheng was inexplicably emotional. With a 6th level body, he has a combat history comparable to that of an 8th level Grand Master. Who would believe it? I'm afraid it will scare a lot of people to death. The further you practice, the more obvious the horror background of the 11th level exercises. Liu Sheng has been quite satisfied with maintaining a standard of combat power that spans 1 or 2 major realms. If you can't smash the routine, how can you hold the sky with one hand? Liu Sheng thought calmly. After completing the simple strength test, Liu Sheng took a shower, then lay down on the bed in a large shape, and entered the dream space. Dream space. Liu Sheng's figure appeared on the dilapidated street. He naturally walked into a small shop similar to a supermarket next to the street. On the floor of the store entrance, I saw the familiar optical brain. Diddy. As soon as the optical brain is turned on, the latter immediately sends out a prompt sound. The remaining energy is less than 20%, replenish it in time. Liu Sheng didn't bother, since he came into now, he didn't know how many optical brains he had changed. Anyway, when the energy is used up, it will be thrown away, just change it. It's a bit similar to a joke he saw in his previous life. What? The phone can still be charged? The car can still be refueled? Aren't they all disposable things? I just throw them away after I use them up. It's too rough. Call me the map of base 1359. Liu Sheng issued instructions to the optical brain in front of him. Recalling. In a short time, a three-dimensional holographic map appeared in front of Liu Sheng. This is a new ability that Liu Sheng unlocked after his privilege elevation. He can directly query the map of base 1359, which is convenient for him to explore. The map also shows where Liu Sheng is now. Liu Sheng took a look and found that he was now 1/3 of the distance from the center of base 1359. Query: Location distribution of speed-type martial arts masters in base 1359, filter conditions. Liu Sheng thought for a while, and added, as long as there is a strong person above level 7. Sifting. Yellow dots of different shades emerged from the map. Liu Sheng casually clicked on the one closest to him. Lianjing, extremely fast sword technique, strength, 7th level master. 7th level master? Liu Sheng blinked, and looked up the personal information of this 7th level Grandmaster named Lian Jing. He felt that it was nothing special, so he directly crossed it out. After the 6th level authority, Lu Sheng can already choose the hunting target in a targeted manner. And his purpose of entering the dream space this time is also very clear. Complete the last cornerstone of wool on the roulette wheel of Shiquan Grandmaster. Only when this cornerstone is filled, can Lu Sheng truly use the 5 stars of Shiquan Grandmaster Dao. According to Lu Sheng's speculation and judgment, this last cornerstone should be wind among the 4 elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. It can also represent speed in martial arts. This is the concept explained in Natural Breathing Method, which Lu Sheng was inspired by. Filter each target. Finally, Lu Sheng's eyes lit up, and he found an object that made his heart flutter. During the day, I ran to the hospital all day, fell asleep when I got home, woke up in the middle of the night, and quickly made up after eating a bowl of noodles. Sorry to everyone, at least 5 more today. 205 The Merry Crescent, 1. Right here. Lu Sheng lightly landed on the top of a tall building. Holding a broken gun, he stood on the top of the building and looked down, and he could see the street with people wandering below. This is a crossroads location, about half the distance from the center of base 1359. The tall building he occupies has 3 tall buildings in front, left and right. There are shocking traces of terror all over the body of the building. The center of the street also showed huge pits one after another, and even the cables and steel bars rolled out underneath could be seen. This made Lu Sheng couldn't help but think of the scenes in science fiction monster disaster movies. It's hard to imagine how fierce battles broke out here. Lu Sheng locked his eyes on a figure standing quietly in the center of the street. This is a tall and straight man with a slender body and a slightly drooping head. In his hand, he held a broken sword that was broken from 1/3. From his chest to his lower abdomen, there were 3 extremely terrifying and huge wounds. These 3 wounds were very similar, almost hollowing out his internal organs, like the claws of some giant beast. New Moon God Mary Martial Arts Master Lin Yat. Lu Sheng read out the other party's identity softly, a strange light flashed in his eyes. This person is the cornerstone of Lu Sheng's final selection. An 8th level Grand Master powerhouse. The New Moon God's Fengliu swordsmanship is also a powerful martial art that points directly to the 10th level, and this Linya can be regarded as one of the most outstanding representatives of the New Moon God's Fengliu martial arts. Like Zhao Lengxian from Hanji Sparrow Prison, they are both top geniuses, but it is a pity that they fell in base 1359. Otherwise, there may be a chance to hit the 10th level. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Lu Sheng recalled all kinds of things about the New Moon God's merry martial arts in his mind, and glanced around, and found that there were still 2 Grand Master level lost households wandering around the target Lin Yat. Clear the mobs first, then kill the elites, and finally fight the boss. A plan popped up in Lu Sheng's mind, and he quickly rejected it. Every step is a fart. He jumped directly from the top of a tall building dozens of stories high. Hoo-hoo! The strong wind whistled in the ear, and the ground under his feet rapidly enlarged. Lu Sheng once experienced this feeling of falling from a high altitude, but it was different from the last time. Last time he tried his best to slow down the impact of the fall, but this time he wanted to strengthen it. Switch, Breath of Earth. Fudo Mingzun. The grey roulette rotates in my mind, and the invisible pointer selects. Kaka. There seemed to be the sound of an invisible machine starting. A black phantom of Mingzun appeared behind Lu Sheng, and the ground under his feet seemed to be cheering, eager to hug Lu Sheng. After entering the state of emptiness, Lu Sheng's ground-breathing method has already entered the 4th level of mastery. Mastering the breath of the earth at the 4th level, the greatest manifestation of power is to control gravity. Boom! Lu Sheng fell heavily on the ground in the center of the street like a meteorite falling from the sky. The originally dilapidated ground was directly smashed into a huge pothole. The extremely terrifying impact spread to the surroundings. A huge white air wave was formed, and the concrete stone rolled outwards layer by layer like a tide. The whole street was alarmed, and countless zombies looked in this direction. The slender figure standing somewhere in the center of the street suddenly raised his head, revealing a face with sunken cheeks and grey complexion. The empty pupils stared at the front quietly for a second, and then the whole person disappeared in an instant. Kika_. Liu Sheng pulled his legs out of the concrete with no expression on his face. He's at the very bottom of the crater. Under his feet, a black line of smoke as thick as a black python quickly rose up and merged into his body. This is the legacy of the Grand Master Zombie who was just sent away with a kick from the sky. Heroic spirits are immortal. Liu Sheng said silently in his heart. This is probably a Grand Master level zombie who died the worst in his hands. A large number of memory images belonging to the zombies at the Grand Master level poured into his mind, and Liu Sheng had no time to absorb and digest them. Then abruptly terminate the process. Mingzun. Liu Sheng suddenly stretched out his left hand somewhere in front of him. Throwing mountain. With his left hand as the base point, move forward. The ground of the nearly 100-meter-long street cracked and flipped at the same time in an instant. Large chunks of earth and rock were picked up by the invisible twisting force and disintegrated. Turning over like a dragon. Shot is a master skill. Boom. It's a pity that Liu Sheng's catch fell in the air. A figure slowly shattered. Liu Sheng's pupils shrank slightly, startled. It's an afterimage. The speed is so fast. Immediately there was great joy. As expected of an 8th level Grand Master, and a speed-type Tianchong Master. Send you away, this speed is mine. Liu Sheng stretched out his hand and tapped the center of his eyebrows lightly, and almost 3/4 of the human figure that had been transformed into gold obsidian trembled slightly in his mind. A huge spiritual force came out through the body. Level 7 mental power. The air around Liu Sheng instantly distorted, forming an invisible ripple that was almost visible to the naked eye, spreading out in all directions. As big waves wash the beach, fish, shrimp, and shells emerge one after another. A figure close at hand was washed out. Got you. Liu Sheng grinned, his teeth white. The remaining spear in his hand stabbed back. The grey roulette in his mind turned again, the invisible pointer trembled, and the cold sparrow fluttered its wings and flew high. Breath of ice. Large swaths of frost spread from Liu Sheng's feet, spreading from the tip of the gun. If you look down from the top, you can see that this grey area is being quickly covered by blue and white at a speed visible to the naked eye. The white water is surging, sweeping all over the world. 4 realms spear, I am invincible. The frightening gun force envelopes the cold air, as if an ice dragon sprang out from Liu Sheng's gun, roaring. The slender figure was hit directly. Then it turned into a phantom and disappeared again. Air strike. To no avail. Liu Sheng's eyes darkened. Now he finally knew why the speed fighters became more and more difficult to deal with. He has the assistance of mental power, and his shooting speed is fast enough. Still returning without success again and again, it is really annoying. Opponents are like Xia Tian's mosquitoes lingering in your ears, every time you slap them out, you think you've hit. It ended up being empty every time. However, thinking that he could become so annoying in the future, Liu Sheng's mood improved a lot. I let you hide. Liu Sheng took a deep breath, and his legs sank heavily. 0 looking for flowers. Mingzun doesn't move. Kika. With Liu Sheng as the center, all the surrounding streets were turned upside down, and the scene was extremely shocking. In this chaos, Liu Sheng accurately captured a figure that was so flexible that it didn't look like a zombie at all. It's too fast. So fast that even with mental power capture, Liu Sheng can barely keep up with the opponent's body changes. This is still after death. How fast would it be if it was at its peak state during life? Liu Sheng's heart was shaken. This kind of speed can be called invincible. No one can beat you, how can they play with you? Now he has become a zombie, and he will fight him head-on if he attracts hatred. As long as there is a little brain, even if Liu Sheng can beat it, he can't catch up. That's the speed, and he was killed head-on. It was hard for Liu Sheng to imagine what kind of means it was, but he felt more and more deeply his own shortcomings in speed. How do you run in this way? Liu Sheng narrowed his eyes and withdrew his mental power suddenly. The huge spiritual power was concentrated to such an extent that the invisible force squeezed the air, turning the void into a quagmire. This is a small trick in the use of mental power, which can be used to gain power. Coupled with the gravitational effect of the breath of the earth. The ever-changing figure in the perception of spiritual power finally become sluggish. Liu Sheng took a deep breath and stepped hard. Boom! The ground collapsed, and Liu Sheng's figure disappeared and reappeared. The broken sword drew a misty brilliance like a crescent moon in the air, accompanied by a strange rhythm. Liu Sheng was almost amazed by this wonderful sword skill. Don't look at it, anyway, it will be mine from now on. Liu Sheng quickly gave up the idea of fighting the opponent. The grey roulette in my mind turned for the third time. This time, endless golden rays of light bloomed from Liu Sheng's body. At this time, he was as proud, arrogant and domineering as a high-ranking monarch. Die! The stellar wool is poured into the remaining gun. This gun is no longer the Hanji Sparrow prison, but should be called the gun of the Great Sunday. The figure still wanted to avoid it. But at this moment, Liu Sheng's mental power had almost condensed to the extreme. It is like countless invisible spider webs, binding it tightly. 2. It sounded like gunshots on dead wood. The spear pierced the opponent's forehead and emerged from the back of the head. Liu Sheng was condescending, his eyes were indifferent but full of pity. Heroic spirits are immortal. The slender figure fell silently, its body weathered into sand, and large streams of black air emerged. Liu Sheng silently retracted his gun. This battle was the first battle where he showed his full strength after condensing the way of the perfect master. All means are exhausted. The idea of Shiquan Grand Master Tao is as good as he expected. Different master wills can be switched at will. It's as swift as the wind, as slow as the forest, as plundering as fire, as motionless as a mountain, as difficult to know as shadow, as moving as thunder. Probably Liu Sheng's current fighting style. The black smoke melted into Liu Sheng's body like a python. Liu Sheng slowly closed his eyes, with a hint of anticipation in the corners of his mouth. The crescent moon god is merry. Scholar. 206 The untouchable end of martial arts, the state of Valkyrie. 2. You will become the most outstanding disciple of my new moon god Mary. Lin Yat, I like you. The young master. He is still the romantic and genius disciple of the new moon god. God knows how many rich and famous ladies are rushing to marry you, Lin Yat. Lin Yat, my father found out about my pregnancy. He said he was going to kill you. He is a member of parliament and a 10th level powerhouse, so go away. 9th level, if you can become a 9th level before the age of 50, I will let you marry my daughter in a fair manner. Hi, my name is Lin Yat. The forest of trees, the Asian barrier. Beautiful lady, can I buy you a glass of wine? What a mess of memories. Liu Sheng opened his eyes, his face a bit ugly. It was completely different from what he had imagined, the memory images in the mind of this crescent god, romantic kendo genius named Lin Yat were almost all women. All kinds of women. Women in succession. Will you die without a woman? Probably, for Lin Yat. But fortunately, he is indeed a rare genius. Before the age of 40, he was already an 8th level Grand Master, almost comparable to Zhao Lengxian back then. Liu Sheng even felt that if he could put all the energy 663 on women on martial arts, his martial arts talent might surpass Zhao Lengxian. Liu Sheng shook his head, and cleared all the messy memories about women from Lin Yi's memory. Only the martial arts memories and battle scenes are left. What made Liu Sheng quite speechless was that this guy even went to Zhao Lengxian. Of course, the result was that Zhao Lengxuan's master shot him out, and he lay on the bed for half a month. Deserved it. Under the influence of Lin Yi's memory, Liu Sheng's swordsmanship and body skills improved rapidly. Control, field. In the end, all of them are fixed in the four realms. Great harvest. Although Liu Sheng's main weapon is not the sword, but the four-level movement has greatly improved him. Liu Sheng couldn't help but give it a try. Shua, shua, shua. His figure left illusory after-images on the street. But it still doesn't feel as fast and elegant as Lin Yi's. Where is the difference? Liu Sheng frowned, and quickly let go. Yes, the core of martial arts. Liu Sheng quickly rummaged through his memory, and soon found a black crescent moon surrounded by light blue breeze in a corner deep in his mind. Absorb. Boom. Grandmaster technique, New Moon God's Merry Kendo. In a daze, endless blue winds seemed to appear in front of Liu Sheng's eyes. These breezes reminded him of fields covered with lavender on a sunny day in spring. He ran on the plain like the wind, watching the flowers and plants drooping under his body. Suddenly, a black crescent moon rises slowly, and the cold and solemn light spreads all over the earth. Call. Liu Sheng came back to his senses, a faint cyan bloomed in his eyes. Breath of the wind. Liu Sheng's figure melted into the wind. But unlike before, this time he experienced an unprecedented feeling. I used to use the wind to control the wind, but now I am the wind. Liu Sheng returned to the original point and stood still. Behind him, Liu Sheng located in different positions on the street quietly shattered. The speed is at least 4 times faster than before. An extremely exaggerated figure. You must know that Liu Sheng's original speed is already very fast, but it is slightly inferior compared to his other aspects. But now, speed has become a very prominent aspect of him. He can also confidently declare to the outside world, Lao Tzu is a speed-type talent warrior. How did you die at such a fast speed? The speed brought Liu Sheng confidence, but also brought him doubts. His current speed is similar to that of Lin Ye before. And Lin Ye was an 8th level Grandmaster before his death, and his speed was astonishing to another outrageous height. But even so, he was still dead. What kind of existence was it that killed him? Liu Sheng turned Lin Yi's memory screen to the last page. Falling city, spreading black mist, blood, fire, death, and killing. Lin Yi ran between the streets, truly turning into the wind. When the black new moon rises, a large number of strange beasts will die. Damn it, base 1359. Quick! I need to go faster. I can't die, I have to survive, and let more people survive. Lin Ye was running, panting. Suddenly, over there, a strange wave of consciousness came down from the top of his head. Lin Ye looked up subconsciously. He saw a pair of strange dark purple eyes, and someone stretched out a hand to him. Black light pierces the field of vision, eternal night falls. Hoo! Liu Sheng woke up suddenly, with fine sweat oozing from his face. Apart from the paleness after Lin Yi's death, there was a deeper shock and horror on his face. What was that? What killed Lin Ye? A person. In the final picture, Liu Sheng saw a humanoid figure. But he can be sure that it is absolutely impossible to be human. The body size is at least twice that of the human race, and the external characteristics are also different from human beings, just humanoid. It's full of weird and evil aura. It's a strange beast. Liu Sheng couldn't believe it. Have the alien beasts in the next 10,000 years evolved to this level? Don't know. No matter what the future holds, I just need to take the present step by step. Liu Sheng took a deep breath, trying to suppress the shock and doubt in his heart. He didn't forget his real purpose of entering the dream space this time. Obtaining the new moon god's Mary is just an unexpected joy, mainly to complement the last cornerstone of the Shiquan Grand Master Tao. At this time, on the grey roulette in Lu Sheng's mind, there was already another will of the Master, the will of the Great Master. A black crescent surrounded by light blue breeze, coexisting with the other three, looks mysterious and docile. New Moon God Mary is stronger than Fudo Mingzun, tied with Hanji Sparrow Prison, second only to Star Will. Lu Sheng felt that his guess should be right. When the wind of the Crescent God, which represents the wind, flows into the resident roulette, there seems to be a strange connection between the four wills. Earth, wind, water, and fire are the four energy cornerstones of the universe. Entangle each other to form a circle. The grey roulette, which represents the way of the perfect master, has become more and more stable and powerful in this cycle. Try again. With anticipation, Lu Sheng slowly tried to use the power of Shiquan Grand Master. The grey roulette did not rotate, but four invisible pointers appeared at the same time. The will of the four masters bloomed with brilliance at the same time. Lu Sheng felt the trembling of consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, the pupils were already filled with pure grey. His entire demeanor changed in an instant. Lu Sheng just slightly changed his stance and body shape, and his whole person immediately became stalwart. His expression was unusually calm, and there was no trace of negative emotion in his grey eyes. He's absolutely calm, he's in complete control. He knows everything. He covers everything. He looked down at his palm prints, as if he could read the true meaning of the universe from them. He is the beginning of all things and the last chapter of all things. He is God. It's but the end that can never be touched. Call. Lu Sheng let out a long breath, and the grey in his eyes quickly faded away. Is this the effect of the way of the perfect master? Just now Lu Sheng felt as if he had become the god of martial arts. Omniscient and omnipotent, there is nothing in the world that he cannot do. Although that feeling is very strong and real. Is that possible? Of course not. It's completely a super invincible psychological hint. Lu Sheng was numb. I don't know how to describe my inner feelings. Psychological suggestion is an extremely terrifying force. It can bring a dying cancer patient back to life and heal overnight. It is also possible to let a strong death row prisoner who is physically and mentally healthy die coldly with the sound of dripping water. This is a powerful spiritual force that can make people do things that are completely impossible. So, what Master Shiquan will bring to me is the ultimate state of Shiquan martial arts in a false state. Lu Sheng is very clear that in that state, his combat effectiveness can definitely be increased many times. At least, his combat intelligence and power control have been raised to an extremely terrifying level. That's a very strong 3.8, it's the Super Scion state among the Scions. Lu Sheng's eyes lit up. Also, if my Dao of the perfect Grand Master continues to be deduced and strengthened, will one day really reach the state of omniscience and omnipotence. That feeling that this body is the end of martial arts. It's really wonderful and fascinating. Normalize Super Scion state. Lu Sheng's eyes were firm. How can I not be able to do what Sun Wukong can do? There will be such a day. Look back at the grey roulette again. Lu Sheng found that the light of the four master wills on the grey roulette dimmed a bit. It seems that it will consume a lot of willpower to maintain this state of Valkyrie. The four master wills are probably not enough for me to use for more than a minute. Lu Sheng thought about it and quickly found a solution. Then, we just need to collect as many guru wills as possible and provide more energy sources. Lu Sheng's figure shook, and his whole body turned into afterimages and disappeared at the end of the street. Now, he urgently needs to hunt more master-level zombies. Give me time in the state of infinite martial arts, even a 9th-level martial artist dares to try everything. 207 The Alien Beast Invasion Mission, Lu Sheng, Also have my own pride. 3. 7th Sheng University, Student Task Management Center. Liu Sheng sat on the chair, tapped the table with his right finger, glanced at the tablet, raised his head and asked, "Are there only these 3? The person who received him happened to be the same girl who handled the AA task for him last time. My name is Zhang Qi, a sophomore." The girl replied honestly, "There are not many tasks above level A. It is normal to hang in the task hall for 10 days and a half a month. This time it is not bad, there are 3 at once." Liu Sheng didn't speak, but nodded vaguely. The remaining 30 copies of the 6th grade different myeloid fluid he exchanged have been delivered, and Liu Sheng is going to return to Beihe City. It happened to be a while before the National Martial Arts Conference for college students, so he thought of taking a few tasks to earn some credits. Anyway, credits are not too much. If you can't use it up, you can exchange it for resources for Liu King He. There are 3 tasks before him now. 1 AAA, 2 AA. The task of level 3A is the invasion of alien beasts, and the level of alien beasts is quite high, reaching level 6. I don't know which gap in the front line leaked in. Fortunately, there was no major disturbance, so the army was not dispatched to suppress it. Instead, it was directly uploaded to the Kyoto Martial Arts Association, and the General Association conveniently assigned this task to the Kishin University. For the other 2 AA grades, one was kidnapped by criminals, and the other was looking for someone to be a bodyguard. For the last direct pass, Luxin didn't have so much time to go to work as a babysitter. After thinking about it, Liu Sheng decided. Then these 202, register for me. Liu Sheng handed his student ID to the girl in front of him, and chose the task he wanted to take. The student ID card he had pressed in the noodle shop had already been redeemed, and before he left, the boss warmly welcomed him to come back next time. Okay. The girl took Liu Sheng's student ID card, quickly registered Liu Sheng for the task, and then passed the task information to him. While Liu Sheng was looking down at the information, Zhang Qi secretly observed the rumored boy in front of him. The eyebrows are thick and neat, the bridge of the nose is high, and the skin is fair and delicate. When you look down, you can see the eyelashes and the clear and defined lip line. Even so, the whole person does not have a little creamy taste, but looks extremely masculine. It's an icy yet aggressive aesthetic. Reminiscent of the expensive cold weapons hanging on the wall, you can see its beauty and feel its murderous aura. Moreover, it is also full of thick legendary colors. The Demon King pushes the 7 saints horizontally. While Zhang Qi was thinking wildly, Liu Sheng finished reading the information and raised his head. Okay, I'll leave first if there's nothing else to do. Good. Zhang Qi hurriedly stood up, and quickly added, the kidnapping is more urgent, there are still quite a lot of people on the Wuxi Association to accept the task, and if you arrive late, you may not be able to catch up. Okay, thanks. Liu Sheng nodded, collected the documents and turned to leave. Looking at the back of Liu Sheng leaving, Zhang Qi inexplicably felt a sense of loss. It seems that time is passing too fast. Suddenly, she suddenly remembered something, and slapped herself hard on the forehead. Oh, I'm so stupid, I forgot to secretly take pictures of the 2 demon kings with my mobile phone. Who can take pictures at such a close distance? As usual, Liu Sheng went back to the dormitory to pack up his things, mainly some changes of clothes and 36 levels of different marrow fluid. Then I booked the high-speed rail ticket online with my mobile phone, and greeted Lin Ziyi by the way. But after looking at his phone, he realized that Lin Ziyi had also gone on a mission and left him a message. Haha boss, I'm going to kill someone. Thinking of the scene where Lin Ziyi went on a rampage with a big gun, Liu Sheng couldn't bear to look straight. In fact, except for some special circumstances, it is generally better to fight with bare hands when hunting fugitives in urban areas. I wanted to say hello to my family at first, but I forgot it after thinking about it. The main reason is that I don't know how long the 2 tasks will take, and I don't know the specific day to go home, which saves my parents from looking forward to busy work. At noon that day, Lu Sheng had already boarded the high-speed train to his first destination. Because he carried a large amount of different marrow fluid with him, he was afraid that it would be damaged by bumps on the road, so Lu Sheng specially bought a business seat. Leaning on the wide and comfortable back of the business seat, Lu Sheng was still aware of one thing. With his current size, ordinary seats might feel cramped. Lu Sheng grew a little taller again, approaching 1.9 meters. Although the body has always been well proportioned, the perfect muscles that have been trained in martial arts all the year round still look very strong after they are relaxed. He just put on a black t-shirt casually. When I bought it, I specially picked a size up, but now I wear it on my body, but it looks a little tight, and it outlines some beautiful muscle lines. Through the vague traces reflected on the glass window, Lu Sheng felt. It turned out that before he knew it, he was about to transition from a teenager to a young man. A girl wearing a short skirt and a white t-shirt suddenly staggered when she walked to Lu Sheng's side, and her body fell to one side involuntarily. Lu Sheng casually supported her. Sorry. After standing still, the girl kept apologizing to Lu Sheng, I stepped on you. His cheeks were flushed, and he didn't dare to look into Lu Sheng's eyes. Lu Sheng glanced at his clean and tidy uppers, smiled and said nothing. It doesn't matter. The girl walked away quickly and sat down in a seat a few rows in front of Lu Sheng, and whispers came to Lu Feng's ears. Really handsome, with a good temperament and a good figure. Get ready to ask for contact information after getting off the car. I don't dare. Lu Sheng looked calm, casually looking at the passengers within sight. Sitting on his left was an elite-looking middle-aged man in a suit and tie. His eyes seemed to be fixed on his mobile phone, but he was actually peeking in the direction of 2 girls. A row further ahead sat a mother and daughter, cuddling together and watching cartoons on a tablet. The 5 or 6-year-old girl laughed like silver bells from time to time. Lu Sheng looked at it for a while, and suddenly remembered the little girl who liked to play ball games with him in Xianlin village back then. I don't know how Tang Mulin's family is doing now. After figuring out the reason for killing Ji Dao Grandmaster, Lu Sheng's original idea of calling to inquire has also been stranded. Thinking of this, Lu Sheng couldn't help but took out a document from his backpack and checked it in his hand. Lots of text and photos. Lu Sheng just scanned it hastily last time, without looking carefully. Looking closely at what Lian Ye and his son have done now, the eyes that are as calm as water sometimes flicker coldly. This is the clues found, the evidence is conclusive, and those who are buried in the dark. Lu Sheng repacked the documents in his hands, and turned his head to look at the scenery passing by outside the window. He has no interest in becoming Tan's Honggaihu's disciple. Inheritance, he does not lack at all. Resources, he can also earn slowly by himself. Does the real strong need this thing? And judging from Tan's Honggaihu's forbearing character, he does not have the qualifications to be a qualified backer. Then why am I going to complete his test? Lu Sheng asked himself. He suddenly understood a little bit. I understand why the self in the data chose to kill Lian Jiabei at the National Martial Arts Conference for college students. One is because he is upright and his teacher is well known, at least the Jiadao Martial Arts Academy will not dare to mess with him in the open. 2 words. Probably also wanted to tell Tan's Honggaihu. I, Lu Sheng, also have my own pride. Lu Sheng stretched his muscles and bones a little, like a dragon entrenched in 017 turned over in the mountain stream. Even if you are a 9th-level martial saint. Lu Sheng said something softly, leaned against the car window, and fell into a deep sleep. How? In a certain suburb of Nanping City, outside an abandoned unfinished building. A police car stopped, and Xiao Yaran in police uniform quickly walked out of the car with a cold face. The colleagues of the police force saw Xiao Yaran, and immediately replied, President Jian and several masters from the Kyoto Provincial Wushu Association have already entered, and we don't know the situation yet." Xiao Yaran looked in the direction of the unfinished building. Seeing the bloodstains scattered in front of the building, her eyes became stern. "Let the guys not relax, and be ready to meet President Jian and the others when they come out. If any accident happens, report it to the Central Military Headquarters immediately." "Yes." The police officer responded, quickly passed Xiao Yaran's order, and then said with a relaxed expression, "Deputy Bureau, I think there should be no problem. The few masters from the Kyoto Provincial General Assembly are all at the top of the 6th level, and there are even top 300 masters on the hunter list. With the addition of guild leader Qian, the monsters can solve it, too." "What nonsense!" Xiao Yaran scolded angrily, but her eyes relaxed a bit. She is also a 4th-level martial arts master, otherwise she would not be able to take the position of deputy chief of the police station at a young age. It is precisely because of this that she knows the strength of 6th level, or even 6th level peak fighters. Especially the existence of the top 300 hunters. At least you have to kill more than 10 level 6 beasts to get into the top 300. Thinking that there is only a mere 6th level in the unfinished building, and the aggressiveness does not seem to be very strong. Xiao Yaran's heart also calmed down a little. If nothing else, before the sun goes down, this alien beast invasion incident can be resolved smoothly. Thinking about it, Xiao Yaran subconsciously glanced in the direction of the setting sun. 208. Give me 5 minutes, why don't you drink a glass of water and rest first? 4. Under the pale yellow sunset, a taxi staggered into Xiao Yaran's sight. Xiao Yaran frowned and quickly gave an order. "Tell them to turn around and go back." "Yes." "How come there are police cars in this wilderness?" The taxi stopped, and the driver looked around, muttering. While Lu Sheng was taking out the money, a tall and thin policeman had already walked over. "What are you doing? Go back quickly, the front is blocked and you are not allowed to enter." The driver poked his head out of the window, looked at a large group of police officers with live ammunition in front, and asked curiously, "Officer, what's going on? Are you arresting wanted criminals? It's not something you should inquire about." The policeman waved his hand impatiently, then pointed at Lu Sheng who had just gotten out of the car, and shouted, "Who told you to get down? Get back into the car quickly." Lu Sheng paid the driver for the car, then took out the mission certificate, handed it to the police officer, and said calmly, "I'm here for the mission. Task." The policeman took the mission certificate and read it carefully, and looked up and down Lu Sheng suspiciously. "Just you? The sniper is staring at me, can you detect the specific situation inside? Report to me." Xiao Yaran was holding the walkie-talkie to coordinate the situation at the scene. Although modern hot weapons are not very lethal to alien beasts, they still have a certain effect on alien beasts below level 7. This is also the significance of the gathering of all the elites of the Nanping City Public Security Department here. At this time, the subordinate who had just arranged to stop the car suddenly came back with a person. "Deputy Bureau." Xiao Yaran glanced at the taxi that had turned back in the distance, and couldn't help but frown. "I asked you to stop the taxi, why did you leave him behind?" The subordinate pointed to Lu Sheng behind him and said, "Students from Sheng University in Kyoto, who received the task." Xiao Yaran was taken aback for a moment, her eyes lingering on Lu Sheng for a while. This is a tall and straight young man. He looked extremely young, fair-skinned, and handsome. Wearing a simple black t-shirt with jeans, and carrying a large bag, he looks like he just got off the high-speed rail. Looking at the unfinished building with squinted eyes, for some reason, Xiao Yaran thinks of the beast before hunting. There is a bit of casualness in that kind of laziness, but it feels like it will suddenly explode at any time. Students of Kyoto Shengwu University. Xiao Yaran's eyes flickered, and she said, "Show me the mission certificate and identity certificate." The subordinate quickly handed over the certificate in his hand. Xiao Yaran glanced twice, with a surprised expression on her face. A freshman in the 7th Sacred Martial University? Are the requirements of the Sacred Martial University so high for students now? Do you dare to release them to take on this kind of task as a freshman? Sheng withdrew his gaze and smiled at Xiao Yaran, in some cases. As he spoke, he naturally stuffed the 2 certificates back into his pocket. Xiao Yaran stared at Sheng's movement, and suddenly came back to her senses, looking down at her empty hands. His expression suddenly became horrified. There was at least 2 or 3 meters of distance between her and Sheng, and the other party stood still and didn't move, so she didn't realize how the things in her hand were taken back by the other party. Hell! Xiao Yaran immediately had the habitual urge to adjust the monitoring and check. Fortunately, she is also a high-level police officer in a city after all, so she still has the basic psychological quality. Forcibly calming down the shock in his heart, his attitude towards Sheng improved by more than a notch, and he even showed some respect faintly. Someone has already entered, 4 of the 6th level, all of which are at the peak of the 6th level, and there is also a master in the top 100 of the hunter list. If there are no accidents, it is estimated that it will be resolved soon. Come late? Sheng was stunned for a moment. But there is nothing to regret, nodding, while quickly extending the mental power in the direction of the unfinished building. While asking casually, "What is the hunter list?" Xiao Yaran felt that the figure of the young man in front of her suddenly became taller and taller. It was as if the other party stood at a high position all of a sudden, and she had to raise her head to look up and speak. But obviously Sheng was standing in front of her perfectly, without any change in his figure. This sensory and visual dislocation experience made Xiao Yaran feel unspeakably uncomfortable. Combined with the weirdness of being taken back of his identity certificate before, Xiao Yaran became more and more honest. A list within the Martial Arts Association is specially made for those hunters who receive rewards. The higher the task level and completion degree, the higher the ranking. Oh! Sheng nodded. The police officer next to him was puzzled. Xiao Yaran's temper is notoriously swift and resolute, she explodes at the slightest hint, and even her attitude towards the chief's leader is cold. Today I don't know what kind of sex it is, but I am polite to a college student, even a bit like the attitude of a subordinate to a superior. At this time, Sheng's eyes suddenly flickered as he looked towards the direction of Tanwulo. I don't know whether to say it to the 2 of them or to myself. Fortunately, the trip was not in vain. Before the 2 of them could understand what Sheng meant by these words, a huge roar suddenly sounded from the unfinished building behind them. Boom! Boom! It was like a sledgehammer hitting a concrete floor, causing a huge echo in the empty space. Xiao Yaran turned her head suddenly, picked up the walkie-talkie in her hand and quickly gave instructions. Get ready! All units get ready! The roar erupted abruptly and ended quickly. In just a dozen seconds, I saw 3 figures jumping down from the 5th floor of the unfinished building. The speed is extremely fast, but it can't hide the embarrassment when escaping. Almost in no particular order, the 3 figures ran out of the unfinished building like fleas, as if something was chasing them behind them. Something was indeed chasing them. A red fleshy vine as thick as an adult man's forearm, like an octopus tentacles, was ejected violently, dancing wildly in mid-air. A figure who was running the slowest, couldn't dodge in time, was caught in the right foot by a meat vine halfway through the jump, and was dragged back abruptly. Ah! The ear-piercing screams full of panic and despair quickly changed from loud to small, and disappeared in the unfinished building within a few seconds. All the police officers deployed outside the unfinished building were terrified, all froze in place. It was a feeling of paralysis dominated by a huge unknown fear. Next second. Fire! Xiao Yaran almost yelled at the walkie-talkie. Da-da-da! Intensive gunshots sounded in the open field, and the sound of bullets piercing the air. From time to time, some cement dust burst out from the unfinished buildings in the distance, much like the shootout scenes in TV movies. The only difference? There was no fight back in the building, only a few strange and impotent roars from time to time. Sheng stood there quietly watching. A spiritual explorer, he knows the situation in the unfinished building better than anyone else. It's not that Sheng doesn't want to make a move. But sometimes it's just a matter of turning a thought, and things have already happened. Reshooting becomes unnecessary and pointless. The gunshots continued until the remaining two figures ran back safely from the unfinished building. Both of them are middle-aged men. One is slightly older, with fair skin, and it can be seen that he is usually pampered. The other one has a bronze complexion, Kuo has obvious scars on her arms and neck, and has a vigorous temperament. Of course, at this time, both of them looked quite embarrassed, with lingering fear still remaining on their faces. Quasi 7th grade. As soon as he ran to the front, the fair-skinned man immediately said to Xiao Yaran, "Apply for military support, or apply for a master transfer order from the Wushu Association." Quasi 7th grade. Xiao Yaran's face changed suddenly. Quasi level 7 beasts, no wonder 4 peak warriors of level 6 entered, but only 2 came out. This is no longer a problem that the armed forces of a small city can solve. Good. Xiao Yaran nodded decisively, and was about to take out her mobile phone to make a call. But a hand stretched out from the side and gently pressed the hand she was trying to dial. Being not. Xiao Yaran turned her head and met Sheng's calm eyes like water. "Let me try it first." Sheng slowly put down the luggage on his body and hands, and said casually, "Just remember to apply for a task level adjustment for me when you're done." "Who are you?" The fair-skinned middle-aged man frowned at Sheng. The other one with a strong temperament squinted his eyes and looked up and down Sheng, and a few shots of Jing-san burst out from him from time to time. "Oh, this is..." Xiao Yaran was about to introduce, but Sheng had already spoken. "Give me 5 minutes, or..." Sheng looked down at the phone, then looked at several people in an extremely polite tone asking for advice, and said, "Would you like to have a glass of water and rest first?" Xiao Yaran and the 2 middle-aged men were all stunned. A few seconds later, the fair-skinned middle-aged man finally couldn't help it, and his attitude became harsh. "Your Excellency, Li Wangzhao, is, what the hell?" Halfway through the speech, the man's expression suddenly became horrified. He watched helplessly that the Sheng in front of him was fading away bit by bit, as if seeing a ghost in broad daylight. The lean middle-aged man next to him suddenly turned his head. It happened to capture the little back of Sheng strolling into the unfinished building. The stalwart man looked horrified, and slowly spit out a few words in extremely difficult manner. "What speed is this?" As soon as Sheng walked into the unfinished building, he smelled a strong stench. It's like the smell of slaughtered cattle and sheep that have been exposed to the sun for 3 to 5 days. Sheng had smelled this smell once before when he was selecting Kaiming generals in the eastern military region, but it was far from as strong as it is now. A building that is ventilated on all sides is full of this smell. Sheng doubted that all the beasts that were provided to them for selection had been bathed beforehand. With spiritual guidance, Sheng went straight to the 5th floor without any delay. In the rough concrete corridor, without the barriers of guardrails, Sheng went from the 1st floor to the 5th floor within 2 breathless hours. A very visually impactful picture was presented in front of his eyes. And the smell that was so smelly that it was almost disgusting was also strong to the peak. Sheng could even imagine in his mind that the air in front of him was filled with poop yellow gas mist, trembling. 209 Well, you can start trembling now. 1. It stinks. Ordinary people would even faint under such a stench, and warriors with weak strength would have their combat effectiveness greatly reduced. Thinking of the different animal meat he usually ate and the different marrow fluid he drank came from such things, Sheng couldn't help feeling sick again and again. "Damn you! Ugly and dirty are both original sins. Liu Sheng's cold eyes fell on the strange beast in front of him. This is a monster that looks like a black cicada chrysalis. But there are 6 more long and strong limbs, and the claws are like sickles, and the concrete floor is full of plowed marks. The head and body are thick, the mouth parts occupy a full 4/5 of the entire head, and the eyes the size of mung beans are arranged all the way to the back of the head. The mouth is full of fine and sharp teeth, and a flesh-colored long tongue rolls in it. The red meat vine that just ejected out of the unfinished building is its tongue and its main means of attack. Naked-eyed demon polyps. Liu Sheng had learned about this kind of beast in the strange beast class of Sheng University. The strength is generally between level 5 and level 6. This is just terrible, and there is a faint tendency to reach the 7th level. At this time, the naked-eyed demon polyp is eating. Its mouth parts wriggled and chewed continuously, and its tongue wrapped around a half-remained human corpse. Liu Sheng recognized the identity of the corpse. It was the 6th level warrior who tried to escape from the unfinished building before but was forcibly dragged back. At this time, this person's distorted face full of fear was facing Liu Sheng, his dead grey eyes were wide open, as if he was saying to Liu Sheng. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. You are late. Feel sorry. Liu Sheng said silently in his heart. Although he is not a person with a strong sense of justice and who is easily bound by morality. But if I can be faster, I really have a chance to save the 460 life of the person in front of me. Sometimes it's just a turn of the mind and a few more seconds of thinking. Some things have become irreparable. I'll try to make it a less pleasant death, I promise. Liu Sheng said seriously to the half-corpse. Cluck. The naked-eyed demon polyp who was disturbed from eating seemed a little irritable, and the red tongue covered with small barbs suddenly let go of the entangled corpse, and disappeared into the air. Liu Sheng tilted his head. The red meat tongue rubbed against the side of his ear and shot out. Penetrating through the ceiling of the top floor, a fist-sized hole appeared in the thick cement layer. The steel bars inside were all broken, and the cement blocks fell down with a clatter. With a calm expression on his face, Liu Sheng walked towards the naked-eyed demon polyp step by step. The latter's tongue danced wildly among the empty floors like a whip, whipping out large cracks and collapses in the surrounding concrete columns and the ground. But every time the meat tongue hit Liu Sheng, it would pass through his body strangely. Liu Sheng's figure is like a three-dimensional projection with poor signal, sometimes blurring and disappearing, and sometimes reappearing. The only constant. It's his straight line. A trace of glacial and volcanic breath rose from Lu's body. It seems that the thick ice layer is cracked, and the magma surging underneath is erupting with scalding hot air. The scarlet fiery pillars shot up to the sky one by one, bringing up large expanses of scorching water vapor. Liu Sheng moved his neck and wrist slowly, and his body made a sound of cockajoints started. Okay, you can start shaking now. He finished speaking calmly. In the next second, the figure completely disappeared. A freshman student from the 7th St. Martial University? Sent to carry out the mission. Qian Lian wondered if he heard it wrong. Xiao Yaran hesitated, I have seen his mission certificate and student ID. Where is it? Show me. Qian Lian said bluntly. Just took a look at it, and he took it back. Xiao Yaran also began to wonder if she was wrong. Mr. Sunday. Qian Lian looked at the sturdy middle-aged man beside him. The latter has been staring in that direction since Liu Sheng entered the unfinished building, without even blinking. You ask me and I don't know. The lean middle-aged man said indifferently, but even if you are a student of Sheng University, let alone a freshman, it is impossible for a senior to have such a speed. Thinking of the speed that Liu Sheng showed just now, Jing Huangzhong still has a lingering shock in his heart. Too fast. It was so fast that he, as a peak warrior of level 6, didn't even catch a trace of his warrior perception trained in hundreds of battles. When he reappeared, Liu Sheng was already hundreds of meters away. If you want to kill him at this speed. I guess I didn't know when the other party shot until I died. Let's have a look first. No matter what his strength is, with his speed, at least nothing will happen. The lean middle-aged man thought for a while and said. Qian Lian was still rambling on. I think it's still necessary to report to the military association and the military headquarters first, in case that kid pissed off the strange beast and the strange beast ran out. It's no joke that a quasi-level 7 beast broke into the urban area. Besides, fast speed does not mean strong strength. Just as he was talking, there was a sudden burst of violent roar in the unfinished building in the distance. Boom! Boom! Qian Lian shut up immediately, and the three of them looked in the direction of the unfinished building in unison, with stern expressions. The roar in the unfinished building rang for a long time. At first it was short and the voice was small. Then it started to grow bigger. Once and for all, it was as if a sledgehammer was slammed on the concrete floor, accompanied by some kind of impotent roar, roar. The expressions on the faces of the lean middle-aged and Qian Lian and Xiao Yaran became more and more serious, and their hands were clenched unconsciously. Those police officers who were waiting sternly were all sweating profusely, and from time to time wiped their gun-holding hands on their clothes, swallowing wildly. After a while, the roar stopped abruptly. Unfinished house was eerily quiet. Not good. Qian Lian seemed to think of something, his face changed slightly. But I heard the lean middle-aged man say something. Out. Qian Lian looked up. Sure enough, the edge of the 5th floor of the unfinished building. In the shadows that the setting sun could not reach, a slender and tall figure slowly walked out. It was Liu Sheng who had just entered. Xiao Yaran subconsciously picked up the walkie-talkie and wanted to give the order to fire. Get ready to cover, But before she finished speaking, she saw a scene that she would never forget. It was also a scene that everyone present will never forget. Liu Sheng jumped straight from the platform outside the 5th floor. When his body fell, everyone was able to see clearly. In Liu Sheng's right hand, he was still holding a strange red tongue that looked like a thick rope. A large lump of limp black rotten flesh was attached to the end of the tongue. When Liu Sheng's body fell, its rotten flesh was also pulled down. The rotten meat stretched out slightly in mid-air. The pupils of Qian Lian and the lean middle-aged constricted severely. They recognized the appearance of this lump of rotten meat. In other words, when the long fleshy tongue was revealed, they already had the answer in their hearts, but they didn't dare to confirm it all at once. A quasi-level 7 alien beast with naked eyes. 4 of their 6th level peaks went into round-up, and one of them died as soon as they met. He didn't make a move, turned around and ran, and folded another one when he came out. Such a horrible existence, now. It turned out to be like a lump of rotten meat and garbage, and was dragged out by Liu Sheng casually. Like a statue. Obviously lost all vital signs. At this time, I think of the bursts of bombardment that came from the unfinished building before. The two of them were breathing stagnantly, their hearts stopped beating suddenly, and they felt a suffocating shock. Xiao Yaran was also stunned, and there was a rustling noise from the walkie-talkie that had been pressed by her mouth, but her eyes were fixed on Liu Sheng, who landed lightly on the ground in the distance. One person and one beast fell to the ground, and there was a muffled sound. Liu Sheng let go, and casually tore off a corner of his t-shirt to wipe his hands, and then walked towards them calmly. At this time, the last ray of the setting sun just fell, spreading on Liu Sheng's shoulders. It coated his whole body with a thin layer of golden brilliance, and his shadow stretched very long behind him. Everyone was a little dazed. Like a ghost, Xiao Yaran took out the mobile phone in her pocket and clicked on it. 1635. Xiao Yaran didn't know when Liu Sheng came in. But the words Liu Sheng said kept echoing in her mind. Has been 5 minutes. Xiao Yaran murmured, her eyes were bewildered. Probably not. After the corpse of the naked-eyed demon has been processed, the proceeds from the sale will be credited to your account as soon as possible. Qian Lian stood in front of Liu Sheng and reported as if he was a different person. Qian Lian, the head of the Nanping City Martial Arts Association, acted like a high-ranking person, but now he was respectful to 10 young people who looked less than 20 years old. Even addressing each other is, you. This scene is really outrageous and weird. But everyone present took it for granted. Because just now, it was the young man in front of him who looked and dressed like an ordinary college student who came to travel, and single-handedly fell to death a quasi-upgrading alien beast with his bare hands. Quasi 7th grade. And it took less than 5 minutes in total. As a result, all the police officers participating in the operation looked at Liu Sheng as if they were looking at a god. A monster that is more terrifying than a quasi-level 7 beast, an evildoer. Including Xiao Yaran. No, the proceeds will go to the families of those who died. After listening to Qian Lian's report, Liu Sheng took the initiative to speak. Not his fault. But it's also hard not to feel guilty and compassionate. Okay. Qian Lian was taken aback when he heard Liu Sheng's request, and in the next second a burst of admiration came from the bottom of his heart. 210 all pressed to death, embrace, 2. Although, it is very troublesome to deal with the corpse of the alien beast. Dong Qingxu once told Liu Sheng that truckloads of alien corpses were brought back from the front line every day, and sometimes they didn't even have time to deal with them, so they had to be thrown in the curry to stink. But the quasi-level 7 beasts were different. Make good use of it, and the rate of return is calculated in thousands of times. Enough for a family without a breadwinner, to survive the rest of their lives. Hello, for the people. The lean middle-aged man waited for Qian Lian to finish his report, and took the initiative to walk up to Liu Sheng and stretch out his right hand. Liu Sheng nodded and shook hands with him, which means he knew each other. Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng. Sun Weiman chanted the name, feeling a little familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere, but couldn't remember it for a while. After all, he is over 40 years old, and he is not in the same world as this high-achieving Shengwu University student who is rising like the morning sun. Seeing that Sun Weiman was still pondering, Liu Sheng didn't say anything to him, but walked up to Xiao Yaran who was arranging for people to clean up the scene, and took back his luggage. By the way, I asked, can you call a taxi for me? I have to catch the next high-speed train. Xiao Yaran was startled, and quickly said, shall I have someone drive you? Oh no, I will drive you there myself. 5 minutes later, Liu Sheng was already in a police car, on his way to the high-speed rail station. Xiao Yaran drove the car herself. She peeked at the mysterious young man in the back seat through the rear-view mirror. Liu Sheng, who was leaning against the car window, quietly watched the passing scenery outside the window through the car window. Compared with the domineering figure who jumped down from the 5-story building dragging the quasi-level 7 beast before. It's like 2 different people. As if feeling his fiery gaze, Liu Sheng in the rear-view mirror turned his head and smiled at Xiao Yaran. Xiao Yaran's pretty face blushed immediately, and she quickly withdrew her eyes and focused on looking forward. In order to hide her embarrassment, she said without saying anything, actually, Mr. Liu, you can stay in Nanping for a while, we will have a celebration banquet tonight. No need. Just buy the ticket when you come, and you won't be able to catch up later. All right. Xiao Yaran was slightly disappointed, but she didn't expect much at first. Suddenly Xiao Yaran came back to the memory. What did Liu Sheng just say? Just buy the ticket when you come. Xiao Yaran was a little dazed, with a seemingly calm expression, but the gas pedal under her feet almost stepped on the floor unconsciously. The number on the brick speedometer was beating like her heart. What does this mean? This shows that when the other party came, he was already very confident that he could get rid of this strange beast before the next high-speed train came. How confident you have to be in your own strength to be able to perform like this. combined with the 5 minutes Liu Sheng said earlier. For a moment, Xiao Yaran felt a great sense of horror, and her heart was turbulent. Liu Sheng noticed the inexplicable emotional fluctuations in Xiao Yaran who was driving, but he didn't bother to ask. He was thinking about the strange beast just now. Although the matter has been resolved, the cause of the incident is worth pondering. How could a quasi-level 7 beast, so good, slip through the gap in the front line and come to a hinterland city like Nanping? It's not that there have been incidents similar to the leakage of alien beasts in the past. But the alien beasts that leaked in were not very strong, and at most they could only run a few hundred kilometers into the border, before they were killed by the military and the Martial Arts Association. The main reason why the military did not take action this time is the position of the alien beast is too deep, and it appears abruptly. It appeared in Nanping City almost without any warning, which is really weird. Liu Sheng took out his mobile phone and searched the internet for a few keywords, but a lot of information popped up. Spies from the Lion Kingdom smuggled alien beasts across the border. The battle between the dragon and the lion is on the horizon again. Analyzing the beginning and end of several alien beast invasion incidents, is it a conspiracy theory or the truth? Liu Sheng scanned around, and he probably had a point in his mind. Thinking of the dilapidated and dead scene of the complete fall of human martial arts civilization after 10,000 years suddenly, I felt an inexplicable anger and irritability at this kind of intrigue within the human race. I work hard every day for the future of the human race, and your group of pig teammates are still engaged in internal divisions in the rear every day. Nima wants to die, right? Such emotions. But the emotions come and go quickly. The main reason is that the strength is not enough. If one day his strength is enough, Liu Sheng naturally has only one idea. Squeeze them all to death. Call _____. Liu Sheng exhaled a turbid breath, gradually calming down the impetuous emotions in his heart, and returning to calmness. Ding dong! At this time, the mobile phone in hand issued a notification tone for the delivery of the short message. Liu Sheng picked it up and looked at it, his expression was startled, and he quickly relaxed. The AA-level mission kidnapped by the culprit has been completed, there is no need to go any further. One task is missing. It's also very good, saving myself a trip in vain. What's the matter, Mr. Liu? Xiao Yaran, who was driving, kept observing Liu Sheng's face changes, and asked cautiously. Liu Sheng shook his head and said with a smile, no. Xiao Yaran didn't ask too much. Liu Sheng used his mobile phone to open the online ticketing system and began to inquire about the nearest ticket to Beihe City. 20 minutes later, Liu Sheng got off at the gate of the high-speed rail station. The ostentation of the police car delivery is quite eye-catching. Liu Sheng thanked Xiao Yaran, and walked towards the high-speed rail station with his luggage. Xiao Yaran stared at Liu Sheng's back until he disappeared. Only then did he suddenly come to his senses, took out his mobile phone and quickly searched the internet, the keyword Liu Sheng, a freshman in the 7th Shengwu University. After half a minute, hiss! Standing beside the police car, the heroic policewoman suddenly stared at her mobile phone, gasping for breath with a shocked expression on her face. It really attracted the attention of many people. Beihe City, Beihe No. 1 Middle School. The students in the 2nd and 3rd classes of high school are taking a martial arts combat class. Students wearing martial arts uniforms sat around the edge of the actual battlefield, watching the two people in the center of the field making friends. To say it was a fight, it would be better to say that one of them was beaten unilaterally. In just a few rounds, the tall and strong boys were hit one after another, lying on the ground and unable to get up. Admit defeat, admit defeat. The tall boy lay on the ground and raised the white flag, and said with a wry smile, "Squad leader, you are too fierce, there is no one in the whole No. 1 middle school who is your opponent." Wow! The students around applauded enthusiastically. Even the teacher of the actual combat class clapped his hands, walked up with a smile, and praised, "Student Liu Qinghe's actual combat level is indeed very high, and at the same level of strength, the teacher is probably no match for her. 0. Ask for flowers. If you have any problems in actual combat, you should ask Liu Qinghe for advice." "Sure. Squad leader is awesome." However, Liu Qinghe walked back to his seat without saying a word in an extremely modest manner. As soon as he sat down, two figures squeezed over. "Qinghe, the actual combat teacher praised that your actual combat level is higher than his. If you go on like this, you will be the #1 martial artist in the Ming dynasty. Why aren't you happy at all?" Liu Qinghe rolled his eyes, and said speechlessly, "If you have an elder brother who has climbed the dragon all over the country, you won't be happy with this little achievement." "Well..." The two girls froze for a moment, and then started arguing again. "Yes, Qinghe, when will your brother be free? Can you invite him to come out and meet with us? Just one meeting." "That's right, I remember your brother said before that he wanted to treat us to dinner. We can treat him as well." "Yes, the key is to invite others here." "Ah, Liu Qinghe, are you listening?" Liu Qinghe looked helpless. To be honest, having a brother who is the #1 scholar in dragon martial arts in the whole country is really stressful. No matter from all sides. Especially this brother always likes to hit you and pour cold water on you. Liu Qinghe is still brooding over the trash that Liu Sheng said to her. Just as she was thinking, Liu Qinghe suddenly felt that everyone around her became quiet. They all looked at themselves with strange eyes, and looked behind themselves. Including their actual combat class teachers. Liu Qinghe turned around in confusion. She saw a pair of straight long legs. Looking up, a pair of deep eyes are looking at him quietly. Liu Qinghe was momentarily stunned. "Elder brother!" she yelled. In the next second, he jumped several meters high like a frog, and hugged the figure who was like a divine soldier from heaven. "Brother! Brother, why are you back?" Liu Qinghe jumped up and down happily. Even Liu Sheng was caught off guard. He expected that Liu Qinghe would be very happy seeing him, but he didn't expect to be so happy like this. A hug between their siblings. Seems like it was a long time ago. "Sorry teacher, I'm Liu Qinghe's big brother, can I ask her for leave?" Liu Sheng put his arms around Liu Qinghe, and said to Liu Qinghe's practical teacher in a little embarrassment. The latter's eyes stayed on his face all the time, and his expression was full of almost irrepressible surprise and excitement. "Yes, of course. Thank you, teacher." Liu Sheng thanked him, then forcibly pulled off Liu Qinghe who was wrapped around him like a koala, and said with a cold face, "Hurry up and change your clothes, I'll wait for you at the door." "Okay. You wait for me for a while, a minute." After both Liu Sheng and Liu Sheng walked out of the Budokan, there was a sudden burst of fierce discussion in this field. "Damn it! Liu Sheng! That was Liu Sheng just now. Idol! Liu Qinghe's brother, the champion of martial arts in the whole country. The top student of the 7th Saint Martial Arts University. Ah, crazy, I met my idol, I want to tell the whole world. Sign, go find her brother Liu Qinghe to sign. At 211 my brother, I will be a general in the future. Afraid of embarrassing him. 3. Liu Qinghe probably knows better than anyone else what kind of sensation Liu Sheng will cause if he is exposed to Bai Hei. So she didn't even change her clothes, and pulled Liu Sheng straight out of the Budokan. "Go this way, brother." Liu Qinghe led Liu Sheng to sneak away from a group of students who seemed to be coming to take martial arts classes, and walked around the edge of the large playground in the middle. There are people playing football in the middle of the playground, and there are several basketball courts next to it, surrounded by barbed wire painted with blue paint. As the two walked and chatted, Liu Qinghe naturally gently took Sheng's arm. "Brother, why are you back today? It's not winter vacation yet, is it?" Liu Qinghe tilted her head to look at Liu Sheng. She was only wearing a martial arts uniform, revealing a white and graceful swan neck, as well as a delicate collarbone. Liu Sheng stretched out his hand to lift up the collar of her martial arts uniform, and said lightly, "It's a mission, and I'll come back to take a look." "Have you told your parents?" "Do you think I look like I told my parents?" Liu Sheng pointed to the big and small bags he carried with him. Liu Qinghe laughed, with a bit of pride and satisfaction in his brows. "Even if you still have a little conscience, you know that the first thing you do when you come back is to see me. By the way, do you have any presents?" Liu Qinghe glanced back and forth at the small 147 suitcase and backpack that Liu Sheng was carrying. Liu Sheng rubbed her head with a smile, and said, "I brought you a good martial arts tonic, is it a gift?" She thought that Liu Qinghe would be very happy, but she sighed in disappointment. Shaking his head at Liu Sheng. "Brother, I found out that you really don't understand girls." "Well..." Liu Sheng didn't know how to answer. At this moment, a basketball jumped over the iron net and hit the road in front of the two of them heavily. Boom! A sweaty boy in a basketball jersey with a headband on his head jumped over the iron net in a beautiful posture and landed in front of the two of them. "I look like you from afar." The boy grinned at Liu Qinghe, then squinted his eyes and looked Liu Sheng up and down. "Qinghe, who are you?" When talking, the boy's eyes kept staring at Liu Qinghe holding Liu Sheng's hand, and his tone was a bit harsh. Liu Sheng froze for a moment, then smiled. "None of your business." Liu Qinghe rolled his eyes at the boy, and Zhang Liu Sheng posted it. The boy suddenly seemed to be stimulated, and shouted, "Liu Qinghe, it's okay if you don't like me, and there's no need to find an old man to humiliate yourself." "Liu Sheng, Liu Qinghe. Su Ang, you are going to die." Liu Qinghe kicked it directly, gnashing his teeth angrily. The boy grabbed the basketball and ran away. After 2 steps, he threatened Liu Sheng, "Boy, you wait for me, I will find someone to deal with you sooner or later." Roll! This is what Liu Qinghe roared. The boy in the basketball uniform ran away without a trace. Liu Sheng looked at the back of the boy going away, wanting to laugh inexplicably. "The boy chasing you? Hold head high." Liu Qinghe looked very annoying, and complained, 2 days and 2 days pestering me, it's annoying to death. It's okay to fall in love, as long as you don't delay your martial arts practice. Also, keep your eyes bright, don't be fooled by others." Liu Shenjihu taught with all his heart. "What are you talking about?" But Liu Qinghe immediately shouted, "The boy who can make me look good must at least beat me first, brother. Do you think there are such boys in the whole Beihe No. 1 middle school?" Liu Sheng pondered, and said, "That's not necessarily true. If you suddenly transfer to another school in the future, for no reason, people will always look at him unhappy, mysterious, and like to talk to himself, especially those with the surnames Lin, Xiao, and Yet. People with these surnames must stay away from him." Liu Qinghe was confused. "Brother, what are you talking about? I can't understand a word." "It doesn't matter if you understand it or not, as long as you remember it." "Oh." Liu Qinghe nodded, suddenly rolled his eyes, and asked curiously, "Brother, how are you and senior sister Yang Yuan doing?" "How about what?" Liu Sheng gave her a strange look. "We are just good ordinary friends, we go out for dinner together from time to time." "Just eating? Watching movies together, holding hands or something?" Neuropathy. She is not a fool either, Yang Yuan can still feel a little bit of his affection for him. However, Yang Niao's name was not listed in the spouse column of several data updates, and Liu Sheng estimated that the two of them should have no fate in the future. Liu Qinghe obviously refused to let it go, and kept asking. Liu Sheng didn't bother to pay attention to her, and walked quickly. Liu Qinghe had no choice but to let go of this topic. The two walked out of the school gate and didn't mention the matter of taking a taxi. In addition, they were all warriors with plenty of energy, so they simply walked in the direction of going home. Liu Sheng asked about the recent situation of his father Liu Dahai and his mother Zhang Yufen, and he felt relieved when he learned that they were doing well. Suddenly, Liu Qinghe remembered something, and said to Liu Sheng, "Brother, do you have a classmate named Lu Kaiming?" "Yes, what's the matter?" Liu Sheng nodded, a little surprised why Liu Qinghe mentioned this. "He came to see you." Liu Qinghe said, "It seems that I didn't get into Wuhan University, and then I went to serve as a soldier. Before I left, I wanted to say goodbye to you, but it's a pity that you had already gone to Kyoto at that time." Liu Sheng paused, subconsciously took out his phone. He found Lu Kaiming's chat box in the 999 plus message reminder. Sure enough, as Liu Qinghe said. Lu Kaiming looked for him once and sent him a message. The date was just a few days after he went to Kyoto. It's a pity that Liu Sheng has been busy and didn't see this message at all. Liu Sheng stood where he was, thinking quietly for a while, and Lu Kaiming's figure quickly flashed through his mind. Liu Qinghe knew that he was thinking about something, so he obediently did not speak to disturb him. Liu Sheng remembered the night after the college entrance examination, when Lu Kaiming came to him, standing under the street lamp with his cramped and nervous back. Also at class reunions, KTV, internet cafes. These figures finally converged into one figure. Wearing a military uniform, with a green smile on his face, he waved vigorously at Liu Sheng, turned around and stepped on the moving train. Liu Sheng sent a message back to Lu Kaiming. "Then greet Liu Qinghe." Liu Qinghe nodded and followed obediently. Stepping on Liu Sheng's shoe prints, he took 2 steps, and then gently and delicately took his arm. At the same time, a certain recruit company in the eastern military region. Just after training, the exhausted Lu Kaiming took out his mobile phone and slowly checked several chat groups. This should be the most relaxing and happiest time for Lu Kaiming every day. The use of mobile phones is not prohibited in the army, but they can only be used for communication, not surfing the internet, let alone playing games. Even so, he felt very satisfied. Looking at the chat records in the group, the corners of the mouth will unconsciously rise 0. In a trance, it seemed to be back to the bustling 3rd and 5th classes of high school. But most of Lu Kaiming just watched and seldom spoke. Because the most talked about in the group is everyone's new life in various Wuhan universities, and he was not admitted to Wuhan University. Lu Kaiming watched silently for a while, and was about to turn off his phone and take a rest. Ding dong _ New message notification. A character's profile picture jumps to the top of the chat list. The notes read Liu Sheng. Lu Kaiming was stunned. In the next second, Shua sat up from the bed, and opened the chat box a little excitedly. "There is only a short sentence, go to the eastern military region, right? I'm coming soon too. Wait for me, okay? Wait for me." Seeing the last 2 words, Lu Kaiming felt a boom in his heart. The whole person was filled with a huge sense of satisfaction. After this day of high-intensity recruit training, all the accumulated fatigue was wiped away. Now I can go out and run another 50 laps. Lu Kaiming shouted in his heart. With excitement, he quickly tapped on the phone with both hands. He typed many words, but deleted them over and over again. In the end, I only replied 1 word to the other party, good. After replying to the message, Lu Kaiming lay on the bed, clutching the phone tightly in his hand, and began to fantasize about the appearance of Liu Sheng on the other side of the phone. There are also all kinds of things from the past when the two of them. Boom! A wash basin slammed heavily on the ground in front of Lu Kaiming's bed, dangling and filled with pairs of stinky socks. The 5-year-old veteran walked up to Lu Kaiming's bed, kicked the edge of Lu Kaiming's bed, and said coldly, "Boy, it's your turn to wash my socks today." The huge recruit dormitory fell silent, and everyone looked at Lu Kaiming silently. Lu Kaiming sat up from the bed, looked down at the wash basin on the ground, at the veterans lying in front of him like a mountain, and finally glanced at the phone in his hand. Hold! Lu Kaiming kicked over the wash basin and rushed towards the veteran like a wild dog. Wash you! The two wrestle together in an instant. 10 minutes later, the 3.6 veteran spat bloody saliva on Lu Kaiming, who was lying motionless on the ground like a dead dog, and walked away with fierce eyes. What the hell? Shame on your face, I will beat you once a day from now on. The whole dormitory was watching, some were gloating, some were watching indifferently. When the veteran was far away, a frail recruit climbed off the bed next to him, walked to Lu Kaiming, and helped him up with difficulty. What do you think you did to him? He has been in the army for 2 years, isn't he just washing a few pairs of socks? Lu Kaiming raised his head slowly, one of his eyes was so swollen that he couldn't see clearly. He was as embarrassed as a dog, but he had a bright smile on his face, and there was still a pride that couldn't be hidden between his brows. You know shit. My brother, the champion of martial arts in the whole country. He will be a general in the future. If I lower my head today, I'm afraid someone will take this as a joke in the future. Your brother, you used to wash smelly socks when you were a soldier. Shame. The weak recruit was stunned and shook his head, just thinking that his brain was broken by someone and he was talking nonsense. Lu Kaiming has a line, which is very important and will be closed later. 212 Turning decay into miracle, perfect grandmaster technique, shattering the void. 4. The return of Liu Sheng brought a New Year-like atmosphere to the Liu family. Zheng Yufen and Liu Dahai hurried to the vegetable market without even taking off their shoes after get off work. After I came back, I had a lot of tossing, and I didn't have dinner until after 8 o'clock. As usual, I had a few drinks with my father Liu Haihei, and it was already 11 o'clock in the evening when Liu Sheng was lying on the bed. He is like a soldier returning from a long battle, he has let go of his pride and exhaustion in the harbor of his home. Even if he didn't try to control it deliberately, Liu Sheng soon fell asleep and fell into a deep sleep. Dream space. Liu Sheng with grey eyes stood in front of a great master-level zombie, and instantly transformed into hundreds of Liu Sheng. Each Liu Sheng uses different postures, different martial arts, and works towards the center target from all directions, up and down, and different angles. The battle was quickly over. The powerful Grand Master-level zombie stood in front of Liu Sheng, his body gradually weathered, turning into fine sand and flowing away. Liu Sheng's hands naturally dropped to his sides, his eyes were like a lake of ashes that has never been disturbed for thousands of years. Condescending, speak calmly. I am God. I am the best of martial arts that you will never be able to touch. Before the last word was finished, the grayness in Liu Sheng's eyes quickly faded, and the force collapsed in an instant. The whole person was directly knocked down from the stalwart, boundless, and lofty posture, and turned into the ordinary Liu Sheng again. Liu Sheng let out a long breath, his expression 02 was both satisfied and regretful. Time is still short. Now he has to enter the martial arts state almost every day, half for the sake of fun. That kind of omniscient and omnipotent state, like a god, is even more addictive than playing games. It's a pity that the time is too short. Liu Sheng maintained the progress of earning at least one Grandmaster will every day. The number of Grandmaster wills in the Grey Roulette had increased to 7, but he still couldn't extend the War God state to 1 minute. The other half is to familiarize yourself with the fighting style of War God state. Just now, the move with hundreds of incarnations and a full body of martial arts was developed by Liu Sheng in the past few days. In the Valkyrie state, my control over strength, speed, mental power, and other aspects has reached an unimaginable height. So much so that it can achieve an effect similar to a clone attack. It seemed that there were hundreds of Liu Sheng in an instant, but in fact, the shots of those clones were not synchronized, but the gap between shots was so small that it was almost negligible, which caused such a shocking effect. It's like the infrared grid that Liu Sheng encountered when he broke into the agility training room. Ordinary people see it as a grid, but in the eyes of Liu Sheng, who has turned on the time sense, there is a gap between each infrared ray. In fact, it was a time difference. Cards are easy, man. Not to mention that, like Liu Sheng, in an instant of time difference, he can quickly make hundreds of different martial arts attacks, such as the shocking effect of a clone attack. If Liu Sheng was asked to do it himself, he would not be able to do it. The state of martial god has fully developed his potential to the extreme. Many hidden in his body have been almost forgotten by Liu Sheng, or in other words, the abilities that are not used at all at this stage have been eliminated. All are used. Combine, collide, refactor. Turn decay into magic. A magical means like a creature in the field of martial arts. This is where the Shiquan Grandmaster Dao is truly powerful. In the state of martial god, Liu Sheng can even use all the master skills he has mastered at the same time. The combat power has doubled in an instant, I don't know how many times. This can be regarded as the master skill that I comprehended, the Shiquan Master Way. Liu Sheng pondered what to name this trick. After thinking about it, I just called. Shatter the Void. The ultimate in martial arts, isn't it breaking the void? Liu Sheng remembered that it was said in many martial arts novels he read in his previous life. Regardless of whether its name has anything to do with this move. Anyway, as long as Liu Sheng likes it. Absorb the memory of the big master level zombie you just hunted down. A large amount of martial arts memories poured in, and Liu Sheng's Shiquan martial arts has improved again, and he is one step closer to the third form. A martial arts memory of an 8th level or 7th level Grandmaster is worth Liu Sheng's hunting and killing hundreds or even thousands of 5th and 6th level zombies. After passing the threshold of level 7, martial arts memory can be called a treasure. It includes at least one martial art that controls the realm. No matter how bad it is, there can be several martial arts that enter the subtle realm. And in the memories of zombies below the 7th level, martial arts in the subtle realm is like panning for gold in the sand sea. Just like the equipment drop rate of low-level monsters and high-level monsters, the latter is much higher than the former. Liu Sheng suddenly felt that the mode of the dream space was more and more similar to the game. After getting the memory done, look for the core of martial arts, that is, the skill of worshipping teachers. Adding this one, the number of master wills in the grey roulette reaches 8, and the energy source of the Valkyrie state is more sufficient. The more Grandmaster wills on the grey roulette, the longer the martial god state will be, and correspondingly, the Shiquan Grandmaster skill, shattering the void, will be more powerful. This is still a 7th level or 8th level master's stunt. In time, when I have mastered many 10th level or even 11th level Grandmaster skills. To what extent will Shattered Void be strengthened? I am afraid that it can really break the void. And that, could it be the direction of the 12th level? Liu Sheng didn't know. But he is looking forward to it. Harvest another wave of ordinary zombies as usual, accumulate memory fragments, and then practice crystal conception ideas. Although the construction of the gold obsidian doll is not so urgent now, but the gold obsidian doll is about to be completely completed after working hard every day. Probably, this month. Liu Sheng guessed. After breaking through the 7th level of mental power, the cultivation speed of exercises related to mental power is much faster. The same is true for the Shenzhou Pluto Sutra. The internal organs have almost been completely constructed, and the increase in qi and blood is about to break through 45%. When Liu Sheng finished all his daily practice homework, Liu Sheng took out his optical brain, leaned against the corner of the wall at the entrance of a small shop, browsed casually, and passed the time. Inquiry: 300 years of martial arts, the personal information of Lu Kaiming, a student of the 325th class of Beihe No. 3 Middle School, Beihe City, Guilong Country. Querying. Liu Sheng looked at the light brain quietly, with a misty blue light reflected in his clear eyes. He once looked at Lu Kaiming's profile. There are no fluctuations and surprises. But that was before. Because of his change, Lu Kaiming's life trajectory also changed accordingly. Originally, he was supposed to go to an ordinary liberal arts university, find an ordinary job after he came out, and be an ordinary dead house. In the end, I lived my life normally. But now, Lu Kaiming has changed. He joined the army. This is not the peaceful time in the previous life, when you join the army and you can come back after 2 years of hard work. Serving as a soldier now is possible to go to the front line. The annual recruit death rate is getting higher every year. What if Lu Sheng can't guarantee it? Lu Kaiming can really come back safely. Soon, Lu Kaiming's personal information was retrieved. Lu Sheng glanced at the first glance of his life, and his eyes instantly relaxed. Then read carefully, the arc of the corner of the mouth is getting bigger and bigger. This kid can still make a second-class merit? Honorably discharged. After I came out, I started a big business, and then started a logistics company. At the age of 50, I was worth over 10 million. 3 children, 2 girls and 1 boy, amazing. It's a pity that the middle-aged lost his wife. Fuck, come on again. This kid. Lu Sheng has been reading all of Lu Kaiming's biography, and the last trace of worry on his face has disappeared. All that remains is sincere blessings to this former and present best friend. According to the data, Lu Kaiming lived until he was nearly 90 years old before dying of illness. Not only had 2 happy marriages, but even his martial arts strength has exceeded the 3rd level. Family harmony, happiness, full of children and grandchildren, end of life. He felt that if he treated Lu Kaiming well, what 460 should do most is to stay away from him as much as possible. At least during his 2 years as a soldier, don't affect him. Now Lu Kaiming's future is already very good. He very much hoped that nothing would change in Lu Kaiming's body in the future. That's good, that's good. Lu Sheng muttered softly, and gently turned off the optical brain. On the 2nd day, Moyi Xing Shantang Pharmacy under Ling Sheng Pharmaceutical. Lu Sheng strolled in the pharmacy, casually inspecting the current Xing Shantang, as if the real big boss suddenly arrived by air. And he Lingsu followed behind him step by step, constantly reporting. So far, more than 500 Xing Shantang branches have been opened in Dongning Province. In the next step, in addition to consolidating the existing market share, I also plan to extend the branch to other provinces. In the past few days, I have been discussing this issue with some preparatory agents in other provinces. After a few months of absence, He Ling's appearance and temperament have changed a lot. She cut her hair short, and her makeup and clothing have become more refined and capable, and her temperament has become more majestic and powerful. The whole person gives people a sense of sight of a top professional woman. Lu Sheng nodded and said with satisfaction, I said earlier that I am very relieved to entrust the store to you. Of course you can rest assured, you just have to wait for the dividend every month, and it's still 90% of the dividend. He Lingsu rolled his eyes behind Lu Sheng's back when he heard this sentence, his face was full of displeasure. Everyone outside said that she, He Lingsu, had made a lot of money. But who would know that she, He Lingsu, worked so hard every day, that the real profit she got was less than 10%. All the big heads were taken away by the hands-off shopkeeper in front of him. He Lingsu got it. There is only a little scenery in the eyes of outsiders. There is also the humble sense of existence of secretly putting one's own spirit in front of the sage when registering the company name. 213 Beginning to break through, the master I met by chance, 1. In fact, there are not many counters in the huge medicine hall, and only a few kinds of medicines are placed in each counter. It's just like that kind of expensive jewelry store, gold store jewelry store. It can be seen that He Lingsu has spent a lot of effort in building Ling Sheng Pharmaceutical into a mid to high-end brand. It's just that Lu Sheng feels that this is somewhat different from the name of Xing Shantang. However, It doesn't matter whether Liu Sheng thinks it is good or not. He is too lazy to care. Even if this is not the most suitable enterprise development route for Ling Sheng Pharmaceutical, it doesn't matter. All he needs is a source of energy to continuously provide funds for his martial arts practice, and a sufficiently reliable subordinate and partner. That's all. He Ling Su has done an excellent job so far on this point. One more thing. He Ling Su took 2 steps, approached Liu Sheng and whispered in Liu Sheng's ear, "Recently, someone has started to trip us up in the dark, although it's not a big move. I have investigated it, and it is the people of the Chen family in Kyoto. They still have a certain status and influence in Kyoto province. Today, He Ling Su has far more energy in his hands than before." Of course, she also investigated secretly in private, and the facts proved everything Liu Sheng had said to her. But the Chen family in Kyoto is still an irresistible behemoth to the current He family and Ling Sheng Pharmaceutical. If the Chen family really has a certain strength and status in Kyoto province, Liu Sheng said calmly, then they should be very clear that provoking you is the same as provoking me. And provoking me is such a stupid act. He Ling Su looked suffocated. Blinking his eyes, he looked at Liu Sheng fixedly. I haven't seen each other for more than 2 months, and He Ling Su has felt it since Liu Sheng walked in. Liu Sheng became a little different from before. Now this feeling is at its peak. It was a kind of calmness and domineering displayed under absolute self-confidence, just like a real big shot, saying one thing and being the only one. This kind of temperament makes people subconsciously ignore Liu Sheng's age. For many women, it is as deadly as poison. It's a pity that it doesn't work for my old lady, he. He Ling Su thought to himself, subconsciously turning his head to avoid Liu Sheng's eyes, feeling his cheeks a little hot. Correct. Liu Sheng said, "Are you ready for what I asked you to prepare?" He Ling Su pretended to be nonchalant and brushed his short hair that hung down to his ears, and replied, "It's all over, it's all in the pharmacy mixing room." Liu Sheng nodded and strode towards the adjustment room. "Remember to upgrade and renovate the mixing room. It's just a lot of things." He Ling Su murmured in his heart. It was Liu Sheng's next sentence, but it made her almost jump up on the spot. "In these 2 days, I will give you a new formula of Yang Sui pill." Understood. I will upgrade according to the standard of the 7th level pharmacist's mixing room. Liu Sheng picked up the pharmacist's uniform on the hanger and put it on casually, protruding his mental strength. He Ling Su placed several large boxes full of materials in the corner of the mixing room and flew out automatically, sorting. The main purpose of Liu Sheng's return to Beihe City this time is to prepare Golden Dragon Saliva. Level 6 Golden Dragon Saliva. In case it wasn't enough, Liu Sheng also specially spent money to purchase 10 copies of the 6th grade different myeloid fluid. Even if he used the internal channels of the Eastern Military Region, it still cost Liu Sheng more than a dozen small targets. 40 parts of the 6th grade different marrow liquid, all blended into Golden Dragon Saliva, without any accidents. 120 parts of the 6th grade Golden Dragon Saliva can be prepared. Liu Sheng felt a wolf in his heart. Let alone the 2nd stage of the immortal golden body this time. Even the Sunday. He wants to put it to death. The powerful 7th level mental power gave Liu Sheng hundreds of hands, because it was the first time to prepare a 6th level medicine case. In order to ensure the success rate, Liu Sheng specially entered the 2nd form of Shiquan martial arts when preparing it, the empty state. 2 days later, 120 copies of the 6th grade Golden Dragon Saliva were neatly placed in front of Liu Sheng. The dark golden liquid refracts a misty brilliance like amber sands under the light. He Ling Su's eyes were blurred, as if he saw Cinderella who dreamed of a crystal slipper in his mind, and stretched out his hand to try to touch. Then, the dream was broken. Stop looking. Liu Sheng closed the refrigerator specially customized to hold the Golden Dragon Saliva, and then threw a small storage card to He Ling Su, and said lightly, "This is yours." He Lingsu was full of helplessness, clutching the small memory card that recorded the formula of Yang Sui pill, and looked at Liu Sheng with gritted teeth. She finally got what she had been dreaming of, but the man in front of her ruthlessly magnified the desire and longing in her heart 100 times. Compared with the mysterious golden potion that can feel extraordinary just by looking at it, the formula of Yang Sui pill. It also suddenly became unscented. Simply devil. He Lingsu looked at Liu Sheng's increasingly handsome face, and complained loudly in his heart. Liu Sheng didn't bother to pay attention to He Lingsu's little thoughts, picked up the cooler and walked out of the charity hall steadily. Gone. Shimao International Hotel, Beihai City. A young man in a black t-shirt and jeans strolls into the hotel lobby. The young man was tall and straight, with a handsome appearance, carrying a silver suitcase more than half a meter high in his hand. He looked around casually with a calm expression, and then went straight to the front desk of the hotel. Please help me find a better suite. It was Liu Sheng who came with 120 golden dragon saliva. The golden dragon saliva is ready, and Liu Sheng is also planning to formally attack the immortal golden body. The second stage has been completed. In order to avoid being disturbed at home, he simply came to the hotel to open a room. Okay sir, please show me your ID. While Liu Sheng was checking in, a slender man in a casual suit walked into the lobby. The man also wore a hat on his head, his long hair was braided behind his head, and he was also carrying a box in his hand. But it looks quite retro, and it has the taste of a British gentleman. Liu Sheng couldn't help but glanced at the man. Standing next to the man, it was as if he was close to a blazing furnace. The surging energy and blood in the man's body made Liu Sheng's desire to fight and destroy in his chest jump. Grandmaster. From the point of view of blood strength, Zhao Kangtai and Zhenping are weaker than those that Liu Sheng has been in contact with before. But it is also the 7th level master of the 8 classics. A Grandmaster actually came to Beihai City. Liu Sheng was quite surprised. But it was just a surprise. Liu Sheng is conceded that he is going all out now, and it is probably easy to kill a similar 7th level Grandmaster. Since it is an existence that poses no threat to him, there is no need to pay too much attention to it. The man noticed Liu Sheng's gaze, took off his hat and smiled at him. Under the gentleman's hat is a rather handsome face, with a pair of beautiful mustaches on his lips. Liu Sheng also nodded slightly in response. Then he put away the room card and ID card handed over by the front desk, turned and walked towards the elevator. Sir, are you sure you want to book a presidential suite? Yes. Okay, please keep your room card, we will have someone here to take you up and help you with your luggage. No. The middle-aged man with a beautiful mustache smiled and declined the kindness of the front desk, picked up the suitcase, and walked to the elevator alone. Walking into the elevator, the man stretched out a finger and tapped his ear lightly. The phone connects. Everything went well and we have arrived at the target location. While talking, the man was arranging his collar and hair in front of the clean and bright elevator mirror. However, I met a funny little guy when I checked in. Oh, who is it? Not sure. The man leaned closer to the mirror, combed his beard little by little, and said casually, it may be from Dark Star, or it may not be. Whatever it is. Anyway, I'm here for vacation this time, and I'll complete a small task along the way. If anyone tries to ruin my vacation. The man slowly stood up straight, and carefully admired himself in the mirror, with a satisfied smile on his face, but his eyes were frighteningly cold. I would be very angry and the consequences would be severe. After speaking, the coldness in the man's eyes faded away. The elevator door opened, and he walked out like a gentleman. Rooms are okay. Liu Sheng looked at the hotel room, Wang Li's, in front of him. Although it is not the highest standard presidential suite, it is more than enough for cultivation. Especially the big bathtub in the room made Liu Sheng extremely satisfied. It's enough to hold all the golden ambergris, much bigger than the bath in my room at home. Liu Sheng didn't delay and took a quick shower. Then he walked out naked, and directly took out all the 6-level golden dragon saliva in the room. Tube by tube is opened and portions are poured into the tub. He had already scanned the room with his mental strength, and there was nothing messy about it, so it was safe. When all 120 servings of golden dragon saliva were poured out, the huge bathtub was already filled to 2/3. The dark golden amber-like liquid rippling slightly in the white bathtub, reflecting the misty brilliance under the light. Liu Sheng stepped into the bathtub one step at a time. Relax your body and slide down slowly. Wait until he lies flat in the bathtub. The dark golden dragon's saliva had completely submerged him, and the bathtub was almost overflowing. With his eyes closed, Liu Sheng lay quietly in the bathtub, like an ancient pharaoh who was sealed in the golden time. Next, there is a breakthrough. The natural breathing method runs in the next second. The dark golden liquid was turbulent, and the golden dragon saliva full of energy quickly poured into Liu Sheng's body along the countless pores all over his body. 214 qi and blood are like dragons. If I become a Grand Master, the Grand Master will also be Daunt. In the huge hotel suite, the sound of rushing water came from the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water stopped. A handsome middle-aged man in a towel came out of the bathroom. About there. The man casually picked up the famous diamond watch on the sofa, glanced at it, and said to himself leisurely, "The 2 little mice holding the gold mine probably have arrived in Beihe City, it's time to get rid of them, and then officially start enjoy my vacation. Wonderful holiday." The man stretched greatly. The qi and blood in the body are surging, exuding a body temperature far exceeding that of ordinary people, and the remaining water on the body also evaporates, turning into white water vapor and scattering in all directions. 10 minutes later. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. A neatly dressed, middle-aged man in a white suit, tie, and even a mustache on his lips that had been pomaded came out of the room. He whistled cheerfully, with one hand on his hips, and the other hand and body gently swaying with the melody. Fine handmade leather shoes writhed and rubbed on the hallway carpet. The whole person stepping on the tango dance step lightly stepped into the elevator. The elevator doors slowly closed. Right below the suite on this floor, in a certain room. Thick white mist filled the room, and the temperature was frighteningly high. If someone steps into this room, they may mistakenly think that they have entered a sauna room. In the hazy water vapor, the large white bathtub in the center of the room made a crackling sound like soup was about to boil dry. Suddenly, call! A body stood upright from the bathtub, like a red sun breaking through the clouds. The heat wave swept across, and the water vapor in the entire room was stirred up. Snapped! The windows of the room were all opened, and a gust of wind rose for no reason, engulfing water mist and blowing it out of the window. When the water vapor and white mist dissipated, Liu Sheng's figure appeared in the room. 477. Liu Sheng stepped out of the bathtub. The movement pulls the body, and the muscles on the body undulate slightly. This is a masculine body that is infinitely close to perfection, like a work of art created by God, shining brightly under the light. It is like a stove, like the sun. Exudes a fiery and surging breath. Immortal golden body, the second stage, completion. The remaining golden ambergris liquid on the body slowly flowed down the lines between the muscles, but before it landed, it was evaporated into gas by Liu Sheng's body temperature. So much so that Liu Sheng looked at himself in the mirror, as if he had just been fished out of a pot, with a faint white air lingering all over his body. The perfect immortal golden body in the second stage directly brought Liu Sheng's physique to a higher level. Skin, flesh, and bones, all went through a qualitative transformation. Even Liu Sheng doesn't know how strong his body is now. Try it. He walked to a corner of the room and took out the red crystal dragon pattern wrapped in the weapon bag. There is only a spear tip, which looks like a red dragon tooth in the hand. Liu Sheng placed the tip of the gun on his right chest, and slowly swiped it downward. Little by little. Strong resistance to astringency, but did not scratch. When Liu Sheng felt the tingling, he looked down. It was found that there was a deep white mark left by the position just scratched. The white marks turned red quickly, and then faded within a few seconds, because it turned into a jade-like delicate texture again. Even if you are a master of cold weapons, don't try to break through my defense easily. Liu Sheng came to the conclusion, slightly satisfied. In fact, even without doing experiments, Liu Sheng can roughly guess, this result. It's like when a normal person sees a blunt edge of a table, he knows that it will never cut his flesh without trying, but it is different when he sees a sharp kitchen knife. There is a reason. Liu Sheng can feel that he is very strong now. Very strong. The desire to fight and destroy is the best manifestation of the crazily growing in the chest, which almost turns into flames. The growth of power will inevitably breed the growth of one's own desire and ambition, and the impulse to trample on the rules. So, have a stronger mind to control this power. Liu Sheng looked at himself in the mirror, his eyes flickered slightly, thinking about what kind of way he should find to vent his anger later. He didn't want to enter the dream space. Pure mental power battles were not enjoyable at all, even if it was an illusory world with a degree of reality over 99%. It must be vented in reality, fist to flesh. There seems to be an abandoned construction factory in the west of the city, maybe you can consider going there to put a punch. Liu Sheng thought about it and walked into the shower. Standing under the nozzle, let the scalding hot water splash on yourself. From the top of the head all the way down. Body temperature gradually drops. Liu Sheng looked inside himself, and at this moment, the blood in his body had become a very peculiar state. The blood in the whole body is all connected together to form a condensed but not loose whole. Liu Sheng didn't know how to describe it. It can only be said that his original blood was scattered. Even the blood quality of a Grand Master who has reached the level of falling into pearls is still scattered, and it will be scattered as soon as you hit it. But it's different now, his blood seems to have turned into a blood-colored dragon. Entrenched in the meridians and blood vessels. When he wants to mobilize the power of qi and blood, this flood dragon will swim quickly, arousing terrifying mighty power. Not only that, but I also feel that the next step is very close. Liu Sheng reached out and touched the position of his heart. He had a strong premonition. Once he connects his physical body with the Grand Master's will, he will generate a Grand Master's force field. Then his qi and blood will instantly reach another new level. Congeal the blood into a pill. Liu Sheng spat out a few words lightly, the state of qi and blood of the Great Master. This premonition is extremely strong. But he clearly hasn't even set foot in the real Grand Master realm, and hasn't fully developed his own Grand Master force field. Liu Sheng shook his head. The path I have taken has long been completely different from that of warriors of this era. Perhaps it is also different from the path that warriors of martial arts will take for 10,000 years in the future. This is the path that only belongs to me, and the normal division of realms is almost inapplicable to me. At this moment, Liu Sheng is truly standing on the threshold of a 7th level master. Go one step further. It is the generation of a force field, and immediately achieves the 7th level master state. But he doesn't want to just yet. Not in time. The light in Liu Sheng's eyes flickered. He has his own plans. Snapped. The flow of water stops. Liu Sheng walked out of the bathroom with bare feet, and with his blood flowing, the sudden rise in body temperature evaporated all the water on his body. It turned into thick white gas, blurring the bathroom mirror. Liu Sheng stretched out a hand and wiped the mirror twice randomly, looking at the eyes that were sharp like blades in the clear part. If I achieve the Grand Master realm, I will definitely be shocked, and even the great Grand Master will be intimidated. So, it is not yet possible to become a Kangxi. Otherwise, some people will be scared away. The sharpness in the pupils gradually receded, and the clear mirror surface was covered with mist again. Sheng walked out of the room and changed into clean clothes. He was going to go out, but when he reached the door of the room, he turned back. Came to the window. Why bother? Sheng reached out and gently broke the riveted iron bars on the window, and the window opened wide. The night wind from the high-rise building rushed in violently, blowing the curtains on both sides high and fluttering, and also blowing Sheng's slightly long black hair. Let's go out in my favorite way. After speaking, Sheng jumped out of the window. Here it is. The 48th floor of the hotel. Master, please go to the suburbs of the West District. A middle-aged man with a child quickly got into a taxi and gave a location. The taxi driver randomly looked at the two passengers who had just boarded the car through the rear-view mirror. The man looked to be in his 40s, wearing a plaid shirt and jeans, with an unshaven beard and messy hair. The two dark circles are very obvious, as if I haven't slept well for many days. The little girl he brought was quite decently dressed, obedient, and silent. Why do you go to that kind of place at night? It's not easy to call back there. The driver said something casually and started the car. Oh yes, there are friends waiting there. The man forced a smile on his face, suddenly looked back suddenly, and then turned around quickly, with a look of panic. Psycho, is a debt evader. The driver cursed secretly in his heart, didn't say anything more, and drove to the destination the man said by himself. The man's mood stabilized a little when the taxi started. Seemingly relieved temporarily, he lowered his head and whispered to the little girl beside him. Someone will come to pick us up. Just wait until we get there. Just wait until we get there. I don't know if it's to comfort the little girl, or to comfort himself. More than an hour later, the taxi stopped in a desolate field in the west suburb of the city. The middle-aged man pulled the little girl out of the car and looked around blankly. This place is almost deviated from the car road, and there are wasteland and farmland everywhere, and there is a faint outline of an abandoned factory in the distance. In the deep night, there seemed to be some terrible monster lurking, waiting for the two of them to step into the bloody mouth that had been opened long ago. Ask again, do you really have a friend to pick you up? Let me tell you that it takes at least several hours to walk back to the city. The taxi driver rolled down the window and asked kindly. The man shook his head, understood, thank you. Why? The taxi driver didn't say anything, just turned around and left. The middle-aged man turned his head only after the orange headlights had completely faded away, took out his phone from his pocket and double-checked. Then he took the little girl's hand and said, let's go. The little girl nodded obediently. 215 The ninth seal, a person like me with a sense of justice. 3. The man took the little girl and walked towards the factory in the distance. The wild land shrouded in night is very difficult to walk, even with a mobile phone flashlight, it is still deep and shallow. After walking for a while, the man simply carried the little girl on his back. Let the little girl grab the flashlight of her mobile phone and walk quickly on her feet. He is in a hurry. The two stumbled and walked for about 20 minutes, when the little girl on her back suddenly pointed to the front and shouted, Dad, there is a car ahead. The man stopped and looked up. I saw an off-road vehicle parked on a wasteland in front of me. The car was off, but the lights were on. The orange lamp post shines on the left side, and you can see dilapidated factories not far away. It's waiting for us. The man suddenly became excited, and walked faster. The trouser legs of the two legs were covered with mud, and they rushed towards the direction of the headlights almost like a trot. Stepping on the ground, the man put the little girl down from his back. Regardless of wiping the thin sweat off his head, he shouted in the direction of the off-road vehicle, Aja. Is it Aja? AJ. The man blocked the glare of the headlights with his hand, and vaguely saw a figure shaking in the car. The sound of the car door opening, a figure got out of the car and walked towards him. The man could barely see the man's face clearly, his face beamed with joy, he picked up the little girl and walked towards him quickly. Great, I'm relieved when you come. Hurry up, the people from Huanyan will catch up to you soon. The man walked towards the man quickly while talking. When he was only 4 or 5 meters away from the person who came, he stopped abruptly. The whole person tensed up suddenly, and his expression became numb. Where standing in front of him is a person. His face was distorted and ferocious, his neck was bent at a strange angle, and his limbs were as stiff as wood. When the man stopped, the corpse with a hideous expression fell on his back and fell heavily on the ground. A middle-aged man in a white suit, a gentleman's hat, and a nice mustache smiled at him. Got you, little mouse with a gold mine. The man's arms holding the little girl tightened suddenly, his face was pale, and he slowly spat out from his mouth, the 9th seal of the ring seal, white suit. www. Call. Liu Sheng landed on the roof of the building lightly like a big bird. But before his feet hit the ground, another Liu Sheng had already jumped towards the top of another tall building. Liu Sheng jumped like a flea from one building to another, with afterimages behind him that didn't have time to dissipate. Too much stronger. Liu Sheng calculated silently in his heart. He didn't even use breath of the wind now, his speed was already fast enough to leave afterimages. At least twice as fast as before. If you switch to the breath of wind again, enter the state of emptiness, and use the wind flow of the new moon god. Even Liu Sheng didn't know how fast he could go. Boom! Lightly landed in a remote alley, 2 social youths who were urinating against the corner were startled. Liu Sheng glanced at the 2 of them, and then rushed directly to the city. Behind him, a social youth with yellow hair on his head stared at Liu Sheng's slowly dissipating afterimage, and screamed loudly. Damn it, hell! The green hair next to him was so angry that he kicked his ass directly. Grass mud horse, pissed on my pants. On the driveway, Liu Sheng chased the moving tail lights. When he switched to breath of the wind, the vehicles speeding on the road were left behind by him one after another. Call _ A figure flew past. The branches and leaves of trees beside the road were directly blown to one side by the strong wind. The speed measuring and photographing equipment flickered repeatedly, but if someone called up the monitoring and checked, they would find that there were no traces of people or cars at all. The limit burst speed is so fast that even the monitoring equipment can't catch it. A general master's speed can reach 200 yards, but it is impossible to maintain it all the time. But I am different. The natural breathing method formed a self-circulation in Liu Sheng's body, the qi and blood surged, and the physical strength poured out from the limbs almost endlessly. When Liu Sheng came to the abandoned factory site in the western suburb of the city, he stopped, with only a thin layer of sweat on his body, and he couldn't even breathe. Breathing is still steady. It takes more than an hour to drive from the hotel to here, but I arrived in less than 20 minutes, which is really amazing. It was rare for Liu Sheng to boast. But pride makes people regress, and soon they secretly set a small goal for themselves in their hearts. The next step is to catch up with the high-speed rail. There is a speed, called holy speed. Far away. Liu Sheng set his sights on the abandoned factory area in front of him. It used to be a chemical factory, but because of environmental issues, it was ordered to stop working by the government, and it gradually became a deserted place. It's suitable for me to test my fist strength. Liu Sheng didn't dare to go to the martial arts hall or something, because the commotion was too great. And in Beihe City, there is no place where he can test his current punching strength. The Municipal Martial Arts Association can't do it either. The highest level combat power testing equipment of the Martial Arts Association is still in the martial arts training room of Liu Sheng's home. Liu Sheng strode towards the factory area. After completing the second stage of the immortal golden body, his 5 senses also strengthened a lot, and he saw darkness as day. The dark night didn't affect him in the slightest, but instead gave him a feeling of peace of mind. Liu Sheng walked to the front of the factory area, next to an abandoned factory building. Standing still under the wall, mental power radiates out like light. Send and receive. There is no one in the huge factory area. The place is so desolate that even cats and dogs won't come. There was a faint light shining in the distance. Sheng glanced at it and saw the outline of the car. Maybe it's just a young man who came to fight in the field. Sheng thought. Because the distance was quite far, he didn't check it carefully, for fear of seeing some eye-catching pictures. Anyway, he will leave after a few punches, and it doesn't matter if he disturbs some people. Try it, pure physical strength. Sheng looked at the tall concrete wall in front of him, his eyes were calm, and he naturally entered the second form of Shiquan martial arts. When he started to punch, it can be clearly felt that the muscles and blood in the right arm are entangled together like steel bars, and quickly decomposed into smaller, more strands of strength, twisted layer by layer, combined. It's a feeling I've never felt before. 25 times, perhaps even higher. The stars work spontaneously. The night sky is full of stars. The light of the stars and the moon sprinkled on Sheng. Sheng raised his hand, and slowly punched the wall in front of him. This punch has not yet been fully punched. The air around the fist showed a slight twist, as if the transparent paper was wrinkled bit by bit. It's a pity that it melted into the night, and no one saw it at all. Finally, Sheng punched out completely. 0, asking for flowers. Boom! Terrible roars, seemingly invisible waves came from a distance, quickly swept past. Whether it was a white suit or a middle-aged man, they were all taken aback. The two subconsciously turned their heads to look. In the direction of the abandoned factory area not far away, a factory building at the end suddenly collapsed. Then the second, the third. The scene was as if someone accidentally knocked down the building blocks placed on the ground, and a domino effect occurred. Since it was dark, I couldn't see very clearly. But even so, the continuous huge roar, and the factory buildings being pushed one after another. The scene was quite shocking. Even the white suit was shocked, and he stared fixedly over there. The middle-aged man quickly came back to his senses. Without saying a word, he turned around and ran away. Run! If you can run to the driveway and stop a car, you may have a chance to escape. But this probability may not be much greater than the probability of him, an ordinary person who does not practice martial arts, rising to the 8th level Grandmaster in seconds. The taxi driver reminded him when he came here that this place is in the wilderness and it is not easy to take a taxi. And this time Huanyan sent out the 9th printed white suit in the organization. The 9th seal. It means that the opponent is a martial arts expert who is at least a 7th level Grandmaster. Want to catch up with me, an ordinary person holding a child? Not to mention that the other party still has a car in his hand. But besides running, what else can I do? Help! Help! The man ran and shouted at the top of his voice. This voice attracted the attention of the white suit who was looking in the direction of the abandoned factory. Looking at the man in the white suit who was staggering and fleeing desperately, the corners of his mouth gradually curved with interest. Run and see how far you can go. He licked his lips lightly, and with a cruel look in his eyes, he stepped forward. This is the physical power I have now. Sheng looked at his right hand and heard something unexpected. He expected that he would be very strong after completing the second stage of the immortal golden body. But he didn't expect that he would be so strong. In front of him, there were 4 rows of abandoned buildings in this factory. It was completely smashed by his punch. Where he punched just now, a fan-shaped splash blank area appeared, extending forward, showing a long fist. Without using any Grandmaster's will, without using stellar energy, and relying solely on physical strength, can I kill a 7th level Grandmaster now? Sheng asked himself. Unfortunately, there is no answer to this question. Because no master would suddenly come here in the middle of the night, and would be willing to take the initiative to be Liu Sheng's experimental subject. Help! Help! The shrill sound pierced the night sky, drawing Liu Sheng's attention. Liu Sheng released his mental power, with a slightly surprised expression on his face. It turned out to be him. Surprise then quickly turns to joy. It was a kind of surprise feeling of turning around and finding nowhere to go. What a coincidence! Liu Sheng's figure flickered, and he flew towards the direction of the sound. The middle-aged uncle brought a baby, and he was hunted down in the wilderness in the middle of the night. For a person with a strong sense of justice like me, when encountering such a thing, it's really hard not to make a move, Dao. 216 Dark Star? No, I am the son, 4. Well. The middle-aged man lay on the ground like a dog, sweating profusely. Both of his legs were broken, blood soaked his pants, mixed with the mud above, and slowly dripped to the ground. Daddy, Daddy! The little girl he had been carrying was lying beside him, crying with tears all over her face, grabbing his arm vigorously, trying to help him up from the ground. You still have hands and can climb, again. The white suit glanced at the diamond watch on his wrist, and said with a smile, I'll give you 10 minutes this time. The man bit his lips tightly, with a pained, powerless, and desperate expression on his face. Let go of my daughter, I will give you something. Leaning on the front of the off-road vehicle, the white suit touched the back of his head with his hand, and said calmly, even if I don't let your daughter go, you will still give the things to me, won't you? Dream. The man spat, gritted his teeth and said, that thing is in my mind, no one but me knows where it is. Don't try to force me to confess, I can bite off my tongue and kill myself at any time. The face in the white suit gradually turned cold, and he slowly straightened up. Do you think I'll give you the chance to kill yourself? There was a cold murderous intent in his eyes, but soon the 510 subsided, and he returned to his original relaxed and freehand look. I suddenly had a great idea. There is no need to extract a confession from you, and you don't have to threaten me with suicide. Naturally, you will obediently tell me the location of the things. The eyes of the white suit lightly fell on the crying little girl squatting beside the man. The man's face changed abruptly, and he stretched out his hand to pull the girl behind him, struggling to stand up. What are you trying to do? You're a beast. Haven't you heard that a master cannot be humiliated? The white suit narrowed his eyes, and his feet seemed to move. A stone at his foot suddenly disappeared. Almost at the same time, a ball of blood exploded from the man's shoulder, and flew upside down several meters away with a scream. The severe pain made the man writhe on the ground like a maggot. Okay, now you can tell me where the things are. With a casual look in the white suit, he walked towards the father and daughter step by step. The man put his head on the ground, tried to prop up half of his body with his only good hand, gritted his teeth and stared at the white suit. Not a word. Then don't blame me. The white suit shook his head and reached out to grab the little girl. Just when the man showed despair, the half-stretched hand in the white suit suddenly stopped. He turned his head, looked in one direction, and blurted out with a surprised expression. It's you. In the darkness, a figure slowly stepped out. You don't even want to let go of such a little girl, you are also worthy of being a master. Liu Sheng glanced at the middle-aged man lying on the ground looking miserable, and the little girl crying and helpless, and said. Regardless of the reason, so far, the father and daughter have indeed always been the weak side. And before coming out, Liu Sheng also listened to the general idea. The father and daughter will be chased and killed by Bizasweet only because of the crime of being pregnant, it is not a situation where poor people must have something to hate. Since it was justice, Liu Sheng had no worries. The fighting desire in his chest was about to burst out, and there was a trace of longing in his eyes as he looked at the white suit. Grand Master, I haven't tried what it feels like to crush a Grand Master to death with bare hands, I'm looking forward to it. I guessed that you were weird. The white suit squinted his eyes and looked Liu Sheng up and down. He felt a faint, dangerous feeling from Liu Sheng. But considering the other party's age and the fact that there was no trace of the Grand Master's force field around him, he didn't take it seriously. Are you from the Dark Star? The white suit sneered at Liu Sheng. Dark Star. Liu Sheng was pensive, then shook his head. He looked at the white suit and said calmly, I am the Sunday. When Liu Sheng finished speaking the last word, his eyes lost their light. Started to dissipate slowly. The pupils in the white suit shrank severely. The heart seemed to be grabbed by an invisible big hand. The sense of life and death crisis, so strong that it almost made him jump, climbed wildly from the bottom of his heart. It was an extremely terrifying feeling of facing landslides and tsunamis. But clearly, there is nothing in front of him. In the next moment, a big open hand appeared in front of his eyes. Then came the figure of Liu Sheng. It appeared so abruptly, as if it appeared out of thin air. The force field of the Grand Master in the white suit quickly twisted and shattered. The white open palm quickly enlarged. Circle after circle of white air waves exploded in the air. Distortion. The time seems to be stretched, but in fact it is only a short time of less than 1% of the blink of an eye. The eyeballs of the white suit were completely occupied by the palms. Boom! The off-road vehicle parked in the open space suddenly jumped up from the spot, bursting out a large cluster of sparks. The entire front of the car was sunken, and the rear of the car was raised violently. The whole person in the white suit sank deeply into the front of the off-road vehicle, and his head was firmly grasped by one hand. From the front cover has been pressed down, almost buried in the ground. Boom! The terrifying energy and blood exploded like a furnace, and a huge aura swayed and rose like wolf smoke. The white suit suddenly jumped up from the ground, his face was twisted almost out of shape. But he just said a word. A hand twisting the air once grabbed his head. Down hard. Boom! With a calm face, Liu Sheng grabbed the head of the white suit with one hand, like a basketball with one hand. Boom! Boom! He grabbed the white suit again and slammed it on the ground. The front half of the off-road vehicle was almost smashed, and it exploded several times, and the flames were soaring into the sky. The white suit kept trying to stand up, but never succeeded. The terrifying energy and blood emanating from his body gradually dimmed like a raging furnace from the beginning to the end. Completely extinguished. When Liu Shendi didn't know how many times he grabbed the forehead of the white suit and lifted him up, he unexpectedly felt the coldness of the other person's body temperature. Died. Liu Sheng frowned, why can't I help hitting? Liu Sheng shook his head in disappointment, threw away the white suit casually, and shook off the remaining blood on his hands. It's like shaking off vegetable soup that accidentally gets in your hands. Well. The middle-aged man stared blankly at the scene in front of him, his mind went blank, and he almost forgot the pain coming from all over his body. He was dumbfounded. Died? The top master of the Ring Seal organization, the real 7th level martial arts master, the 9th seal in a white suit. He died. Just like this, in front of him, being pinned down with his head down, hitting the ground and dying sexually. Everything in front of me has already surpassed the cognition of a middle-aged man. He opened his mouth wide, unable to utter a single word. Next to her, the little girl who had been crying just now also stood there blankly, with a dazed expression, as if she had been frightened silly. After removing the white suit, Liu Sheng's eyes fell on the middle-aged man, father and daughter in front of him. He was thinking about what to do with the two of them. The middle-aged man whose scalp was numb in an instant was swept away by Liu Sheng's gaze, and blurted out first. I say. I'll tell you where the thing is right now. What? Liu Sheng frowned. Well. The middle-aged man froze. You don't know what it is, so come here and kill the 9th Zone Yinbei suit of Huanyan as soon as you meet him. But of course he didn't dare to say this, so he could only bite the bullet and say honestly, it's a secret gold mine, the specific location coordinates of a secret gold mine that has not yet been developed. If you can help our father and daughter get out of pursuit kill, I can. Never mind. Liu Sheng waved his hand and said lightly, I'm not interested. Just kidding, in the optical brain of the dream space, there are specific distribution locations of dense gold mines all over the world. Does he need such a rare one? Also a butt trouble. I was just passing by, out of righteousness. Liu Sheng said a few words casually, then turned and left. Since your troubles are resolved, I'll go first. The middle-aged man opened his mouth, wanting to say something more. Liu Sheng's back has completely merged into the night. It's really... The middle-aged man thought for a long time before he managed to come up with a fairly accurate word. Whack. You say yes, am I? The middle-aged man looked at the little girl beside him. The little girl nodded, her big beautiful eyes were flickering, and she didn't know what Gilai 3.4 was thinking in her little head. Let's go quickly, the people from the Ring Seal have been dealt with, and the Dark Star, and people from other organizations are expected to catch up. The middle-aged man said, trying to get up from the ground. But his legs and the shoulder of one hand have been completely smashed by the white suit, and it is difficult to move even a little, let alone get up. As soon as he moved his body, he let out a cry of pain and lay down again. If this continues, even if he is not killed by the pursuers, he will bleed to death. The middle-aged man thought sadly. Bai Suit is dead, but the fate of the father and daughter has not changed. Xiaomi, you go. The man gritted his teeth and was about to let his daughter leave alone. At this time, a figure suddenly left and returned in the vast night. He grabbed the middle-aged man and the little girl, and glanced at the corpse in the white suit along the way. A few trinkets floated up and quickly flew into his pocket. Then, he grabbed the two of them and quickly jumped into the night. It's really troublesome. That's why I said that good things like seeing injustice are the last thing you should do. Harmful. In the cool night wind, Liu Sheng sighed softly. Thanks to the leader of the boss for the reward, thank you. 217 The opening of the secret gold mine is announced, and the whole network explodes. 1 Ask month. Liu Sheng held a middle-aged man and a little girl in both hands, his figure was like the wind. In less than 5 minutes, it came from the wasteland to the side of the road. If it weren't for the fear that the two of them would not be able to bear it physically, his speed could be much faster. The location is remote, and cars with their lights on can occasionally be seen whizzing by on the road. It's not easy to take a taxi here. The middle-aged man was held in Liu Sheng's hand like a shopping bag, his face was pale and dripping with cold sweat. Hui gritted his teeth in pain and said. Liu Sheng glanced at him and said calmly, that's you. The middle-aged man was taken aback, but he still didn't understand the meaning of Liu Sheng's words. He and the little girl have been put down by Liu Sheng. Then I saw Liu Sheng stepping into the middle of the road. Not long after, a heavy-duty cargo with an obvious name came galloping from a distance. Soon to be near. The high-beam headlights of Dehuo shone on Liu Sheng, the horn blared for a long time, and the lights flashed rapidly. Bah! Like a restless monster. Liu Sheng narrowed his eyes and looked forward. He saw the truck driver sitting in the cab grabbing the steering wheel and honking the horn, cursing and stepping on the brake with his right foot. In the end, the truck barely stopped less than 10 meters away from Liu Sheng. The middle-aged man was dumbfounded. Is Nima okay? What if people can't stop? Liu Sheng could see what was going on in his heart, but he was too lazy to explain. Under the control of the 7th level mental power, there will be no accidents at all. Even if the driver of a large truck does not have time to brake, Liu Sheng can still stop the car honestly. Hold! The truck driver slammed the door and jumped out of the car. If you want to die somewhere else, don't come. Before he finished speaking, a shiny object was thrown in front of the truck driver. He subconsciously reached out to catch it and looked down. It was a diamond-studded watch, shining luxuriously under the car lights. Turn around and take us downtown. Lu Sheng had already carried the middle-aged man, father, and daughter into the car. The truck driver looked confused for a moment, then suddenly came back to his senses. He quickly climbed back into the car and slammed on the gas pedal. Sit down and you are ready. More than an hour later, a large truck full of building materials stopped at the entrance of the top hotel in Beihai City. Go slowly. Watching the three of Lu Sheng walk into the hotel, the truck driver happily took out his diamond watch and wiped it twice on his body, then looked carefully at the overhead light. It should be true that we can afford such a nice hotel. Even if it is a fake, you can definitely pay for the trip if you buy it. Hey hey! Lu Sheng led the two of them, and walked through the hotel lobby to the elevator room in a blink of an eye. Go straight up, first come to the presidential suite on the top floor, use the hotel keycard found from the white suit to open the room, and throw the father and daughter in. Then leave a sentence, wait first. A few minutes later, Lu Sheng reappeared in the room. It's just that there is an extra glass of light golden water in his hand, which looks a bit like a functional drink. Drink it. There was an undeniable force in Lu Sheng's words. At this time, the middle-aged man was pale due to blood loss, trembling and chilling all over. Trembling, he drank the whole glass of water. After only a few seconds, I immediately felt bursts of heat rushing up in my body, and my body suddenly gained strength. What kind of medicine is this? The middle-aged man was full of surprise and couldn't help asking. Don't care what the medicine is, it will work for you anyway. You should be fine tomorrow after a night of sleep. Lu Sheng sat on the sofa, picked up the odds and ends that he had collected from the white suit, and answered casually while checking. In fact, it was the little remnant left in the bathtub after the second stage of his impact on the immortal golden body was completed. Just a little bit, and I still felt half a glass of water. But for a middle-aged man who is just an ordinary person, it is enough to heal his injuries several times. ID card, wallet, a pale gold ring that looks plain. Plus the hotel room card. Pretty much everything in the white suit. Lu Sheng picked up his ID card and glanced at it before throwing it away. Who knows if it's true or not? The main thing was that ring, which was actually made of pure dense gold. It weighs only a few grams in the hand, but the real value is estimated to have bought the entire hotel. There was also a special imprint of spiritual power hidden in the ring, which Lu Sheng erased with a glance. After trying to put the ring on the finger of his right hand, Lu Sheng casually asked the middle-aged man, "Do you know what this guy's identity is?" His body recovered quite a bit, and the middle-aged man who was whispering to his daughter was startled slightly when he heard Lu Sheng's words, and his expression immediately became serious. "Xiaomi, you go to the side first, I will talk to uncle for a while." The middle-aged man lowered his head and asked the little girl. The little girl nodded obediently, glanced at Lu Sheng, and then quickly walked towards the snack cabinet in the distance. Probably hungry too. After watching his daughter go away, the middle-aged man turned his head and said to Lu Sheng, "The white suit is the 9th seal of the Ring Seal organization, specially for the secret gold mine." "What is a ring seal?" Lu Sheng remembered what the white suit had said to him before, and added, "There is also a dark star, please explain." Ring Seal and Dark Star are both international mysterious organizations. The purpose of the organization is unknown, but they are active in countries all over the world. There are many experts in the organization. Take Huanyan for example, there are quite a few Zhongjian at the martial arts master level in their organization. It is said that there are even stronger king seals, even god seals. Lu Sheng got a general understanding of it, but he wasn't very surprised. In the era of prosperous martial arts, the light is extremely prosperous, and the forces of darkness will naturally not be weak. The power of martial arts breeds people's ambitions, and there are always some people who try to compete with the mainstream power of the world. Go back and enter the dream space to check. Liu Sheng quickly lost interest in the so-called Ring Seal organization, and now he only wants to properly deal with the trouble of the father and daughter as soon as possible. The fact that being a chivalrous hero is too troublesome. It doesn't mean that you just help get rid of the enemy in front of the other party, there are a series of things behind it. But you can't do half of a good deed and stop doing it. You have to be patient and deal with the aftermath. Liu Sheng's sense of justice is not much, just enough. He swore that if he encountered similar things next time, he would never do it again. But next time? Who can say for sure? So what are you going to do next? The middle-aged man was sitting on the carpet in the distance, hugging the little girl who was quietly nibbling a bag of potato chips, smiling wryly and shaking his head. I don't know either, do I? Although I really want to seek help from this mysterious and extremely powerful young man in front of me. But the middle-aged man couldn't open his mouth. The other party was able to save them from the white suit, which was considered as the utmost benevolence. And, judging from the other person's face, he doesn't seem like the kind of talkative person either. Liu Sheng thought for a while, and said, I have a solution once and for all. It depends on whether you are willing or not. The middle-aged man was taken aback, and quickly said, say it. Tell me the specific coordinates of the dense gold mine. Although the middle-aged man was surprised, he still told the truth. After Liu Sheng heard this, he took out his mobile phone and quickly operated it for a while, then stood up and said calmly, okay, I guess no one will come to chase you down. The middle-aged man looked bewildered, not knowing why. May I ask, how did you do it? Liu Sheng said casually, oh, I just posted the location of the secret gold mine all over the internet. If the coordinates you reported are accurate, I think whether it is the Ring Seal or the Dark Star organization, there will be no need to trouble you again in a short time. Ah! After the middle-aged man heard this, his mouth opened wide, and he was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. The secret gold mine whose value is unknown is just announced on the whole network casually like this? Does he not know the value of the secret gold mine, or does he really not care? Inexplicably, the middle-aged man's mind popped up the titles of some novels he usually reads. The opening announcement of the secret gold mine, the whole internet exploded. 100 billion secret gold mine, exposed by Grandpa. All of a sudden, countless 137 complicated thoughts flooded into his mind, and the middle-aged man's mind was in a mess. At this time, Liu Sheng had almost reached the door of the room. He touched the little girl's head, and said calmly, before checking out tomorrow, take your daughter away. Change to a place to hide for a few days. The storm will pass soon. Wish y'all good luck. Liu Sheng opened the door and walked out without looking back. Behind him was a middle-aged man with a dazed expression, and a little girl who was sitting on the ground in a daze. On the outskirts of the West District of Beihe City, a black car slowly stopped on the wasteland. Two figures got out of the car and walked quickly to the wreckage of the off-road vehicle that was almost burned with only one frame left. A few minutes later, a figure stood up and said solemnly, two corpses, one of them looks like the ring-printed 9th Zhongjian's white suit, but what? Another person asked. But how can the white suit be so weak? The voice of the person who spoke became a little trembling, and seemed to be accompanied by the movement of swallowing saliva. Or, how could the person who killed him be so strong? From the beginning to the end, the white suit didn't show any resistance. No, it couldn't resist at all. He was pressed on the head and smashed to the ground and strangled to death. The other person seemed to be stiff, and said with difficulty, "Are you sure?" No one answered. No need to answer either. The eyes of both of them fell on the huge pothole that was deeply sunken on the ground in front of them. This pothole is very deep, as if a pile driver has been used. But who would have thought that this would be? It was smashed out with a living human head. And it's the head of a 7th level Grandmaster. After imagining that scene for a while, the two of them suddenly felt their scalps go numb, and gusts of cool wind blew across their foreheads. It is really so brutal, so violent. It's May, and it's a new beginning. Please ask for a monthly pass, please thank you. 218 Alienated Warrior, Unrequited Love, Never Married. 2. The cool breeze blows gently, making people's hairs stand on end. You say. One person hesitated and said, should we continue to chase? Chasing a fart. Another person was already walking towards the black car. The 9th case of Lian Huanyan's white suit is dead, and he is still dead like this. The person who took away the news of the dense gold mine was at least at the peak of the 7th level, or even the 8th level Grand Master. This is no longer a task that you and I can intervene. Report to the higher UPS, and let the higher UPS send stronger dark stars to come. The companion nodded, and the two got into the black car. Before the car started, the mobile phones in their pockets suddenly rang at the same time. He took it out and took a look. Next second. Hold. Fuck. The faces of the two staring at the screen of the mobile phone were full of bewilderment. They looked at each other, and looked at each other in blank dismay. The coordinates of the secret gold mine was announced by the whole network. Nima, if this is true, so many people in front of us wouldn't have died in vain. Dark Star, Ring Seal, Dark Demon Society. In the dream space, Lu Sheng used the optical brain to check. I didn't expect to get a lot of information. There are more than a dozen international mysterious organizations similar to Ring Seals, some of which have only existed for a few decades. Some have continued to martial arts for nearly 10,000 years, and there are still traces of activities. Moreover, in addition to masters and grand masters, several large organizations such as Huanyan even have masters of the martial arts level. Wu Sheng is not something that can be cultivated casually. It is estimated that there is a shadow of the state machine behind it. Lu Sheng's eyes flickered, and he continued to look down. Suddenly, his gaze froze, and his eyes fell on a line of small characters. The Ring Seal organization has been committed to the research of alienated warriors, and has caused many international sensational events, and was jointly killed by various countries. Alienated warrior? Lu Sheng carefully checked the introduction of this so-called alienated warrior. It is a technical product of transplanting the genes of alien beasts into warriors, and the warriors produced are ridiculously strong, several times or even 10 times higher than those of the same level. But there are advantages and disadvantages. After transplanting the alien beast gene, this kind of alienated warrior will be eroded and transformed by the alien beast both physically and mentally. Like a ticking time bomb, it is full of huge risks of instability. Thinking of the weird beast invasion incident before, Lu Sheng felt that there seemed to be some connection between the two. Since even I can see that the top executives of the Dragon Kingdom are not idiots, there must be corresponding measures to deal with it. Lu Sheng didn't take it to heart. If you are not in your position, you will not seek your job. He is just an ordinary college student, he just needs to do the things in front of him well, there is no need to worry too much. On the contrary, he secretly kept in mind the several international terrorist attacks that were carried out by organizations such as Ring India Dark Star as shown in the data. Several incidents occurred within the past 2 years, and some even occurred within the territory of Longguo. If you encounter it, help clean it up, if you don't. Lu Sheng shook his head, that's fine. When Lu Sheng's vision was raised to the level of Marshal Dao Wanyan, it was doomed that his pattern had long since surpassed ordinary people's knowledge. However, although the path of alienation warriors takes a slanted edge, it is not completely without merit. An idea came to Lu Sheng's mind. Of course, it's just an idea, whether it can be realized or not, we have to have the opportunity to test it later. Then Lu Sheng searched for the information of the middle-aged man, father and daughter by the way. Just as he expected. After the news of the dense gold mine broke out, no matter whether it was true or not, Organizations like the Ring E and Dark Star Black Demon Society would definitely go to verify it. Once it is found to be true, naturally they will not pay attention to the two small characters. The father and daughter have been safe and sound since then, and they have never encountered any danger. And what surprised Liu Sheng was that the middle-aged man's daughter, the little girl he rescued with him, would have a lot of achievements in life in the future. The head of the International Criminal Investigation Section, an 8th-level Grand Master, has dedicated his life to tracking down organizations such as Ring Seal, Dark Star, and the Black Demon Society. The members of Huanyan and other organizations who were killed by her and sent to prison total more than 800 people. Good fellow, he managed to save an international elite back by accident. Liu Sheng sighed softly, but when he saw the little girl's follow-up resume, he almost fell down on the spot. Unrequited love for the martial sage of Longguo Shiquan martial sage, unmarried all his life. Well. Liu Sheng opened his mouth slightly, and his expression fell into great astonishment. Shiquan Wushan, isn't he? The daughter of a middle-aged man will actually like him when she grows up? And it's still unrequited love, for the sake of being unmarried for life. A small figure sitting quietly on the floor eating potato chips subconsciously jumped out of Liu Sheng's mind. His mind was in a daze. Damn! Liu Sheng shook his head, trying to get rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind. I shouldn't read these messy materials, it will damage my Dao heart, and I will definitely not read it next time. In the early morning of the second day, two figures, one big and one small, walked out of the hotel. They walked very lightly and did not disturb anyone. After a night of rest, the middle-aged man has the powerful effect of the golden dragon saliva, and most of his injuries have already healed. He changed into clean clothes, and he seemed to be more energetic. When the father and daughter walked to the intersection, the middle-aged man stopped a taxi and greeted him softly, "Xiaomi, let's go." The little girl nodded and tried to put one foot into the car. He stopped and turned his head to look in the direction of the hotel. Her big eyes were flickering, and there was a faint light flickering in the clear eyes, as if she wanted to firmly engrave this place and everything that happened here in her mind. When the middle-aged man urged her for the second time, she withdrew her gaze and walked into the taxi. The taxi is gradually going away, and it can be seen faintly. A little girl was lying on the back of the back seat, looking at this side intently. On the 48th floor of the hotel, by the windowsill, Liu Sheng quietly watched the father and daughter go away. It wasn't until the taxi was out of the detectable range of his mental power that he withdrew his mental power. I should go too. Liu Sheng lowered his head, gently took off the golden ring on his finger, put it in his trouser pocket, and turned to leave. When Liu Sheng checked out the room and returned home, he was inevitably scolded by his mother Zheng Yufen again. It's only been a few days since I came back, and I haven't come home all night, I don't know what to say about you. Mom, it's inevitable to get together with old friends. Liu Sheng explained. Liu Qinghe came out of nowhere and interjected, Brother, don't all your classmates go to college? Did those who joined the army go to join the army? Do you have any friends in Beihe City? Liu Sheng glanced at Liu Qinghe coldly, and said calmly, Xiao Yuhe, President of the Martial Arts Association? Do you have an opinion? Liu Qinghe stopped talking, and started to eat breakfast in a dull manner. Liu Shengyuan stayed at home for more than a week, and then set foot on the high-speed train back on the pretext of something to do at school. A day later, Liu Sheng appeared on an old street. There are plane trees planted on both sides of the street. It was early autumn, and many leaves had already started to turn yellow and continued to fall. There are some yellow and green leaves falling on the road, and a cleaner is cleaning them. In the early years of Longguo, this kind of city appearance style of planting phoenix trees by the roadside was very popular, but later it disappeared, and the old towns that have not been rebuilt for decades continue. Even in Beihe City, it is rare. Liu Sheng dragged his suitcase and walked slowly along the floating brick sidewalk. On both sides of the road are rows of old residential buildings, the walls are covered with ivy, and many people hang their clothes outside to dry. Liu Sheng walked for 3 to 5 minutes, and finally stopped at the gate of a community. He lowered his head and glanced at his phone, which showed an address Workers' Community, number 213, Pingzheng Road, West District, Feng City. Should be here. Liu Sheng walked towards the community. The old community also has the benefits of the old community. There is no security guard at the gate, and there is no need to register to enter. Liu Sheng walked into a residential building according to the address, and stopped in front of a house with a faded blessing on the door. Knock on the door. The door opened quickly. There was a flash of surprise in Liu Sheng's eyes, but it quickly subsided. A woman in her 30s, wearing a nightgown, with a sallow complexion appeared in front of him. Who are you looking for? The woman looked Liu Sheng up and down, with doubts and vigilance on her face. I'm looking for Fu Jianming. Fu Jianming? The woman thought for a while, then shook her head, I don't know. As he said that, he wanted to close the door, but the iron door did not move at all. A long white and slender hand gently grasped the edge of the door. What do you want? The woman looked startled, her voice immediately became louder, and she made a gesture to back away, her eyes kept looking into the room. Please think again, you should have lived here before. Liu Sheng's tone was calm, but it seemed that he could not refuse. Wife, who is it? A shirtless man ran out of the house quickly. This person said he was looking for Fu Jianming. Who is Fu Jianming? Do you know him? The woman suddenly had a backbone, and quickly ran behind the man and threw it away. The man stared at Liu Sheng suspiciously, and said, Why are you looking for Fu Jianming? Fu Jianming has long since lived here, and now this house belongs to us. Liu Sheng's eyes flickered, and he asked, Then where is he now? You look around the entrance of the community, where there are many stray cats and dogs, it is probably there. Thanks. Liu Sheng thanked him, let go of his hand, turned around and left. The middle-aged couple watched Liu Sheng leave and heaved a sigh of relief. Honey, who is Fu Jianming? When the woman came back to her senses, she remembered to ask a question. The man waved his hand and muttered, Oh, who could it be? Isn't it the old lunatic who lives in the garbage dump? It's embarrassing that someone came to him specially. Didn't the whole family of the old madman die? ATT. Ask for a monthly ticket, big brothers, thank you. 219 You will see it, 3 request monthly pass. Liu Sheng finally found the target of his trip by the garbage dump at the entrance of the community. It was a thin figure with a bent back. Lie on the edge of the trash can, concentrating on searching for something in the trash can. A light blue nylon bag was placed under his feet, and several dirty stray cats walked around him. Fu Jianming. Liu Sheng walked over and calmly called out the other party's name. The old man turned his head abruptly, subconsciously grabbed the nylon bag at his feet, and looked at him vigilantly, like an old stray dog. Who are you? Liu Sheng's eyes swept over the other party's all-white hair and face as black as dry and wrinkled old tree bark. And he remembered that he saw in his profile that the other party should be no more than 50 years old this year. Who the hell are you? What do you want me for? The old man raised his voice and looked aggressive. Liu Sheng fell silent instead. When he called out the old man's name, he suddenly realized that he really didn't know what he was doing here. The information about the person in front of him quickly flashed through his mind. Fu Jianming, a worker at the Lanshan chemical factory in Yu City. Has 2 daughters. The youngest daughter, Fu Shuet, was spotted by Lian Jiabei's son from the Jiadao Martial Art Museum on the way home from class in the 2nd year of high school, and was forcibly taken away. After the eldest daughter Fu Ying heard the news, she approached the branch of the Jiadao Martial Arts Academy to discuss it. Then didn't come back. A week later, the bodies of the two sisters were found on a river beach outside Feng's city, in a miserable state of death. Fu Jianming's wife couldn't bear the blow and committed suicide. To this day, only the 46-year-old white-haired old man in front of him is still alive. Liu Sheng thought about it, and said, 970, I'm Fu Ying's classmate. I came here to see you. Perhaps it was because of hearing the word Fu Ying, the old man's muddy eyes suddenly brightened. Are you really Xiao Ying's classmate? Liu Sheng nodded, yes, I'm here to help you. The old man's lips trembled, as if he was a little surprised. But in just a short time, he changed his appearance, and his voice and expression were all stern. You're lying. I've looked for all of Xiao Ying's classmates and friends since she was a child, and I remember them all very clearly. You are not at all. Do you think I'm already stupid? Crazy? I am wide awake. Everyone, every face, I remember clearly. The old man spoke urgently and quickly, emotionally, and even became a little incoherent. I was lying. Liu Sheng took a deep breath and said calmly and seriously, but I didn't lie to you, I'm here to help you. Help me. A trace of confusion flashed across the old man's face, his eyes fell on Liu Sheng's body, and he suddenly grabbed Liu Sheng's hand as if he had discovered something. He asked eagerly, You are a warrior. You are a warrior, right? You are a very powerful warrior. Two thin palms like chicken feet tightly grasped Liu Sheng's arm, and their 10 fingers almost sank into Liu Sheng's flesh, leaving black fingerprints on them. It was hard for Liu Sheng to imagine how such a huge power star could erupt from such a thin body. Yes. Get a positive answer from Liu Sheng. The old man shivered excitedly, and his eyes shone with strong hope. I knew it, I have seen so many warriors, I can recognize them at a glance. You must be a warrior, definitely. The old man muttered repeatedly, dragging Liu Sheng to a place. Liu Sheng didn't resist, and let him drag him forward. Several stray cats followed the two of them step by step. Soon, Liu Sheng was taken to a remote and dark place. This is the angle between a certain residential building and the fence, a temporary shack built with black oilcloth and a few pieces of wood. All kinds of mineral water bottles, beverage bottles, cardboard, scrap iron, and other things are piled up everywhere on the ground. There is almost no place to stay. Holding Liu Sheng with one hand, the old man walked quickly through the garbage dump, making the sound of plastic bottles colliding under his feet. You wait a moment. Go to the depths of the garbage dump, under the shack. The old man let go of Liu Sheng's arm, and swished into the pile of bottles. Liu Sheng's eyes fell on somewhere under the cramped low shed. That's the only dry and clean part of the place. There were 3 black Baxiang cards neatly placed there. The 3 women, from left to right, are increasing in age. Fu Shui, Fu Ying, and Fu Jianming's wife, Wang Hongyu. Liu Sheng looked at these 3 photos calmly, as if he was looking at them. At this time, the old man jumped out of the garbage dump very quickly, almost jumping in front of Liu Sheng. Help me kill Lian Ye and Lian Jiabei, I will give you all the money. The old man held up the passbook in his hand, as if he wanted to make it easier for Liu Sheng to see the numbers on it. Seeing that Liu was silent, he became nervous. Not enough, is it? I know not enough, very little, but I can make more. The old man looked around, and the plastic bottles under his feet rattled. These are all money. I just haven't had time to exchange them yet. It's not enough, you just take my life. What are you doing, Sakako? Liu Sheng looked at the restless old man in front of him calmly, without any emotional fluctuations on his face. The old man suddenly fell silent. He squatted on the ground sadly, raised his head to look up at Liu Sheng, his eyes were full of self-mockery and despair. Forget it, let's go. The old man pointed in the direction of the exit. I know you won't help me. You came here to see my jokes, didn't you? Jideo Martial Arts sent you here? See if I'm dead, or not. Ha ha ha. The old man suddenly started laughing again, laughing until tears came down. See now? I'm alive and well. Even if my father and son are not dead, I will not die either. I'm going to live until... The old man's eyes were bloodshot, he glared at Liu Sheng viciously, and said through gritted teeth, live to see the two of them go to hell. You'll see. Liu Sheng spoke calmly. What did you say? The old man froze for a moment, as if he didn't hear clearly. But Liu Sheng stopped talking, turned around and walked straight outside. His pace is unhurried. But every step is very steady. Very solid. Also very firm. The old man stared at him blankly in bewilderment. Until his back completely disappeared. Call. Liu Sheng exhaled slowly, feeling a little better. His heart is strong, his will is tougher than steel, even if the sword is on the verge, he is like a spring breeze, and his eyelids will not blink. But when I was in that small shack just now, I felt an indescribably oppressive and uncomfortable feeling under the dense dark clouds. Come on, take one. Someone next to him handed over a cigarette with a yellow filter. Liu Sheng raised his head and saw a fat man in a red vest, blue shorts, and flip-flops looking at him. Thanks. Liu Sheng shook his head and rejected the other party's offer. The fat man didn't mind either, he stuffed the cigarette into his mouth, lit it skillfully, took a deep breath, and said to Liu Sheng, it's been a long time since anyone came looking for the old lunatic. A lot before. The fat man twitched the corners of his mouth, and said disdainfully, but they are all here to cheat him of money. In the first few years when the old lunatic's family died, he looked for someone to avenge him like he was crazy. As long as anyone with a little martial arts ability comes to him, he will give money. But who will really help him? Who doesn't know, the person who hurt him is very... The fat man said a word, shut up immediately, and mumbled, anyway, this is how the old lunatic's property was tossed away, even the house was sold, and now he can only live in the garbage dump. Liu Sheng's eyes flickered for a moment, but he nodded without saying a word. That is to say, you confiscated the old lunatic's money. You are considered a good person, so I came out to chat with you. If it was someone else, I wouldn't even look at him. As he said that, the fat man looked at Liu Sheng with admiration. Oh, by the way, what do you do? Why are you looking for crazy? The fat man suddenly asked. Liu Sheng thought for a while, and said, I'm a novelist. When I heard about Fu Jianming, I wanted to come here to learn about the situation. Writing novels? Such a good figure for writing novels. The fat man stared at Liu Sheng's muscular arm with some surprise, and muttered, damn it, how many keyboards do you have to break to write a novel? Liu Sheng didn't continue to chat with him, and walked away. The fat man looked at Liu Sheng's back and shouted, then can you add a role for me? I usually treat the old lunatic very well, and I often treat him to dinner. Liu Sheng walked quickly, and he was gone in a blink of an eye. The fat man could vaguely see that Liu Sheng seemed to raise his hand to him, as a gesture of yes. On the same day, Liu Sheng returned to the 7th Saint Wushan. He was very low-key when he came back, but someone still saw it, took photos and uploaded them on the campus website. Office of the Vice-Chancellor. Zhao Kangtai sat on the sofa with a dignified middle-aged man. On the coffee table in front of the two of them, tea was being boiled, and a faint fragrance wafted out. Liu Sheng is back. The middle-aged man picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup, and by the way also poured a cup for Zhao Kangtai. I know. Zhao Kangtai nodded. The middle-aged man glanced at him, and said meaningfully, he didn't go to Ming City. Do you know this? Ask for a monthly ticket, ask for flowers, ask for a reward, thank you guys. 220 No one can control the path I want to take, not even Wu Sheng. National Martial Arts Conference. Zhao Kangtai didn't speak, but silently picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip. The middle-aged man continued, he has taken on 2 tasks this time, one is AA and the other is AAA. The AA level mission is closer to Kyoto and more urgent. MB. The man paused for a moment, then continued, Lian Ye is in Ming City. You can go to Ming City first, but you have to go to Nanping. Lu Sheng's meaning is already obvious. Maybe he just wants to complete the AAA mission first. I remember that it was a mission of alien beast invasion. Alien beasts are much more dangerous than kidnappers. Zhao Kangtai thought for a while and said. The middle-aged man glanced at Zhao Kangtai. I prefer that he intentionally avoid Lian Ye and the second choice given by Lord Martial Saint, which is the real Martial Saint disciple test. Having said that, in fact, this is true. It is human nature to seek good luck and avoid bad luck. Zhao Kangtai remained expressionless, and said calmly, it's still too early to draw conclusions, there is still some time before the National Martial Arts Conference for college students. The middle-aged man slowly drank the tea in the cup and sighed, it's only been a few days. Once before the National College Student Martial Arts Conference started, Lu Sheng hadn't made a move yet. Then the result is out. Test failed. Master Wu Sheng is not in the habit of giving people a second chance, and he doesn't like to wait too long. Zhao Kangtai didn't speak, just drinking tea, looking at a certain position on the office wall. There used to be a pair of words hanging there. He later gave that word to Lu Sheng. It's written in the words, only in one's heart. Lu Sheng, don't let me down, and don't let Master Wu Sheng down either. Zhao Kangtai thought silently in his heart. Time passes like water. On the campus of the 7th Saint Martial Arts University, which has gradually calmed down after the Demon King Lu Sheng pushed the 7 saints and became famous in the 5 districts, due to a certain incident, there were waves of turmoil again. 7th Shengguo Canteen. It was time to eat, and the cafeteria was quite lively. Slap! The crisp footsteps sounded from the cafeteria door. A pair of blood-stained alloy boots stepped on the clean and tidy floor. Some people looked up subconsciously. I saw a young man with a height of 1.9 meters, a black vest and camouflage pants, and a young man with hair standing up like steel needles striding into the cafeteria. The young man was still carrying an uncleaned alloy saber on his shoulder, and his expression was indifferent. As he walked in, a strong smell of blood rushed towards him. It's Xiao Lan. Xiao Lan is back. I heard that he took the AA mission this time and went out. I didn't expect to come back so soon. Tisk tisk, with this murderous look, I'm afraid his strength has improved. AA level. Damn, Xiao Lan is getting more and more terrifying, no wonder my heart beats faster just looking at me. Many people recognized the identity of the person and started talking in low voices. In the huge cafeteria, because of the appearance of young people, the voice of speaking has more than doubled. Like a lively swarm of bees, buzzing and making noise. Xiao Lan is back. The slender girl with the ponytail looked away, and said to the handsome young man who was sitting across from him and was eating mouthfuls, it seems that she is also coming back for the National Martial Arts Conference for college students. This kind of opportunity to compete with young masters in martial arts gyms across the country only comes once every 2 years. How could a militant like Xiao Lan miss it? The handsome young man ate without raising his head, and responded casually. The top 10 students on the old student list will all go. I don't know what the situation will be this time. We, the 7th Saint Martial Arts University, shouldn't be at the bottom. The girl said with a sigh. The handsome young man raised his head in surprise. Bottom? What are you talking about? This martial arts tournament has the Demon King Lu Sheng, and we can even hit the first place. Why are we still at the bottom? The girl shook her head. Lu Sheng may not participate. What? The handsome young man was stunned, and subconsciously asked, why? It's so easy for the 7th university to produce a once-in-a-century Liu Sheng, will you not let him participate? Are the school leaders out of their minds? Chen Yuxuan, I warn you to be more polite. Sorry, I forgot that your dad is the vice principal. The handsome young man apologized again and again, and the girl's face looked a little better now. I heard from my dad that the test of Wu Sheng for Liu Sheng is that he cannot participate in the National University Martial Arts Conference. Once Liu Sheng participates, the test is considered a failure. What kind of test is this? Chen Yuxuan looked puzzled, deliberately suppressing Liu Sheng's sharpness. There's no need to do that. Wu Sheng's mind can't be what we can guess, since he did this, he naturally has his deep meaning. Chen Yuxuan sighed with regret. It's such a pity. 2 years ago, the Gemini Stars swept the Seven Sages University, beating the entire Seven Sages University without any shame. I heard that in the past 2 years, there has also been a sage seedling in the martial arts school. Originally, I thought I could rely on Liu Sheng to fight back this year, but now it's all right. Chen Yuxuan threw the chopsticks on the table and said rather depressed, I have to be abused again. We're graduating soon. It's fine. The girl gently held Chen Yuxuan's hand, comfortingly said, you will get used to it soon. National College Student Martial Arts Conference. Liu Sheng looked at his phone, which contained the school email he had just received. The email notified him that 3 days later, at 8 o'clock in the morning, he would gather at the gate of the school and go to participate in the National College Student Wu Tianchen. If you are late and do not go, you will be deemed to have voluntarily given up your qualifications to participate in the conference. Liu Sheng was very skeptical, and the last sentence was specially written for him. Will the school allow the old and the strong not to participate? Deadlifts have to be pulled. Liu Sheng stood up and walked to the window of the room. Through the glass, he could clearly see the outside of the courtyard of his dormitory. Several furtive figures were wandering around. These guys have been around since the day he went back to school. It's run by students. It is estimated that 80% of them are sent by the school. It's not so much surveillance as it is to see if he will go out. To perform a task. To kill someone. You don't want me to go, do you? Liu Sheng turned around, looked at a pair of words hanging on the wall and said indifferently. However, the path Liu Sheng wants to take, cannot be controlled by others. 7 sages can't do it. Wu Sheng, it doesn't work either. Liu Sheng glanced at the towering and motionless Wushan pagoda standing quietly in the distance. Then sat down cross-legged, picked up a piece of forging cloth and gently wiped the red crystal dragon pattern. 0. Ask for flowers. His eyes were as calm as before. On the computer desktop behind him, all the information about Jidao Martial Arts Hall and Jidao Wushan are densely listed. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. 3 days later. The entrance of the 7th Holy Martial Academy. A bus stopped, and many freshmen from the 7th Shengwu University gathered around. Chen Yuxuan and other top 10 masters on the old student list stood in front of the car, as if waiting for something. The National Martial Arts Conference for college students is about to be held, and today is the day of departure. Vice Principal Zhao Kangtai will lead the team in person. Everyone is quite excited, because everyone knows it well. Their 7th Saint Martial Arts University, what kind of earth-shattering figure has emerged this year? The Demon King is going to fight, and my 7th Sacred Martial General in this National Martial Arts Conference will completely avenge his shame and give him a great boost. I really can't think of a reason to lose. I can't wait to see the scene where Liu Sheng crushes those martial arts brothers. It's a pity that I can't follow, and I can't watch it live. It's okay, there is a live broadcast, just watch the live broadcast when the time comes. By the way, why hasn't Liu Sheng come yet? Listening to the discussions of many students, Chen Yuxuan, who was standing in the crowd, smiled wryly in his heart. These people obviously didn't know that Liu Sheng would never come. Compared with the National University Martial Arts Conference held every 2 years, the inheritance of martial saints is obviously much more important. A fool also knows how to choose. If it were me, I would rather not go to the conference. Anyway, if I go, I will be beaten. Chen Yuxian thought secretly. He took a special look at Zhao Kangtai, the vice principal who led the team. Zhao Kangtai looked normal, and there was no anxiety on his face. Although he looked down at the time from time to time, Chen Yuxian felt that it was more like wanting to start in a hurry. Obviously, Liu Sheng will never. Chen Yuxian, before he could finish his thought, he heard commotion and cheers from the crowd. The flocks are scattered, and the tigers go out. A handsome young man with a tall and straight figure and a casual posture came in from outside the crowd. Simply carrying a weapon bag in his hand, who else could it be but Liu Sheng? Sorry for being late. Chen Yuxian subconsciously froze, then turned his head and glanced at Zhao Kangtai. He saw Zhao Kangtai, who was relaxed just now, but when he saw Liu Sheng appearing, his expression instantly became complicated. It was a kind of indescribable frustration after expectations failed, full of deep disappointment. Liu Sheng. Zhao Kangtai took a light breath and said in a low voice, "You have to think about it. The National College Student Martial Arts Conference has just begun. You still have time." Liu Sheng replied calmly, "Vice Principal, it's just a dream. You told me that." Zhao Kangtai opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something more. In the end, he didn't say anything, just waved his hand sullenly, and announced in a deep voice, "Get in the car." Oh! 7 must win. The Demon King triumphs. The 7 college students around burst into enthusiastic cheers, loudly cheering for the team that is about to represent the 7 majors. Under the bustle of the scene, Zhao Kangtai's expression seemed a little numb. Ask for a monthly ticket, ask for flowers, ask for a reward she. 221 Rebuilding Jiazi, the Holy Land of Martial Arts Cumulus Mountain, 1. The special buses of the 7th National University are quite luxurious. There is only 1 seat in a row, and there is a small table next to each seat, with snack cabinets and refrigerators attached. There are iced drinks and even wine inside, which can be taken out to drink at any time. Liu Sheng was the first to get on the bus. After he got into the car, the other old students got into the car one after another. He randomly found a seat in the 3rd row, and the first 2 rows were immediately vacant, and no one dared to sit there. All the candidates sat down behind him in a tacit understanding. There is not enough space for a single person, so 2 people who are close to each other will squeeze together. This is a kind of awe and respect. The law of the strong respecting, the higher the level, the more vividly it is reflected. Zhao Kangtai didn't get in the car. As the leader of the 7th university, he had his own special army. The one who actually led the team was a student mentor from the 7th university, in his 40s, wearing a white martial arts uniform with the emblem and name of the 7th university on his body. As soon as the team leader came up, he began to distribute martial arts uniforms to everyone. Everyone is a top martial arts student of the 7th university. This time, the National College Student Martial Arts Conference represents the 7th university. You should wear the same uniform. Please change it. If the size is not suitable, you can come to me for replacement. Liu Sheng took a look at the martial arts uniforms obtained by 253. There are curtains that can be pulled down on top of each row of seats, so it doesn't matter if you change clothes or something. After everyone changed their clothes and the team leader scanned it with satisfaction, he began to explain all kinds of things about this National Martial Arts Conference for college students. Some of you here have already participated in a conference, and some are participating for the first time. In this case, I will introduce it again. Listen carefully to those who have not heard it before, and understand it again if you have heard it. This team leader has a gentle temper and is good at everything, but he talks too much nonsense. Liu Sheng looked out of the window, watching the scenery passing by from slow to fast, thinking about his own affairs. The 7th level Grandmaster is like an oven, with the will to generate martial arts, and the Grandmaster's force field. What about the 8th level Grandmaster? The qi and blood condense into pills, and the value of qi and blood can reach more than 100,000 casually. The qi and blood are as powerful as rivers, as hot as lava, and can almost melt steel. One shot is tens of millions of battle strength. From Grandmaster to Grandmaster, it is another qualitative transformation. Especially in terms of physique. Qi and blood changed from liquid to solid and condensed, just like the Taoist golden elixir described in ancient Suanchu, swallowed into the abdomen. It continuously provides potential, stimulates cell activity, and washes away impurities in the body all the time. When it comes to Grandmasters, the lifespan of warriors will also skyrocket, and they will become the longevity species among ordinary people. Liu Sheng didn't care about this, after the second stage of the immortal golden body was completed. He is only one step away from the realm of qi and blood that the Great Master condenses into a pill, and he can step into it at any time. However, after the Grand Master condenses blood pills, his physique will continue to grow stronger as the blood pills are continuously washed away day and night. The longer you enter the Grand Master realm, the stronger your physique will be. This is also one of the benefits of becoming a Grand Master. The blood will hardly weaken over time. Unless there is death or special circumstances, the body function can always be kept at the peak, and there is a chance to hit the 9th level of martial arts. Therefore, stepping into the realm of the Great Master also has another name: reconstructing Jiazi. A Jiazi is 60 years, and the peak age of ordinary people is only 60 years. Rebuilding Jiazi is not about adding another 60 years of life, but rejuvenating for a second time, and experiencing the peak period of the human body again. Even if the perfect immortal golden body in the second stage is not as good as those veteran Great Masters, it probably won't be much worse. Besides, there is still the third stage of cultivation. What Liu Sheng cares more about is the martial arts will of the Grand Master level. Although he obtained a lot of Grand Master level Grandmaster will in the dream space. But what Liu Sheng saw was only their external brilliance and hardness, and he had no chance to see the glory of their heyday. Grandmaster level physique combined with Grandmaster level martial arts will, the power exerted is not as simple as 1 + 1. So far, Liu Sheng has never felt the strength of a real Grandmaster. The big master level zombies in the dream space are too unrepresentative. Although Liu Sheng is now killing a Grandmaster like a chicken, the gap between the 7th and 8th ranks is even bigger than the gap between the 6th and 10th ranks. If you have a chance, you must feel it. If confrontation with Wu Sheng is inevitable, then Liu Sheng needs to start preparing now. He hasn't even reached the Grandmaster realm yet. Even if the martial saint wanted to kill him, he would never be able to do it himself. It's great to send a Grandmaster to end. Therefore, Liu Sheng's current imaginary opponent's strength level is the 8th level Grandmaster. But no matter how strong the 8th level Grandmaster is, he cannot be beaten to death. And everything that can't knock Liu Sheng down will only make him stronger, and sooner or later he will be able to unscrew Wu Sheng's head and kick it as a ball. Wu Sheng is like a towering tree with lush branches and well-developed roots. But the bigger the tree attracts the wind, the stronger the power, the more troubles will be involved. It is impossible to handle everything by yourself, otherwise even a martial saint will be exhausted. Liu Sheng thought to himself, when I become a martial saint in the future, I must not make my subordinates so bloated. If hidden dangers are discovered, they must be killed as soon as possible, and the crisis will be strangled in the cradle. Liu Sheng thought about it, and when he came back to his senses, he found that the mentor who led the team was still chattering. I don't know how he can talk so much nonsense. He simply pulled the curtain and fell into a deep sleep. Cumulus Mountain is here, everyone can get off. When Liu Sheng woke up, he found that the bus had stopped. He was the first to get out of the car and looked at the scene in front of him. He is now at the foot of a mountain. The ground is paved with grey slate tiles, many cars are parked around, and there are supermarkets and restaurants in the distance. There is a huge mountain gate standing in front of it, and the word Cumulus Cloud is written on the mountain gate in red paint. Behind the mountain gate, there is a spacious stone step upwards. The group members behind should follow up as soon as possible, and the scenery will be fine after climbing up the mountain. There are the ruins of the martial saints, the creations of heavenly soldiers. A young tour guide was holding a loudspeaker and talking loudly. In front of him was a group of tourists wearing red tourist hats. It looks like a tourist attraction. It was originally a tourist attraction. Before Sheng came, he checked the information of Cumulus Mountain. Cumulus Mountain is also known as Martial Saint Mountain. Back then, the first Dragon Kingdom and the world's first Martial Saint level powerhouse was born in Cumulus Mountain. Therefore, there is the site of the Martial Saint on Cumulus Mountain, which is called the Holy Land of Martial Dao by many people. Every year, many people come to visit the pilgrimage, many of whom are foreign martial arts masters. Now Sheng saw some blonde and strong foreigners in the square. At this time, the other old students from the 7th university also followed. The group of people wore white martial arts uniforms with the names of the 7 majors printed on them. They were tall and straight, imposing, and naturally attracted many people's attention after getting off the car. Wow, a student of the 7th Saint Martial Heaven. Before, I seemed to see students from the 6th Shengwu University and the 1st Shengwu University. I guess they came to compete. Every year, the National College Student Martial Arts Conference is held in Cumulus Mountain. So we can watch the live competition. In my dream, the venue of the conference is on the top of Cumulus Mountain. Without an official warrior badge to prove that it is impossible to enter, but there are live broadcasts of the conference in many places in Cumulus Mountain, so it can be regarded as watching the scene. All right. Seeing that everyone has arrived, the instructor who led the team said, "We will go up the mountain next, please pay attention to follow my footsteps." The old students nodded. The instructor who led the team didn't talk nonsense this time, and ran up the steps up the mountain in a flash. The old students followed suit. They are all the strength of a 6th level warrior, and the speed is fully opened at this time. A group of people turned into white shadows. Ordinary mountaineering tourists only feel a blur in front of their eyes, and can only see a few small white backs when they look again. In the eyes of ordinary people, this scene is no less than the picture in the movie, everyone exclaimed and sighed again and again. Sheng is also one of the white shadows. He walked very casually. But the speed is still frighteningly fast. I even felt that other people were too slow, so I simply didn't deliberately follow the flow and took a step up the mountain alone. The instructor who led the team ran for tens of minutes, stopped, and turned around to see if anyone was left behind. He squinted his eyes and counted, and suddenly couldn't help but speak. "Where's Sheng? Where's Sheng from our school? Didn't he catch up?" An old student at the bottom stopped to drink water, wiped the sweat from his forehead and said in surprise, "Sheng ran to 4.0 ahead of you 20 minutes ago, teacher, didn't you see it?" Well. The instructor who led the team froze all of a sudden, looked back at the stone steps that stretched straight up, and suddenly couldn't speak a word. "Xiaoun, stop for a while." On the stone steps of the uninhabited mountain road, 2 figures quickly climbed up. The 2 of them walked like apes running, and with every step they took, they were able to cross a distance of at least 7 or 8 meters. You know, this is not flat ground, but stone steps with a steep slope. One step spans nearly 10 meters, and it is impossible for a warrior who is not a powerful warrior to do it. Hearing the call, the figure walking a little ahead stopped. Turning around, it was a girl in a light blue martial arts uniform. He is tall and well-proportioned, with long hair tied in a ponytail behind his head, revealing a clean and pretty face. Because of climbing all the way, I sweated a lot. This fair and pretty face is slightly flushed, and the skin texture is even more delicate, like a fine ruby covered with morning dew. Take a rest first, we will go up later. The one who called to stop the girl was a middle-aged man wearing the same martial arts uniform as her. He looked in his 30s, with tough and square features. 222 1,000 waves gather, 100 whales cry together. 2. Brother, I still have strength, why don't I rush forward? The girl was puzzled, and asked while adjusting her breathing. The middle-aged man smiled and said, it's your first time to come to Wushan Mountain, and there are some rules that you don't understand, so I just took this opportunity to tell you. Rules? What rules? There are still rules when climbing a mountain. The girl's face showed surprise, and she looked up and looked down. They were already standing close to 1/3 of the top of the mountain. Tourists were forbidden to go, the surrounding area was filled with clouds and mist, and the stone steps went up steeply. Even if there is no prohibition, it is not ordinary people, or even ordinary warriors, who can climb up. From us up to the top of the mountain, there are a total of 5 stone steps. The middle-aged man glanced around, pointed to the vast cloud and said, but you can't see it because it's covered by clouds. These 5 stone steps are called the way to ascend to heaven, which means ascending to heaven in one step. More than 200 years ago, Zhou Fuhe, the Grand Master of Martial Arts in the Dragon Kingdom, achieved the unprecedented 9-level martial arts here. Open up a road to the sky for future generations. Brother! The ponytail girl couldn't help interrupting the middle-aged man's words, I know whether you can pick the key points when you speak. Do you know what my father usually says about you? Everything is good, just talking and chatting, being a mother-in-law, not like a man. A black line appeared on the forehead of the middle-aged man, I want you to recover more energy, don't worry about it. Okay, let me pick the key points and tell you directly. At the beginning, Senior Zhou Fuhe trained his body here with sky fire, tempered his body with sky thunder, felt heaven and earth 02, and became a martial saint. So much so that the entire Wushan mountain has his Wushan Qi left. All warriors with a bone age below 30 who come here, if their talent is strong enough, their vitality is strong enough, and their luck is good enough. Walking the Dao of Ascension to heaven in one breath, it is possible to arouse the martial arts aura left by Senior Zhou Fuhe here, forming an extremely rare spectacle. The beautiful eyes of the ponytail girl lit up, and she quickly asked, what vision? The middle-aged man is considering how to describe it. At this moment, there was a long howling sound that pierced through the rocks and cracked clouds suddenly from the top of the mountain. Under the whistling sound, the clouds and mist around the top of the mountain were pulled by an inexplicable air mechanism, and rolled up layer by layer, presenting a vision like a surging wave. Not only that, but the two of them even vaguely heard. It's like the sound of big waves rolling over and hitting the rocks. This scene was quite strange and shocking, and the ponytail girl was shocked all of a sudden, and she couldn't help but exclaim in her mouth. Yes, that's the vision. The middle-aged man said, the clouds and mist are rolling, and the waves are hitting the reef. Those who can induce such visions will be promoted to Grand Master in the future, and it is estimated that they will be guaranteed. Before the middle-aged man finished speaking, another long whistle sounded. The clouds and mist on the top of the mountain were churning even more, and the sound of the rushing waves became louder and louder. 2 long howls were like a fuse, and then more long howls sounded one after another. It is almost impossible to tell which long howl caused the vision. You can only see the clouds and mist churning endlessly, and the sound of the waves is better than another. It seems that you are not in the clouds at this time, but on the coast of the East China Sea, on the reefs, watching the big waves. That's why the National College Student Martial Arts Conference has such a grand occasion. Too many martial arts elites, dragons, and phoenixes gather here. It's more exaggerated than the previous ones I attended. The mature man looked moved. At this moment, the long whistle of Mu Dao suddenly sounded without sorting at the same time. These 3 long howls were like sharp swords piercing through the air, suppressing all the previous long howls at the moment they sounded. Large swathes of cloud and mist rolled up and gathered into waves, making a magnificent sound like a big wave hitting a reef in the sea of clouds. The pupils of the middle-aged man constricted, and he blurted out, "Junior sister, now you are lucky." The ponytail girl hasn't figured out the meaning of the words of the mature man, but she will see it in the next second. Amidst the turbulent clouds and waves, the three heads were completely composed of clouds and mist, and a huge and majestic white long whale slowly appeared. 3 white long whales appeared on the 3 sides of the top of the mountain respectively, their huge mouths were slightly opened, and white ripples visible to the naked eye exploded in the clouds and mist, sweeping across the sea of clouds. An indescribably magnificent sound. It gives people a feeling that the elephant is invisible and the sound is loud. The girl with ponytail was completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at the top of the mountain. The shocking scene of billowing clouds and mists and the neighing of a long whale filled his face with shock and amazement. 3 long whistles continued in succession, one higher than the other, and the other overpowering the next. The 3 white giant whales also continued to cry, their heads and tails were swaying, and the 3 sides stood up, fighting each other. Big waves crashing against the reef, and white whales screaming, those phenomena of the highest standard actually appeared in one go. "Good guy, really good guy." The middle-aged man couldn't help but gasp in amazement and make a sound of tisk-tisk. The ponytail girl turned her head, and asked with a look of shock and curiosity, "Brother, what does the vision of the highest standard mean?" Martial arts talents under the age of 30 can attack Wushan Mountain and climb the way of heaven, and those with outstanding talents can involve Wushan's energy and trigger cloud and mist visions. But this vision can also be divided into high and low strengths according to the amount of qi mobilization. Clouds turning into waves are just the most common, and further up, there is the spectacular scene of big waves hitting the reef and long whales neighing. It can trigger such a vision. What can it represent? The ponytail girl subconsciously asked. Since the emergence of Wushan Mountain, there have been no more than 100 people who have been able to induce the vision of the long whale. Among them, there are more than 28th level masters and 4 Wushan level powerhouses. The middle-aged man looked at the girl with the ponytail, pointed to the direction of the mountain top, and said with a serious expression, "What do you mean?" "This means that on the top of the mountain at this moment, there are at least 3, the sons of Tianjiao who have the qualifications to become martial saints and powerhouses in the future." Hiss! The ponytail girl breathed in, while reaching out to cover her mouth. "Brother, do you mean that there may be 3 martial saints in this martial arts conference?" The middle-aged man said speechlessly, "I didn't say that, it's just that he has the posture of a martial sage, and he doesn't have to be a martial sage. But this is also remarkable enough, under the age of 30, you can see the hope of being able to hit the martial arts. Others, haven't even had a shred of hope." Oh! The ponytail girl suddenly realized, and her face became excited in the next second. "Brother, I want to try too. Maybe I can come out as a whole whale." The middle-aged man smiled and nodded, "Try it, don't force it deliberately. Not everyone can scream it when they rush to the heaven, it involves blood, breath, and energy." "Brother, you are really long-winded." The girl with the ponytail was too lazy to listen to his nonsense, and was gearing up to get ready to climb to the top. Call _______. A sharp whistling sound suddenly sounded in the ears. It was like the sound of a sharp arrow piercing the sky. The voice came from below them, from far to near. The ponytail girl and the middle-aged man subconsciously followed the prestige. Just a glance. The pupils of the two shrank suddenly. On the stone steps of the mountain road they had walked before, a figure quickly attacked upwards. The speed of this figure is too fast. It was so fast that neither of them could capture the specific appearance of the other. All I could see was that the cloud and mist surrounding the stone steps kept separating to the two sides, revealing a vacuum path. It's like a pair of sharp scissors, quickly slashing across the snow-white cloth. Call! The wind crossed the border. The eyes of the two of them blurred, and they felt that something seemed to pass by them. Turned around sharply. On the road to the sky, the figure rushed forward at an unbelievably fast speed. The girl with the ponytail opened her eyes wide, and murmured in shock, "Senior brother, this person's speed is really good." The word fast in the girl's mouth has not yet been uttered. The figure has reached the top. The next breath. The clouds and mist on the top of the mountain suddenly swayed outwards, and huge white cloud circles scattered in all directions. A sound like a dragon's chant, like a tiger's roar rose straight into the sky. The invisible sound wave spreads. Under this sound wave, the vast sea of clouds exploded. Clouds and mist pile up on each other like boiling. After a short moment, an unimaginably majestic scene quietly presented. Seeing this scene, the ponytail girl and the middle-aged man, their heads buzzed for an instant, and they fell into a blank state. Sheng went up the stairs. At the beginning, his speed was not considered fast, he just climbed the mountain at will. But as a person was left behind, the noise in the ears faded away. The clouds and fog on the stone steps are gradually thickening, and it is difficult to see people. Looking around, the 530 valley is quiet, and the mountains and birds are absolutely empty. Looking up, you can only see the outline of the giant peak in the vast mist. An inexplicable feeling came from the bottom of Sheng's heart. At this moment, it seemed that the whole world was left with him alone. Heaven, earth, and man are independent. The natural breathing method works naturally. Sheng seemed to have grasped something, thoughtfully, and the pace of his feet became faster and faster. He didn't use the breath of wind, nor did he use the four realms movement technique. Just pure, upward in the simplest and most pristine way. The natural breathing method works more smoothly and freely, and the speed is also faster. In the end, Sheng fell into a strange state. It seems that he is not running the natural breathing method, but the natural breathing method is actively involving him, soaring upwards. Sheng felt that his breathing was getting longer and longer, and it became more and more strange. His mental power was naturally released, faintly blending with everything around him. He saw a crowd of people at the foot of Cumulus Mountain, and saw the candidates of the 7th Saint Wushan struggling to climb up the stone steps on the mountainside. Near the top of the mountain, I saw a man and a woman resting and talking. I also saw a young man full of energy and blood screaming on the platform of the top of the mountain. There are also birds in the forest, running wild deer, and jumping squirrels. The entire Cumulus Mountain can be seen in his eyes. Looking at mountains and rivers is like looking at palm prints. Before he knew it, Sheng pierced through the clouds and climbed to the top of the mountain. Some people looked at him. Sheng didn't pay attention to it, only felt that there seemed to be a stuffy breath in his chest. He opened his mouth slightly, voicing like a sword. In an instant, with Sheng as the center, a circle of clouds and mists around the top of the mountain exploded together. Countless clouds and mists turned into waves, and the shadows of behemoths swam out of the sea of clouds. All the voices were covered by Sheng's howling. This moment, thousands of waves gather. 100 whales, chirping together. There is only 3 shifts today, I ran outside all day during the day, and I still have something to go out at night, sorry. 223 Hurry up, whoever meets Sheng first will beat him to death. 3. The top of Cumulus Mountain is actually not narrow, but rather wide. It was built as a huge square like a martial arts arena. Many people gather here. Almost every one of them has strong vitality and good temperament. When the strength of martial arts reaches level 5 or 6, a strong physique will naturally form a unique magnetic field of life. This kind of life magnetic field can be described in popular words as a person's momentum. With so many powerful people gathered together, the originally thin air on the top of the mountain is even more depressing. If ordinary people came here, they would probably feel shortness of breath or even suffocation immediately. And this huge aura was now completely dispersed by a voice. Everyone looked in one direction with horror on their faces. That is the exit position of a certain road to heaven. A tall, handsome young man stood there. His mouth was slightly opened, and there was an invisible sound wave whistling from his mouth. The sound was like the roar of dragons and tigers, piercing the sky and sweeping across the sky. After this sound came out, the continuous whistling sound on the platform stopped immediately, and even the three most outstanding ones also stopped. Just like, why do apes compete with tigers and leopards? Around the youth, the sea of clouds surged into turbulent waves, rolling endlessly, and the sound of the waves was continuous. There are also huge and majestic cloud whales, raising their heads and neighing. The sound of wails and howls mixed together was extremely shocking. Finally, the young man shut his mouth. The roar of dragons and tigers came to an abrupt end. Sheng glanced briefly at the crowd on the platform, and walked somewhere in a flash. On the huge platform square, everything was quiet. Everyone stood in place with shocked expressions. The mountain wind roared past the top of the mountain, and the sound of wails echoed faintly. After a few breaths, there was a boom on the platform, and heated discussions erupted. Fuck! Fuck! Who is this person? He can even trigger the scene of 100 whales screaming together. Even the Gemini and Sheng Miao who surpassed the martial arts school are far behind him. Where did this peerless monster come from? Thousands of waves gather, and 100 whales cry together. My dear, when did such a majestic phenomenon appear in Cumulus Mountain? It's against the sky. It's really against the sky. If you don't see me, you almost think it's the martial saint coming. He is wearing clothes with the logo of the 7th Saint Martial University. When did the 7th Saint Martial University produce such a monster? Incredible! Those martial arts disciples looked horrified and kept their eyes on Sheng for a moment. While discussing, they scrambled to find out Sheng's identity. Somewhere on the platform, beside the stage where the sponsor and the sign-in office were hung, several men and women stood together. Several martial sages who once climbed the Cumulus Mountain, when they were young, only aroused the vision of 1 or 2 long whales. How can this kid be 100 times better than a martial sage? A middle-aged woman wearing a blue cheongsam with an ordinary appearance but fair and delicate skin looked shocked and said in disbelief. A person next to him said, I recognize this young man, he is an unworldly evildoer from the 7th Saint Martial University. At only 18 years old, he broke all the records of the 7 Wushan pagodas of the Kishan University. Some time ago, he caused quite a stir in the 5 districts of Kyoto. It is said that Master Tan Wushan intends to accept him as a disciple. It turned out to be Tan Wushan's valued disciple, no wonder. Someone was stunned, but still shocked, but this level of talent is too exaggerated. A single long whale can be regarded as a martial sage, but what are 100 whales? Will become a martial sage in the future. Martial arts talent is not calculated in this way. Among them, an old man with black hair, smooth skin, and ruddy complexion spoke slowly. Seeing the old man talking, several men and women with strong auras immediately shut up, and their faces showed a hint of respectful listening. Several of them are the masters of the Martial Arts Association, but they are far behind the old people. The latter is a Grand Master, far surpassing them both in terms of strength and status. The temperature is 1 degree lower, and water can melt ice. The temperature is 1 degree higher, and water can also be gasified. Sometimes it seems that the effect is very different, but in fact the difference is not much in essence. This little guy named Sheng is very talented, but it's not as exaggerated as you think. Moreover, such things as the Martial Saint Mountain Vision are not specially used to test martial arts talent. Perhaps he was only very compatible with the martial arts chi mechanism of Zhou Fuhei Martial Saint back then, so he was able to induce more chi mechanism visions than others. It may also be that the previous people have already involved a lot of auras, and this person happened at the right time, and a long roar just completely aroused the remaining auras of Wushan Mountain, and then caused the shocking scene just now. The old man narrated his conjecture, and the eyes of several martial arts masters were brightened, and they felt that their eyes were suddenly enlightened. Yes, the great master is right. Maybe Liu Sheng was just the straw that broke the camel's back. It's as if a group of people are lifting heavy objects. After half a day's effort, the heavy objects don't move at all. The last person came up to add a handle, and it happened to be moved. You can't say that this heavy object was moved by the last person alone. It is not the last bite of rice that fills the stomach, but every bite before it. Pretty much the same. But judging from the aura of the sun just now, the talent and strength are indeed far superior to those of his peers, and he is the best among all the heroes. This is undeniable. The old man nodded, with undisguised appreciation on his face. It's no wonder that Tan Wushan valued him. He's very outstanding and has a majestic appearance. Several people nodded in agreement, and some couldn't help laughing. This Liu Sheng made such a big commotion. I guess the people from the two major martial arts schools, Jidao and Cheiyu, are going to panic now. It's okay to panic. Originally they took advantage of this martial arts conference. Every session will win the reputation. Fuck you. A middle-aged man who was standing with his hands behind his back was gathered in the center by a dozen or so young people wearing the logo clothes of Jidao Martial Art Museum, and said coldly, "Isn't it just aroused some visions? Look at all of you who are shocked. What is it like? He is not a grandmaster, at best he has better talent. Each of you is the core elite of our Jidao Martial Arts Gym, and the mainstay of the Sleepy Martial Arts Gym. How many instructions have you received from Wu Sheng from the beginning? Are you still afraid of a mere student who came out of Wuhan University?" In the crowd, a handsome young man with a slender figure and a fit body flickered for a moment, and said slowly, "What the coach said is right. This Liu Sheng is not a master. No matter how good the talent is, it represents the future, not the present. Moreover, I didn't use all my blood and breath just now. If he roared with all his strength, he might not be worse than him. But that would seem a little ridiculous. Chao Zhou should be the same." As he said that, the handsome young man turned his head to look at a majestic young man who was more than 2 meters tall and whose muscles were like granite stone carvings. The young man said in a low voice, "It's just to clear his throat twice casually. Martial arts strength is not louder than anyone else. If that kid stands in front of me." The young man stretched out a big hand that was 2 or 3 times the size of an ordinary person, and shook it violently, making a crisp sound like an explosion in the air. "I could crush him to death." The middle-aged man known as Lian raised his hand and patted it lightly twice, and said with a smile, "This is the aura that Gemini stars in my Jidao Martial Arts Gym should have. In this case, I will simply arrange a small game for you. Whoever meets Liu Sheng from the top 7 during the tournament will beat him to death in the arena. Don't worry about the Kishan University, I will naturally help you deal with it." The handsome young man and the majestic young man nodded, with cold eyes floating in their eyes. "Never mind." The long-haired man with an indifferent expression glanced at a figure in the distance, and said, "The force field is not visible. I guess I haven't even reached the step of martial arts wool training, so I won't be your opponent. Your goal is still the extreme Gemini." These two people had condensed the master's will 2 years ago. After 2 years, it is estimated that more than half of the energy and blood in the whole body have been tempered, and they have already entered the quasi-ground master realm. Clear. Manos, long-haired man stood beside a girl wearing the costume of Cheiyu Wuguan. The girl is only 1.65 meters tall and has short hair that reaches her ears. The skin is fair and tender, the facial features are exquisite and pretty, but there is a little baby fat, and there is a lot of cuteness in the beauty. The long-haired man saw that the cute girl was responding with her mouth, but her eyes still glanced in a certain direction from time to time, so he couldn't help comforting him again. "Zhangju, don't be fooled by the appearance of things. The martial saint Qi remaining in the martial saint mountain can be used to measure the martial Dao talent, but nothing is absolute. Although this Liu Sheng's talent is strong, it may not be comparable to you. In terms of strength, it's even harder to say. I know. The cute girl nodded honestly, but there was still a trace of inexplicable worry and throbbing in her special effect-like eyes. She was born with a special talent and was able to see ghosts and gods when she was a child. In the words of transcending martial arts, it means super spiritual sense. Now, when she saw the young man of the 7 sages who had just coaxed 100 whales to the summit, she could always see clusters of thick black mist from behind him. It was as if a large swath of shadow was spreading from each other. Gradually spread towards the sky on the top of Cumulus Mountain. Ask for a monthly pass, thank you. 224 The power of divine whale magic, follow my script, otherwise they will all be crushed to death. Hey, this is the Demon King, this is Liu Sheng. The Qishan University is also discussing the topic of Liu Sheng fiercely. But different from those other martial arts disciples, these students from Qishan University were shocked and amazed, but also had a trace of pride on their faces. During the discussion, the words "our 7 sages" and Liu Sheng were deliberately spoken loudly and clearly, lest others might not be able to hear clearly. The person who sighed was a handsome young man with clear eyebrows and a high bridge of nose. His name is Wen Jinjian, and he is number 1 on the list of number 1 Saint Martial Masters. Before Liu Sheng rose, he was also number 2 on the list of 7 saints. At this time, the cloud waves around the top of the mountain have not completely dissipated, and you can vaguely see cloud clusters with vague silhouettes of long whales. It's a good thing I didn't rush out to fight him back then, otherwise the self-confidence in martial arts cultivated in the 4 years of university would be completely shattered. Wen Jinjian sighed. He was also one of the people who made a lot of noise just now, and because of this, he could feel the power and fear of Liu Sheng even more. Leaving aside the shocking vision of 100 whales singing long and loudly, Liu's endless aura is also unmatched by him. It takes a lot of energy and blood to support such a breath sound like dragons and tigers roaring, and his martial arts will has been achieved. If I fight against him, the outcome will probably not be much better than Bai Hung Chuan. Wen Jinjian subconsciously glanced at the black-haired young man in the distance who occasionally wore the 2nd Saint Martial Arts uniform. The latter had kept his head down and his mouth shut since Liu Sheng appeared. Just now, Bai Hung Chuan also shouted loudly to fight for the front, stirring up clouds and waves. Then as soon as Liu Sheng came out, it became like this cowardly. Don't belittle yourself. Someone is talking nearby. Wen Jinjian turned his head to look, with 020's respectful expression on his face, and whispered Deputy Principal. The person speaking was an old man in a black Chinese tunic suit, with grey hair, calm and pretentious. He was the vice principal of the first Chenggu University, a respected old master. He will let him be strong, just concentrate on walking the path under your feet. The 7 principles are 1, there is no need to regard Liu Sheng as an opponent. The old headmaster said earnestly. Wen Jinjian glanced at the Cheyu and Jidao families in the distance, as well as some martial arts schools with the same famous signs. Nodded and smiled. Old principal, you are right, with Liu Sheng here, this martial arts tournament is really fun. With a smile on his face, the old headmaster straightened his chest slightly with his hands behind his back, and said. This session, it should be the session that I have the most hope of hitting the first place in the 7th Sacred University. There are quite a few people who think similarly to the old vice principal of the first Saint Martial University, and the faces of the other leading masters of the 7th Saint University are like spring breeze. Chatting and walking with familiar friends, the voice is loud, and hearty laughter is made from time to time. On the contrary, Zhao Kangtai, who was the leader of the 7th Sacred Martial Arts University, had an indescribably complicated expression on his face. His eyes fell on Liu Sheng who was at the side, and he opened his mouth to speak several times, but in the end they all turned into sighs and swallowed his belly. The more amazing the talent Liu Sheng showed, the more he regretted it. As the wool conveyor of Wu Sheng Tan's Hongaiu, he couldn't be more clear about Wu Sheng's thoughts. Compared with martial arts talent, Tan's Hongaiu actually values Liu Sheng's character and determination more. That's why there are two choices and one test. As long as you, J, kill that Lian Yat, no matter what the Jidao Martial Arts Hall reacts, there will naturally be Master Wu Sheng who will block everything for you and keep you and your family safe and sound. Master Wu Sheng only sees your attitude. Why do I hint like that, and still don't understand? Zhao Kangtai looked at Liu Sheng who was sitting quietly on the side, adjusting his breath and nourishing his heart, and sighed in his heart, you are on the wrong road after all, wrong. Liu Sheng, when you look back in the future, you will definitely regret it. Liu Sheng turned a blind eye to all the eyes around him, and concentrated on feeling the changes in himself. Great benefits. Even Liu Sheng himself didn't expect that he could get so many benefits just by climbing a mountain. The state of emptiness has entered the second stage, a deeper level. The boxing method controlled by the three realms breaks through the 4 chapters or. Also, what is this? Liu Sheng focused most of his attention on the grey roulette in his mind, which represented his perfect master way. At this time, the grey roulette has some wonderful changes from before. In the center of the grey roulette, there is a pattern of a long whale riding the white sea. It is printed on the surface of the roulette like a pattern, and it complements the images transformed by the will of several great masters, similar but different. This is. Liu Sheng tried to mobilize the power of the long whale pattern, and the sound of the long whale's neighing sounded in his mind, and then the majestic power of the huge waves surged from the limbs and bones. Although he didn't make a shot, Liu Sheng could also estimate. That is more majestic and terrifying physical power than he used 25 times the stellar power. The power of the divine whale. Or. The light in Liu Sheng's eyes flickered, burning like a diamond. It's the power of martial arts. 9th level martial saint, martial Dao will transforms into martial Dao Dharma. With every gesture, the natural power of the heavens and the earth can be aroused, and the terrifying power that can be 10 times, 100 times or even 1,000 times stronger than that of the 8th level Grand Master can be exerted casually. This is something Liu Sheng just realized. Before that, he only knew that the martial saint was very strong, but he didn't know how the 9th level martial saint was stronger than the 8th level and 7th level. Now, he knows. In the final analysis, the natural breathing method is actually powerful. It can even attract and absorb the martial saint qi that has survived for hundreds of years. It is simply an incredible means of martial arts supernatural power. It is better to say it is rubbing than absorbing. The remaining Zhufuhaiwu Holy Qi machine in Cumulus Mountain still exists. Liu Sheng just activated all of them, and then copied a copy to his grey roulette. I always felt that natural breathing method was far inferior to the other 2 11th level exercises. Actually it's not true, it's just that I haven't really comprehended the mystery of the natural breathing method. Even now, Liu Sheng only realized it a little bit. Natural breathing method is too mysterious. Unlike martial arts and immortal cultivation, the various concepts and methods are unimaginable. Obtain the great power of the magic whale. If you meet a great master in the future, the confidence will be a little bit greater. Liu Sheng raised his gaze and scanned the field. His raised eyes alerted some of the people who had been watching him closely. Among them, 2 eyes are extremely domineering, full of aggressiveness and provocation, and eager to fight. Liu Sheng glanced at it, and his eyes paused slightly when he saw the words Jidao martial arts. However, his eyes did not stay on the 2 idiots who provoked him, but fell on a strange but familiar middle-aged man led by Jidao martial arts. Strange because Liu Sheng met this person for the first time. Familiarity is because Liu Sheng has seen this person many times in photos. Lian Jibei, he really led the team. Liu Sheng thought lightly, without looking at each other for too long. The gaze continued to shift and landed on a person at the sponsor's position. It's actually easy to find. Under the radiation of the 7th level spiritual power, the aura of everyone on the entire platform can be seen clearly in Liu Sheng's eyes. The energy and blood of ordinary warriors are like balls of fire, and the power of Grand Masters is like a furnace, but the old man with black hair and childlike face that Liu Sheng is looking at now, it is a round of blazing fire, emitting light and heat to the surroundings all the time, the sun. This is the first person Liu Sheng saw after the second stage of the immortal golden body was consummated, who was more powerful than himself. Level 8 Grand Master. If I face him, what are my chances of winning? Liu Sheng calculated in his heart. The result is, it's only 30% at most, and it has to be within a minute of the Valkyrie state. I can guarantee to kill it completely. Otherwise, once the time passes, it will be difficult to tell. But, Liu Sheng thought calmly, if I break through the Grand Master immediately, the qi and blood will coagulate the pill, and the Grand Master's force field will be generated. Then enter the Valkyrie state. It is estimated that this 8th level Grand Master will be beaten to death by me in less than 2000 seconds. On the way here, Liu Sheng was still a little unconfident about the 8th level Grand Master, but now that he has seen it with his own eyes, he has a comparison of combat power. He also accidentally obtained the power of the magic whale. So confidence came back. With strong strength as his backing, Liu Sheng despises Jidao martial arts even more. He sat quietly in the chair. The warriors on the entire platform are gearing up to stimulate their fighting spirit, cultivate their fighting spirit, and prepare for the upcoming martial arts conference. What they want to pursue is to compete with the strong in the next martial arts conference, sharpen their martial arts, enhance their background and vision, and break through to a higher and stronger level. But Liu Sheng is different. Liu Sheng was just waiting quietly. Waiting for things to happen day by day according to the script he personally wrote. If someone doesn't want to cooperate, then kill them all. Liu Sheng thought calmly. 225 The meeting begins, the lottery and the deceased, 2. Please let me go. A man wearing a down jacket, wrapped like a polar bear, and with a red nose, walked up to Liu Sheng with a camera on his back, and reminded him cautiously. Liu Sheng stood up quickly and turned sideways. Thanks, thanks. The man carrying the camera thanked him again and again, and let out a big breath of white air. The platform on the top of the mountain is full of martial arts experts, each of them is full of energy and blood, and their aura is strong. An ordinary person like him, mixed in it, is like straying into a primeval jungle surrounded by wild beasts, trembling every step he takes. Fortunately, Liu Sheng looked fierce, but he was quite polite, and even stood aside and chatted with him. Will the whole thing be broadcast live? Yeah, the equipment is almost installed, and it is estimated that the conference will officially start soon. Speaking of this, the man showed a bit of regret on his face, and said to Liu Sheng, we came up too late, just now at the bottom of the mountain, we can still see a spectacle here, the clouds and mists gathered into whales, it's so spectacular. It's a pity that I still didn't catch up after rushing too fast. After I got up, there was nothing. There are only a few pictures taken by the mobile phone. As he spoke, he took out his mobile phone and showed it to Liu Sheng. In the mobile phone screen, from the perspective of the mountain, the clouds and mists are forming waves, and the whales are neighing. The scene was extremely shocking and spectacular. Liu Sheng didn't say anything, and glanced at the mountaintop platform. Since he came up, people have been coming up one after another, including the 7 old students who were left behind by him. Now the number of people gathered on the platform is more than twice that of before. With so many people, can you finish the competition in one day? Liu Sheng said casually. The man installed the camera and replied, one day is definitely not enough to finish the comparison, it may take 2 or 3 days. But there is everything on the top of the mountain, and you are in good shape, so don't worry. It's a big deal to go down the mountain to rest, anyway, it's fast up and down. It's just that we suffer. Indeed, the various infrastructures around the contest square on the top platform are quite complete. Canteens, supermarkets, toilets, and accommodation. Even if it is a little worse than Yamashita, it is not much worse. It can fully meet the living conditions of ordinary people. While chatting casually, they suddenly heard a majestic voice coming from the front. Everyone be quiet. The mountain wind howled on the top of the mountain, and the louder sound was immediately blown away by the wind. This voice was as windy as iron, and it fell in the ears of everyone in the huge platform square with incomparable clarity, which showed the strength of martial arts. After the sound sounded, the platform immediately fell silent. Everyone stood up and slowly gathered towards the martial arts square. Sheng narrowed his eyes, and his eyes fell on the speaker. It was the 8th level master from the Wushu Association that he had noticed before. Old Zhonghe, I have the honor to be the general manager of the National Martial Arts Conference for college students, and to preside over the conference on behalf of Mr. Tan's Hongaiu martial sage. The old man Tong Yan said some words on the scene, and then announced, "Next, I announce the official start of the National Martial Arts Conference for college students. When you're done, give the right to speak to the woman in the blue cheongsam beside you." The woman is also a master, and she took the conversation and said loudly, "All the people participating in this conference line up to draw lots one by one, and after drawing the paint, they are ready to compete in groups." The crowd on the platform gathered together. Everyone on the Kishan University was arranged together, and Sheng followed in the team. A total of 600 to 700 people participated in this martial arts conference. Like Kishan University, each university can have a dozen or so places for the competition, but the General Provincial Wuhan University has fewer places, only 2 or 3 at most. Martial arts are more demanding. Except for the top martial arts schools such as Cheyu and Jidao, there is only one entry quota for general martial arts schools, 2 of the better ones. Naturally, those who were sent were also the most outstanding disciples under the sect. Martial arts disciples and university disciples are distinct and can be identified at a glance. Martial arts disciples are generally older. Sheng even saw several people who took the lottery tickets and went down after drawing the lottery. They had dark skin and looked old-fashioned like middle-aged people in their 40s. This is also the point that the martial arts conference has been criticized for a long time. The martial arts side took too much advantage. 28 or 9-year-olds can participate in the competition. Martial arts college students are over 24 years old, and they have basically graduated. In terms of martial arts practice time, they suffer a lot. But not without exceptions. Sheng heard the old students from the 6th Shengwu University in front of him whispering. "Why does that contestant in Heilong Martial Arts Academy look so much like our school's previous senior Wang Xin? What does it look like? It's just like that. Wang Xin joined Heilong Martial Arts School as soon as he graduated, don't you know? Fuck, then when we meet him later, wouldn't it mean that we are fighting each other? Thinking too much, now the disciples of Heilong Wuguan are his fellow disciples. We can only be regarded as classmates." Sheng was silent. Finally it was Sheng's turn to draw lots. The lottery is drawn by an electronic machine. Press a red button and the lottery will start scrolling on the screen. The lottery drawn by Sheng is 0135. Seeing this figure quite similar to base 1359, Sheng was quite satisfied. After receiving the sign, there was a short rest period. Sheng stood on the edge of martial arts square, staring at the clouds and mist flowing outside the cliff on the top of the mountain, dazed. He was trying to get back to the state of running the natural breathing method when he was climbing the mountain. Sheng has never experienced the wonderful feeling of looking at mountains and rivers like palm lines. Is it an epiphany? Sheng didn't know. Breaking through the 3 realms of martial arts to the 4 realms depends entirely on one's understanding and luck. It may be easy to step over, or it may be stuck at the peak of the three realms for a lifetime. Liu Sheng's boxing is like this. After practicing for so long, he didn't make much progress, but he broke through after climbing a mountain. If you can enter the wonderful state of natural breathing method again, you may gain more. I don't know what the second state of emptiness is like. Liu Sheng pondered, he only knew that his emptiness had entered a deeper level. But I haven't tried it yet, so I don't know the specific effect. Just as he was thinking, someone behind him called him softly. Excuse me, is it the rate? Liu Sheng turned his head and saw a young man who was a few years older than himself with gentle eyes. Who are you? Liu Sheng narrowed his eyes. He was sure he didn't know each other. Oh, I'm a student of Dongning Wuhan University, my name is Liu Ming. The young man opened his mouth quickly, smiled and said, our surname is Liu, but my road is the road of Dao. 0, asking for flowers. Hello. Liu Sheng nodded slightly. Dongning Wuhan University, he is from Dongning Province, and the young man surnamed Liu in front of him is considered a fellow. I've heard about Liu Sheng's name for a long time, and seeing him today is really extraordinary. The young man spoke with deep admiration. The tone is quite serious. Liu Ming had heard about Liu Sheng earlier, and he was there when Liu Sheng climbed to the top and howled, triggering 100 whales to cry. That kind of arrogance that looks down on all the heroes and is the only one who respects me left an extremely deep impression on him. You must know that Liu Ming is the strongest representative of Dongning Wuda this time, let alone shouting and fighting for the front. He didn't even have the courage to breathe out. There are so many masters participating this time, so many that he is almost humbled into the dust. Standing in front of Liu Sheng now, being watched quietly by Liu Sheng's eyes that are as calm as a cold pool of deep water. Liu Ming even had the illusion that he was a little white rabbit trembling in front of a tiger. The gap is too big, so big that Liu Ming's heart of martial arts is almost shaken by it. I'm really sorry to interrupt you rashly. Liu Ming said something to express his admiration, and then he said, the main thing is that there are 2 juniors and juniors who came with the team in our Eastern Muda. As he spoke, he pointed in a certain direction behind him. Liu Sheng followed the trend and saw 2 acquaintances by accident. A tall, strong boy with black skin, like a black bear. The other girl has waist-length hair and a pure and lovely face. The 2 were also looking at themselves, looking a little nervous. Xing Ji? Kong Qing. At the beginning, I participated in the selection of Kaiming generals in the Eastern Military Region with myself, and I had military training for 2 of them. I remember that Kong Qing was treated terribly by herself at the time, and her face was still stinky when she finally received the reward. The relationship between Wuhan universities and several eastern provinces is good, and it is normal for Xing Ji and Kong Qing to be admitted to the number 1 Wuhan University in their respective provincial capitals. Liu Sheng thought about it, and said to Liu Ming in front of him, yes, they are my friends. Say hello to them for me. Sure. Liu Ming promised again and again, looking very happy. Although they are not students of our Dongning Wuhan University, they can be regarded as my younger brothers and sisters, and I will definitely help you bring them along. After finishing speaking, Liu Ming didn't dare to disturb Liu Sheng, so he left without hesitation. After Liu Ming left, Liu Sheng glanced in the direction of Kong Qing and the 2 of them again, smiled and nodded as a gesture. It's really him, I thought I was mistaken. Seeing Liu Sheng nodding his head, Xing Ji, who was standing in the Eastern Wuhan University team, clenched his fist in disbelief. Didn't expect, he has grown to such a height now. Xing Ji let out a heavy breath with a complex expression on his face. He hadn't seen Liu Sheng again since Kaiming General Star ended. Later, the only time I heard about Liu Sheng was on the TV news. Climbing the dragon in the whole country, the first martial arts champion. Xing Ji remembered that he was stunned for a long time when he saw the news. He grew up so big, and it was the first time that he had the feeling that he could not surpass a person of the same age. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.